Kembang jago. Kembang jago.
What's the crack? It's your boy Terry out back at it again for a little bit of the Wheel of Madness. You gotta have a little bit of fun, Backgrams Gramps. You gotta have a little bit of fun. Welcome in Blue, welcome in Backgrams Gramps. Like I said, boys, back again. We're back with a little bit of Wheel of Madness. Let me play the clip.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
We are back. But folks, hope you've all been well. Like I said, just been I've been trying to restrain myself on X. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, man, we don't have freedom of speech. But even if we did, you know what I mean? The urge to crusade is it's hard to quell, so to speak. So it's one of those things where I don't know, like you have to kind of like almost go out of your way just to kind of be like, nah, like I shouldn't be posting this, or like you're double checking what you're typing. You're like, I don't know, man. Like in terms of the interpretations, you know, the old police force likes to do their own interpretations and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? But just to give you a little bit of an update before we get into it, folks. This was Ireland. This is actually Dublin in Ireland. This building here is actually a mosque. You know? The old, what's it called? The old global warmings, apparently. The old global warmings. Confirmed petrol bombs were thrown at a mosque. Again, that wasn't confirmed. Like, let me double check who this cunt is. Seems like he just got bad information. No other mosques in Ireland have received evacuation orders as the incident is being investigated as a terrorist threat. Interesting. Also, welcome in. Nate says, get those thumbs up. Yeah, help us out with the old algorithms, as they say. Help us out with the old algorithm. Our forefathers would have launched crusades after 9/11. We pussyfooted, to be honest. But, like, that's the thing. Background Gramps. Like, this whole thing of, you know, like, it was kind of like a rare moment where both the Democrats and the Republicans were aligned, but what was the result? You know? Just even more American blood spilt, you know? So it's kind of like one of those things where, this is what I was saying about like the X post. It's like, we need to make sure that we're being smart about this. We're being calculated, you know? Nate says, Deus something, Deus Volta. Deus Volta. Where are my troll accolades? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But it wasn't petrol bombs. It was actually an Iranian Muslim, believe it or not, that done that. You know, I joke, I do the whole it was the global warming and stuff, but it's actually even the Iranian Muslims are getting sick and tired of this shit. One second, let me zoom in. Iranian Muslim, okay? Ain't that a quinky dink? Ain't that a quinky dink? And now, like, the story is just going to be down the way. What mosque? What are you talking about, mosque? You know what I mean? And just in case anybody thinks that we're shitting or whatever the fuck, no, my petit chéri. We have CCTV footage, okay? So this is the dude, walks up, shows a bunch of petrol on it. Or lighter fluid. Walks back. Lights up a match. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. And you can even tell with the pixelated, that ain't no white man, so to speak. You know? So, in terms of like what's actually going on here and all that kind of shit. But, like I said, this will be kind of like, it won't be reported on, and then it'll just be like, the narrative would be like, oh, all these mosques are burning down. Yeah, but who burnt them down? Who burnt them down? That's my question. You know? But it didn't stop it from spreading. The old fire extinguisher did not extinguish the fire, you know? But as our boy Billy Joel says, we didn't start the fire. It was an Iranian Muslim. You know what I mean? And that's basically where we're at in terms of like across the West. And like I said, like America's leading the way. You guys have Donald Trump. I know there was a bit of a disappointment in terms of the birthright citizenship and all the stuff, but that's just one battle in this whole worldview war that we're in, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the spiritual war, so to speak. So you got to keep your wits about you. You know what I mean? And recognize, okay, there's at least, like I said, there like this stuff is being put forward instead of like, you know, put back to Joe Biden, where there's fucking like trans flags being flown outside the White House. You know what I mean? That's what you got to remember. All right. Now in England, it's there's progress being made. You know, you got Rupert Lowe and the Restore Party. You know, reform is. We'll have to wait and see about reform. What way are they going to go, particularly this next election? I think it's like 2029, August 2029. But that's before. We'll have to wait and see what Burnham does and all this kind of shit. But apparently that motherfucker's not even going to stay at 10 at Downing Street. So what is his plans? He already anticipates the stuff that he wants to pass is not going to go over well. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of that. Let me catch up in chat as well. Dart says, just a little peaceful protest. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. You know, mostly peaceful, but fiery. You know. Vaccine actions vacated. Don't be too smart. Aren't. It is what it is. It is what it is. Were the Iranians saying that Mosque was too progressive? Maybe. Maybe. All desert Martian currents. Wait, what are you talking about, John? Why and who made rainforest to desert? What is going on here, John? All questions rhetorical at this juncture. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. Also, welcome in, Ivan. Pull up a chair, get coffee. But it's peaceful. Yeah, it's peaceful. You know? Today, I ignore all laws. They don't matter anymore. Man's laws, I mean. Well, that's the thing as well. He who saves his country breaks no law. You know? Birthright ruling is going through appeal, Big Irish. Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Because like I said, man, it's... seen an ex-post off Ryan saying that it was kind of more like 5.5 to 4.5. You know? Sorry, no. 5.5 to 3.5. But this whole thing, if you show up on the shore and you give birth, that don't make you American. That don't make you American, folks, right? This is what I'm trying to like point out is that like at least yous are having those fights. You know, England it has something, but in Ireland, holy shit, bro! In Ireland, it's we got nothing. We got nothing. Maybe we got the Nationalist Party, but that's like so kind of like disconnected at the moment. And then even on top of that, it's like, okay, like, are we going to make any progress in the elections? You know? That's the question. Now, there is some hope. Like, we're starting to see an emergence of a national party. This is Clon Aaron, by the way. And again, some people might not like what this dude has to say, but I think he's very reasonable in some of the stuff he says.
If you say to me, oh, I don't see color, I'm colorblind. Well, color sees you, and it's not blind, and it's carrying weapons that you're not allowed to carry. It's carrying turbans in the UK because it's religious symbolism. Well, I suggest then, based on the Crusades, we should be allowed to carry a broadsword as Roman Catholics.
Is that not a good point? Is that not a good point, ladies and gentlemen? Right? It makes a good point. You know, a little bit of a Deus Vault here or there. You know what I mean? We all start carrying broadswords because of the Crusades. Maybe. How long Nate says, the man was just ready for a barbecue. Yeah. He just wanted some ribs. Maybe he just wanted some ribs. You know what I mean? Question, what sect of Muslim was it? I don't know, man. The fact that he's Iranian could suggest that it's like, yeah, technically, like, he calls himself Muslim, but he does not want Iran to be Muslim. You know what I mean? Because there is, like, with the whole, like, Iran situation, like, seeing what, like, Islam has done to the country, you know, it could have been one of those. But it wasn't a white Irish dude. Let's be 100% clear. It wasn't an Irishman doing it. But that's why the story's going to get buried, you know? Such a beautiful sunset in Byron Bay for our Mother Christ. I can get down with that. Fucking love that. Fucking love it. Yes. What can I say? Boys and girls, like I said, giving you the thing. And another thing, right? Another thing that came up as well is, like, you ever notice that, like, Hollywood has billion, like, literally, like, not a billion, but, like, you know, figuratively speaking, there's billions of anti-Hitler, anti-German movies, you know, like those people in the World War II, but not a single one against Lenin, Mao, or Stalin. Maybe it's time to notice that stuff. Are there any noticers in chat? Why is there, like, all this, like, anti-nationalist sentiment, but there's no anti-communist sentiment? You know what I mean? Matter of fact, seems like a lot of these movies, a lot of this media is actually, you know, propping up the communism. You know, maybe, like, we should look into academia and see, oh shit, a lot of these professors and all this kind of shit would actually support communism. You know? Background Scram says, rookie, I noticed in high school. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because there comes a key question, and this is like an example meme of, like, what goes on here, where they'll say, like, the lefties will say, well, I'm not a communist, I'm an independent, or I'm a non-partisan. Like, they'll do all this kind of shit, right? And what I call this, like, you might not, like, be a communist, like, out and proud, but you're holding water for the communists, right? And it'll be something like this, where, like, the neolib politician will, like, make a video saying, I'm gonna fuck my cat, and videotape it, and then you have these motherfuckers that'll be like, it's a far-right extremist plot, are claiming he had sex with his cat on video. That is not true. While he did fuck a cat on video, the cat was originally adopted by his ex-wife. Meaning, while yes, he did fuck a cat on a video, the cat was not his, which many alt-right media companies have reported. So it's like, clearly, like, the outrage is the thing, and then they'll have a whole thing of, like, well, you're not, like, this one word in the sentence, you know? Like, that would be the issue. It's like, no, he said his cat, but it's not his cat, it's a cat, or it's his ex-wife's cat. You know what I mean? It's like that whole kind of shit, where it's like, when you're doing this shit, you're just holding water for the bad guys. You know, you're holding up water. You're just trying to get rid of any critique or anything like that. But, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get back to the wheel. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Wheel of Madness. This is a special show that we do each week, where we like the debates, we like to kick back, you know, talk a bit of shit, talk about interesting topics, whatever the wheel presents us. Sometimes they're funny, sometimes it's a bit more serious. But just to run down through the moves real quick, we have a select menu that is special for it. It should be scrolling across the bottom, but I'll go through the moves, the singular moves for us as well. So the first one is the meme clip. This is a typical one. So it's a $10 super chat, or if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal, which should be linked, it's half off. Okay, it's half price if you use the Ko-Fi, and the Ko-Fi is very easy to use. You don't even need to sign up. You can even donate anonymously. And you might be wondering, like, what is a meme clip? I'll give you an example.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. We don't do advertisements. We don't have any sponsors. It is fan funded, so it's up to you to keep the show going, keep the lights on, so to speak. So if you want a meme clip, it's $10 super chat, or using the Ko-Fi or PayPal, it is only $5. If you want a specific topic, if you want to bypass the wheel, it is a $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to spin the wheel, which gets us on to the next topic, it is $20 or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. And again, we get a free spin to start off the show, so don't worry the fact there's no topic on the screen at the moment. I will get to that once we go through the moves. If you want to lock the wheel, if a particular topic comes up that you're very interested in and you want to make sure that we stick on it for at least a good while, $20 super chat or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPals, which means to unlock it, it'd be the same price, if you get what I'm saying. And if you want to change the wheel out, you don't like the current set of themes that we have or the current set of topics that we have going on, it is a $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. You might be asking me, you might be asking, hey, Teriak, what are the different themes? We got 5 different themes. There's Bollocksology, which is basically just random. It's just a random series of topics from from all different spans. We have dating, if you want to get a bit more into the gender war and all this kind of shit, the culture war shit that we have with the dating and all this kind of shit. We also have religion, which is important to your culture. We also have philosophy. If you want to get deep thinking, deep and philosophical, we got the philosophies. And if you want to go to the max level of difficulty, we want to start talking about policies and politics, we got that option for you too. If there's a particular panelist that you don't want to see on screen, it is a $10 super chat for 5 minutes or $5 per 5 minutes. We send them backstage. I am included in that as well. I know Spartacus liked that move where you can just basically kick the host of the show, yours truly, backstage. Quite funny, I'm not going to lie. It's a good meme. And then we have to kick someone off the panel for the rest of the night. It is a $100 super chat or $50 using the Ko-Fi or PayPals. And if you want to bring them back, it is the same price. And the reason why we do half off on the Ko-Fis or PayPals is because Apple and YouTube takes 50% for the super chat. So if you are on an Apple device and you donate $10 on the super chat, what happens is Apple takes 50%, which would put it down to $7. And then YouTube would take 30% of that $7, which puts it down to $4.90. So that's why we do half off for the Ko-Fis and PayPals. And just remind you, thieving bastards, by the way. And just remind us all, there's no doxing threats or family and children. If you do any of that shit, you get a free kick on the house. Good luck to you. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we got the boys backstage. So let me play the clip.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Welcome to the show, Mr. Half-Hood Gaming, Mr. Dart, and Mr. Kieran Markin. The crack, boys.
G'day, sir. I just I had to come up because you were banging on for fucking ever. I was just
I'm doing an intro to this show. I was waiting for people to roll in. Unbelievable.
Land a fucking plane, will you?
Hey, what can I say, man? You know, like you tell that to the wrong person, next thing you know, the Twin Towers go down. Am I wrong?
No, that was don't land. That was don't land a plane. No, if you had said
they tried to land the plane, but it was like donkey pull cart kind of moment. You know what I mean? They thought like land the plane meant you can land into a building. It is what it is, folks. And we got, just to start us off as well, we got the Big Daddy Pod for $10. Says, I don't know how much about Himmler or Stalin or cats, but I know a storm blew through here, broke off 3 power poles, and has us without power for at least 12 more hours. Too fat for this kind of heat. Same here, man. Like I said, I'm pasty as well. So like 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'm sweating like a motherfucker. But shout out to you for the $10, Big Daddy Pod. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate you, Connie. So we're already up to $10 in the wheel bank. And without further ado, let me spin this motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Spin it! Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
So, ladies and gentlemen, the first topic off today is strength is the only true virtue.
Oh,
How do we
we're
feel?
going Nietzschean. We're going Nietzschean. Strength is the only true virtue. No.
We have one nay, any yeas?
I'd say no.
Yeah, I would say no as well, because like love could be a strong, true virtue as well. So
Yeah, so could personal sacrifice. So
yeah,
could
there's
could
a
honesty.
numerous amount of things. There's hard to say a one for strength to be the one true.
Well, hold on. Don't all of those require strength though?
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah. But what if you aren't strong? Like, what if you are compromised and you're suffering? And well, I guess you could argue you're drawing on some sort of strength, whether it be strength from God or strength from your beliefs. Fuck, I'm almost about to change my mind.
I mean, I just flip-flopped, so yeah, I feel that. You know.
Mm.
I think
Raw
Sorry,
sometimes
we got
we
another
have
guest
to go with
backstage,
that.
gentlemen.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack of Blades, welcome to the show.
What up?
The way I vanished from the Discord.
So that's a good to speak to Darth's point. I think that's a good question. Actually, are all virtues dependent upon strength? Whether it well depends. Is it strength of character, strength of belief?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where my brain went after I said no. That's like, believe you have to be strong in order to do all those virtues.
Well, I would argue they all rely on the strength of God, and I'm not being hyperbolic. We can't do it on our own. That was the point of Jesus' resurrection, was that we don't have the strength, we don't have the clarity of mind, we don't have the character to fulfill the virtues, and we can only do it through a connection to God. So strength as in God, yes. Yeah. So I'm kind of replacing the word strength with God, which is God is the basis for true virtue. But is God strong? I think so. Yeah, I'd say we don't have the strength to do it ourselves. We don't have the, like I said, whether it be mental clarity, the integrity of character. We can try.
Well, if we don't have the strength, but we have the endurance or the I'm trying to think of other abilities that fall in the attribute of strength. That would be something that would be like a virtue that can be just as strong and powerful.
Yeah, I get you on the perseverance. I get that. I really understand that. The idea that like I've had times in my life where all I had was perseverance, right? But in my experience, in the absence of having a spiritual foundation, that endurance, you can be as endurant. Is endurant a word? You could be as enduring as like forever, but
I wouldn't hesitate that, Josh. I could bench a lot for a pretty small guy.
Yeah, but he's still, to his point, he was still bench more. But thankfully, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. How Long Nate, welcome to the show. Nate, you there?
you called him Hal.
We can't.
You called him How Long?
Hall Long Nate.
Oh, he's gone.
He's back on again. I think the mic was a bit of technical difficulties there. Technical difficulties, as they say. I can't speak. I just woke up like an hour ago. Okay.
Also, by the way, I've seen JS like on screen. He can't bench more than, well, he can probably bench more than Teriak, but I can bench the most of all of you. I doubt that. I doubt that. You little prick.
Well, let's talk about it. How much can we bench, folks?
Actually, looking around the panel, I probably got to retract that. I used to be able to bench.
I haven't done any like max bench lifts to see like my max strength, but like I do like I have like a constant 45 pound that I use on my arms. I try to do reps of like
Is that 45 pounds each?
10-30s. Sometimes I try to do a rep of 100 to get my arm pretty fucking tired.
Is that 45 pounds each arm?
Yeah, because it's dumbbells.
So what's that in normal units?
Normal units, 420 kilos.
That's 18 potatoes. No, I think it's around 20. It's around 20 each, which isn't bad. I used to bench about. I got to 27.5 kilos each with dumbbells. That's as far as I got. I bought some 30-kilogram weights, but never got to the. I just started to back off the training at that point, so I never actually benched the 30 kilos. And I'll find out what that is. So we're going to convert.
Yeah, it's basically 2.2 multiplied by 2.2. Yeah, from kilos to pounds. I bench about 250. Yeah, so what JS is saying that he benches over 100 kilograms.
So at least that's it.
Welcome back, Nate.
Wait, wouldn't that be
sorry about that.
Wouldn't that be about his body weight though? Like close to his body weight? So that seems about average though.
Okay, so Halfwood's calling you fat, JS.
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
JS, is that kilos or pounds?
250 pounds.
Benching 420 kilos.
420 kilos. And
Yeah.
there are approximately 3.6 kilos in a pound.
Look, I was
2.6. Okay, so
You got
yeah,
a lot of
a little over his body weight, I think. I don't think he's quite 200.
He reckons he's 220.
It's got to be.
JS?
It's got to be beer weight.
That's what he reckons. So I was pushing 60 pounds, boys. That's I got to 60. No, no, I didn't. I got to 120 pounds because that's each. Okay, I got to 120 pounds, and I weighed about 78 pounds. No, 78 kilos. So whatever the fuck that is.
Well, I feel like the bench press. I mean, you could do a pretty significant amount of weight, but it just like with the dumbbells, it's so much more
different.
Yeah, it's so much different, especially the
You're using your shoulders.
workouts that I use. Yeah.
Yeah, the bench press is more isolated. With the dumbbells, you've got to stop them from going sideways as well,
A lot
and
of
forwards
the
and backwards.
A lot of the stuff I do with my dumbbells calisthenics because I need to I'm reaching 30, so I need to stretch my body a lot.
I'm reaching 50. I am 56. So
you should have been stretching your body a lot.
well, I stopped. I was super into training and boxing, kickboxing, running, weights up until I was about 43. Then I was working in a physical job, so I didn't need to train. And but for the last 5 years, I've been very sedentary, and I'm fucking feeling it too. So I've just started doing some light exercises, and I'll start getting back into it.
The thing I need to do more is running. That's what I need to do more.
Yeah, running's pretty good, but it can get a bit rough on your knees if you do it and your ankles.
Well, not really running, but jogging or
same thing. Yeah,
I think it's pronounced jogging. It's a soft J.
Well, I think the best one is actually walking up and down stairs is actually really good for your legs.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Right.
I understand you can't wait till you're 70 and then try to get your body in shape. You know, like you don't want to wait until.
Ladies, the topic. We're talking about strength.
Well, isn't that not a thing that like? Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, I was just gonna ask: is strength a virtue?
Could lead to virtue.
Yeah, but it's not
Well,
a virtue, right?
Strength of what? Are we talking physical strength? Are we talking moral strength? Are we talking mental
Yeah,
strength.
of
I mean,
character, yeah.
Well, I would think it's more in the philosophical area if we're talking about virtues.
Are you trying
Well-
to say that it could be a vice if you have too much strength? Is that what you're trying to say?
no, I'm just saying the physical strength would be morally neutral. As far as virtue, it would be not a virtue because it's morally neutral. You can use that strength for good or bad, whereas strength of character, strength of morals, strength of a mental strength is more in lines with virtue.
You could, but if you
Well, yeah, both.
Say, for example, if you had a moral obligation to protect your family, would it be virtuous to make yourself strong, to learn martial arts, to learn self-defense, and to keep yourself in good shape? Would that be virtuous?
I really like my 9 Kwon Do. That's what I like.
I like my Bushido.
There you go. No,
Okay, Steven
all right.
Seagal.
Well, as another older guy, yeah. As another older guy, like 7 years ago, I had a really bad injury for which my shoulder never healed, and so I'm actually not able to do the physical labor kind of stuff anymore. Like, it hurts to throw tires on it, to throw chains on the tires. But I still work on my flexibility, all that stuff, and try to do what I can to maintain what strength I still have. But yeah, it's a little bit different. I had to train myself to practice different moves or self-protection, that kind of stuff. But
And just real
to
quick,
be honest with you,
we have a raid from AVG. Shout out to AVG. Thank you very kindly for the raid, and thank to all the AVG raiders.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming over from the raid. Appreciate you kindly. And we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Noggins, welcome to the show. So, anyways, Nate, you were saying in terms of you were basically trying to adjust like exercises to regain some sort of strength from it.
yes, right. Maintain what strength. If I've not recognized a threat before it was close enough that I would be using Taekwondo or something like, martial arts, then I'm slacking.
Yeah, so like that's like the point or the question I was asking. Do you have a moral obligation, say as a man? I mean, women will have their own take on this as well, but if you feel a moral obligation to be able to protect your family, then do you also have a moral obligation to keep yourself in good shape and to effectively be strong? And is that a virtue? So maybe I'm saying strength itself may not be the virtue, but the virtue to, be fit and stuff like that, is that a virtue? And then we've got to go one step further to the prompt. Is it the only true virtue? Which the argument is no, I think. But Darth made a good point that are all virtues underpinned by strength? It'll be some sort of strength of will, strength of character, strength of belief, or whatever. Does that underpin all virtues?
So I have a question with like patience. Do you think it requires strength to have patience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or could it be you're just hard headed and you're stubborn?
Yes.
Exactly. Could be both, right?
No. Like, because for example, right, if you have, like, let's say, just like to give like the physical example, if you have like there's one dude that's like acting up, whatever, and like you don't do anything, and he's not necessarily doing anything wrong or whatever, like, are you virtuous in that aspect because you didn't do anything, or you all that kind of shit? Because from your perspective, like, can you actually do something about it? You know what I mean? Like, if you're being like patient with somebody, let's say a big bodybuilder dude, and you're like scrawny and all this kind of shit, are you actually being patient with them, or are you basically realizing you can't stop them anyways? You know what I mean? Like, this whole thing of like, if you're not strong enough to do something about it, are you actually making a moral decision, or are you basically like too weak to do anything about it? Meaning, right? If you don't have a choice in the matter, can you actually say that you're being moral about it?
Sounds like
probably
you're calling me a bitch, Darian.
Well, I would say that when it comes to something like that, I think I would agree with you that it would have nothing to do with patience. But what I'm thinking of is like situations where something is annoying me, and I have the patience not to just curse this person out, or do something along those lines. Like, I think that's virtuous of me holding my end. That way I'm not ruining things. But I don't think that requires strength, because often I'm hard-headed, I'm ignorant, So if you're playing this ignorance is bliss type of thing, then I don't think that requires strength. I think, you could even be like, you're just being stupid,
Well, wouldn't strength
Well, like
also
mental
be-
strength.
Wouldn't it
Mental strength
also-
would be part of that as well.
Yes.
to just be ignorant of something and like hard-headed.
I think there's one thing deeper than strength. I think it's wisdom.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
As far as the roots go, like, because what you're talking about is weakness, right? Like being hard-headed and all those things. That's more of like on the other side of the fence, But it's also like knowing like how to act, how to be patient, when to stand up, for a scenario, or like when to, how to respond or whatever to the situation. Like all that takes wisdom, right? Being strong in a scenario takes some kind of level of wisdom to it,
Yes, but wisdom is knowing, right? Like, this is what I'm trying to like point out in terms of, like, if you're ignorant, Jack, you don't like know any better, so you're more likely to go along with it. Whereas like having the actual like knowledge, or having the actual tools at your disposal, like, shows that you're able to kind of work it out yourself. You critically think and say, no, this is actually the right move, and that's where you go with it.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I was
Like,
just giving multiple examples. Like, the one I would most likely use is just, I'm just patient with someone because I don't want it to be ruined on my behalf, because I'm just simply not patient enough.
But that would be a lack of
Yep.
wisdom and strength, right? Like that's not,
So you're saying it would be strengthful to just get in fights with everybody?
No. That's a weak. That's the opposite.
That's what I'm saying. So there's a middle ground, and that's where patience is. And
Yeah,
I
you should
don't.
always be
I don't.
patient, but there's also a time to act. In certain scenarios where you're more defending.
I'm just
people.
saying, in some situations, in patience, you don't necessarily have to have the strength to do that thing. Like, you could just be ignorant of it, or you could just not care.
Well, I get what you're saying.
Let
That's
shit
kinda
roll off your
wise.
back.
I don't think even if you're like a small, like maybe you got like cerebral palsy, right? You're not about to put hands on anybody, right? But it's still like you can act patient and in a way of strength, and how that operates is more of like an internal, like how you carry yourself, how you leave the situation, right? And like it's not just like a sad little like beta move because you're just like tucking your tail between your legs, right? Like you can be strong regardless of whether you can physically dominate the scenario or not. You know what I mean?
But how would you dominate the scenario if you're not strong enough to do it?
With your words, with wisdom, with your tone,
Yes,
with
but
your
then you would
vibe,
still
your
need to be
energy, you know?
you still need to be strong enough to have the courage of your convictions.
Strong enough to have what?
The courage of your convictions.
The courage of your convictions.
Yeah, I agree with that because I mean, if you can't do something about it, you can be wise all you want. The stronger one's gonna roll you over.
In a physical altercation, but there's also like
Well,
ways to handle that where you can
are you
just be.
familiar with force doctrine? Everything ultimately comes down to force.
I mean, it's like bringing a gun to and a knife to a drone fight. You know, maybe this guy flying the drones is small and in a wheelchair, but he's smoking the big guys.
Not sure I get that.
And there's also a way to like take where somebody's anger and ego is, and then also try to like, you know, speak life and
But
love
at
to
the
them.
end of
And
the day, when all is fair, force wins, right? Therefore, strength wins.
no, not necessarily.
Name one instance in history that it hasn't.
Where force didn't win.
Uh-huh.
Let me think about it for a minute.
It'll take a while.
Well,
And
I
don't
mean,
get me wrong, I
you
want
can
to
force
agree with you,
yourself
but
on
I'm
a
not-
scenario and quote unquote win. But if you're the one that gets felonies and another assault charge, and now you're locked up because some guy said, "Excuse me, sir," and bumped you, and you just lost your shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, who wins in that scenario, right? Like, that's a L,
Order? Law and order?
right? But just because you can
That's held
physically
by
win a
strength, though.
Yeah, but that's like there's a lot of big guys, right? That you can beat in, you know, just conversation.
I'm not tracking what you're putting down here.
I'm saying why is
Yeah,
just
so just to be clear, strength is not just like physical force. It's also like the capacity to endure or resist.
right.
So like this whole thing of like if there, let's say you're at a bar, right, and there's some dude who's talking shit and all this stuff, and you're just like laughing at him and all this kind of shit. Like you're tolerating because he's always drunk and all this kind of shit. Like you're able to apply a bit of logic to the situation. Say he's just drunk, he's just running his mouth and all this kind of shit. Having the tolerance in that situation would be a strength. Like that's a mental fortitude that you have rather than just instantly going to the fisticuffs and all this kind of shit.
Sure,
But
sure.
if you don't have the physical strength in that situation to do anything or to stop this dude, if he does lash out, then you're not tolerating it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
but
don't have-
but it's kind of like flipped. Like, do you have the strength to get the other big guy in there, or like call somebody, or like make some, like do something?
Yeah, we have police and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Or
There's
just get the
other
bouncer and just
equalizer.
find the big guy in the room and be like, dude, listen. Let's picking on those guys. You know, it's like you have the courage and the strength to like. you don't
I
have to
actually
always-
really agreed with the whole
Yeah, but
wisdom thing.
what I'm
until-
saying in that example is that if you don't actually have the strength to do anything about it, like this
Physical.
whole thing of like the tolerance culture that we have in modern day, you have
Yeah.
to tolerate everything and all this kind of shit. If
Right.
you don't actually have the means or the capability of doing anything about it, are you actually being tolerant, or are you actually being virtuous in terms of that, or are you just weak?
Sure. Yeah.
Because fundamentally, what you see a lot of the times is like, you could bring up like the Gaza situation, right? That we automatically, or a lot of people automatically say, oh, well, like the Gazans are the virtuous ones and Israel's the big meanie and all this kind of shit. And like they're the immoral ones because they're using force against the Gazans. But the fact that the Gazans can't defend themselves, but they done October 7th, should show you that like this whole mystique that we get, like we confuse weakness for a strength or a tolerance.
Absolutely. You got to look into why are they putting force on that person. You know? Maybe there's a small guy that's bullying a smaller guy, and the big guy comes in and just stops it. You know.
Yes, but this whole like to tie it back to the question is like without strength, you can't really say who's moral and who's immoral.
Well, I think morality depends on God's line in the sand, you know.
But even then, like to enforce God's morality or God's virtue, it requires strength.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you gotta have some sort of authority and influence and power for sure.
So in
Yeah.
terms of that, would you not say that strength actually is the only true virtue?
You said what's the only true worship?
Oh my God.
Strength.
Strength is the only true worship.
Virtue.
Virtue.
Oh, virtue. Sorry.
Read the screen, motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Holy
Right
shit.
there in the middle of the fucking screen, bro.
All right, sorry, I gotta turn you up. Sorry. Strength is the only true virtue. Well, I think, like I said, I think wisdom's in there too, because you got to know when to use it, how to use it,
But
what
you have
type
to
of strength to use.
know when to be wise.
You might be strong and smart, dude. When do I put my hands on them, and when
No,
do
you
I
have to have
talk
the
to them?
mental strength to know
Well, if
to
you
choose when to be wise.
if you're bringing
If
up
you boil
wise,
it down.
I want to take issue with Teriak earlier said that wisdom is knowledge, and I do I don't think so, Teriak. There's a saying that knowledge is knowing that a tomato's a fruit. Wisdom is knowing that you don't put it in a fucking fruit salad, right? So
It's still knowing.
yeah, but it's knowing, but it's also discernment.
Yeah, wisdom is actually acting out what you know. You know what I'm saying? Like I know.
I was going to say like applied knowledge, but it requires a level of discernment. That's what I would call someone who's wise. Is someone
You mean
who-
like a strong mind?
Not necessarily.
So weak mind would be very.
You can be weak in ways and strong in ways, but this is more of a depth, I think.
Well, I was going to ask. I sort of missed a little bit. I was off, sort of answering nature's call. But I came back and it sounded a bit like Teriak was leaning towards a case that could almost be like that old saying, "Might is right." Like that, the ability to fight for moral values is virtuous in itself.
Yeah, I mean, people get
No, I'm
strong.
not saying that might makes right. What I'm saying is that without might, you cannot have right or wrong.
I don't think so. I think that existed before.
But when I asked you to show one time in history where that was true.
Well, I
haven't
go.
heard an
I'm
example
not.
yet.
Yeah, whenever you force yourself, on the cop, or you force your opinion on someone, they reject it. Whenever you force your hand and it doesn't play
It's
out.
not like a historical example, though. Like, I mean,
Well,
over
there are
the course
times-
of, like time.
Are there times when not using your strength is a virtue? So, say for example, you're a martial artist, very skilled, black belt. Your hands are registered as a lethal weapon, and some little
That's
retard,
one-on-one, though.
But some little retard who you could kill in 3 seconds is trying to
Talk shit.
talk shit. Is that strength if you say I'm just going to walk away? I'm not going to hurt this kid.
That falls into
Yeah.
wisdom,
Yes.
which involves strength. Yeah, whether you
Or talking to him instead of beating his ass. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's.
Yeah, I've seen guys I've seen clips on YouTube where a bloke found he was a black guy for what it's worth, but and he found a young black kid in his backyard trying to steal shit, and he came out with a shotgun, and he held the guy at gunpoint, and he said to the young guy, "Listen, no, sorry," the young guy pulled the gun, and the big guy said to him, "Listen, I've been where you've been, I know what you're going through. There are better ways to," and he talked him down, and ended up giving the guy a job doing some laboring work instead of stealing.
That's wisdom. That's strength. That's ultimate strength.
That's so strength.
That's more
Strength
strong than
becomes wisdom.
strength, physical strength, And I guess strength can be a way of categorizing or kind of maybe a synonym of sorts. You can be strongly wise and weakly,
Well, it's weird if I think about like the example, like if I try to think of, and I'm not trying to do apologetics here at all. I'm just if I think about like who would be considered in the West the highest epitome of virtue, it'd be it'd be Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And if I look at the story of Jesus, was strength a virtue that we would derive from that? That's a really good question.
Yeah. But you
Even
know how
for
hard it
example,
is.
right?
You know how hard it is to forgive someone who's really like traumatized you.
Yeah, so I think
all of humanity.
So I think we're making the distinction again between physical strength and maybe call it moral strength or spiritual strength, something like that.
Can you hear me?
Mental strength. Who's going to kill you? You know.
But it's almost like we're doing a reverse, like a inductive definition, where we're saying that virtues are strong by virtue of the fact that they're strong. It almost sounds a bit like that. Like it's getting. Am I incorrect in that? Is that getting circular?
Yeah, I see that. Strength is the only strong virtue.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got Dart over on the Ko-Fi. Let me give you a shred and clear for that one, sir. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Shout out to Darts for the $20 over in Ko-Fi. We're now up to $50 on the spin bank. Do we want to spin or do we want to keep talking about strength? Let me know.
Well, Homie Not Men's not having fun in the chat because every time the conversation gets a little bit philosophical, it goes beyond his comprehension. So he wants to spin the wheel. That's what it is. He wants the bullet wheel.
I didn't say to do it.
No, I'm just saying
put
Homie
me
Not
out
Men in
there.
chat. He
I
wants to
just
spin
kind
it.
of
Like
think we're
having a
beating a
good.
dead horse. I already won. Strength is the only true virtue.
Well, it wasn't a debate really because we all agreed. You know, like well, I changed my mind. So you
They
didn't make
should
me
just
change
change it to the virtue is strength. And that's it.
Well, that's what I just said. It seems that we are defining moral, integrity and morals as strength, right? So it's Tarek will know this. It's the Euthyphro argument from Socrates, right?
Yes.
Are the gods virtuous? Now I've forgotten.
Is the holy good because it's holy, or is the holy good because it's good?
No, it's about the gods. Are the good?
Are the gods good because they're gods, or are the gods good because they're good?
Yes, correct. So we're kind of doing the same thing here. We've got strength and virtues is kind of on the both sides of that argument.
You can't have virtue without strength. It all comes down to force.
And I guess if you want to take that to, the absurd, well, not the absurd, but to the extreme, if you have an objective moral value that is God, pretty sure God's strong. So, yeah, fair enough.
God is all powerful.
Yeah. That's so I started off with a no, but I'm going to say yes. On this one.
Dart, are we spinning?
Are we not men? If you wait long enough, these conversations actually go somewhere, you poofter.
I'm happy with the Kieran conversion, so yeah, let's spin that shit.
There we go.
Spin that motherfucking wheel. Patriarchy was a feature, not a bug.
Yes.
I'm gonna
rely on Andrew Wilson's force doctrine. Okay, it's inevitable. You can't have a matriarchy unless the men agree to have one. That's still a patriarchy.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way to go against it, but the prohibition, how women didn't even have the right to vote, and totally prohibited alcohol, and that experiment went south real quick. Yeah, I don't have a good one. Yeah, I kind of have to agree.
Well, I mean, it's just a fact of life. Every single culture. I mean, again, I'm just quoting Andrew Wilson with the Force Doctrine. Right? We're always going to be a patriarchy because women have to, men have to allow things to happen. Women can't collectively mobilize and have their way unless men let them. Men can. Happens in like around the world today. There are places in the Middle East where men say, "We don't give a fuck about women's rights," and
True,
women can't do a thing about it. Nagging's a thing, yes.
Yeah, but everybody nags sometimes. I think this idea has been like kind of skewed for thousands of years, where it was like the man was just kind of like the authority in the way that like he's responsible for the family, not that he's like any higher in value, or like they're not all equal as human beings and have their own roles and gifts and things like this. I think it's more, just like, traditionally the man was the one who was to blame if something happened to his family, right? Where it's not like he just tells everybody what to do all the time.
Well, they used to also, like back in the 1800s, they used to shame the henpecked man. Used to shame him. Henpecked. The man who succumbed to the nagging. They used to shame him.
Oh, beta males.
Yeah, well, there was also the rule of thumb worked the other way too. Like if you know the rule of thumb, like on Sundays, it was the old like colonists, like when we first colonized, specifically in Boston, Massachusetts. But you could beat a woman with a stick no bigger than your thumb on Sundays. But the other side of that was that in a dispute, she could have you beat, but she couldn't do it herself. She had to have her father do it.
Correct. A man.
Hilarious.
So it's always appealing to a man. If you want to enforce anything, if you want to make a political change, if you want to do anything in society, you need the men to agree. Otherwise, because like I said, if men as a group want something to happen, women can't do a thing.
Or if you're like this girl I know and she's just like, screw all men, I won't learn anything from men, I just hate men kind of mentality. That's just not going to get you anywhere.
No. Or the other strategy will be something like withholding sex. Okay. That's the kind of power that women have. They just withhold sex. But if a man's worth his salt, that won't be a negotiation tool.
Everybody got a mama and daddy.
When we look at, for example, with Islam and how much men control power in Islam, would we say that Islam's a good idea?
Oh, no.
No.
Not even a little bit.
That wasn't the question.
I'll tell you why.
Like a patriarchy is a feature of human societies, but it can be good or bad, like anything else.
Yeah. There can be good leaders and bad leaders,
Yeah. But it's still
so
a patriarchy.
Where do we draw the line?
Based off morality, which is given by God.
But then we go back to, well, they say that God says that this is the moral way of doing it, or this is the moral patriarchy, the Christian patriarchy. This is what typically gets thrown in the likes of Andrew's face and all this kind of stuff during the debates.
It
where they'll
comes down
say,
to
well, like,
logic.
look at what Christianity led to. Christianity led to this whole like liberal agenda and all this kind of shit. Whereas when you look at
No, it didn't. What led to the liberal agenda was Protestantism, which was a response to Catholicism. So Catholicism and
Reformed theology specifically.
Protestantism are responsible for the liberal, right?
I don't even think so. I think
Which would be
Satan,
Christianity, yeah.
right? No,
What about Orthodox Christianity?
yeah, I mean,
They haven't. Right. There's
there's a lot of Protestants that have it, and a lot of Catholics that haven't. It's individual. It's not just at one group.
No, I'm saying the whole idea of this liberal, the large tent. That's a Protestant thing.
A large tent.
Yeah, and they're kind of doubling back on that.
What do you mean by that?
it's increasingly becoming a Catholic thing too.
What's the large tent?
What's that, mate?
What,
Oh, the
what's
large tent. It's the tent of inclusivity. So you bring in the trannies, you bring in gay people. You kind of include them under the tent, right? Now, again, I can't argue apologetics. I'm just observing.
Well, sure, but you got like the Episcopalian or something that was kind of the Catholic, liberal group that got kind of disowned. Like you get all the aspects of, and every group's got their own, things to work on.
Well, the Protestant movement was a kickback against the excesses of the papacy, right? So,
yeah, but not just that, just the doctrines in general. I think, where they started strictly from the scriptures and the text, and then over 1,500 years, right after the schisms, they basically, Martin Luther was like, all right, this is getting too out of control. Where the Orthodox were apparent, but they all say different things. I'm really into this too, but I don't think the Protestants are to blame for any of it. I think it's just society mostly,
Yeah, JS agrees in the chat. It wasn't Marxism and sexual liberation and industrial revolution. It was the Protestants. Shut up. I think he meant to say shut up, and he also spelt my name wrong. JS, I love it when guys sit and chat and snipe. Like they just sit back there, fucking sniping at the conversation.
The link is pinned, comrades. Come on to panel and articulate views. You know what I'm saying? But GTGT says he's asking for a definition of patriarchy. It's a social system in which men hold primary power and predominance in roles of political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property.
Yeah, the father's in charge. Wait till your father gets home. That's the patriarchy.
Yeah, which is, like from a woman's point of view, like I think this whole, like for example, me, just personally, right? Like I grew up with
a woman now.
No. I'm just trying to say, like my mom was like a big believer. She was a saint. My dad was kind of an angry bastard growing up, right? And he dominated and was a tyrant. And he claimed Christianity like my mom, but whether I saw it in my mom or not, it was overruled by my dad. I hated and resented all of it because my dad was just an angry bastard. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, I was always like, I never want to be like that. This doesn't, this is not right. Even as a young kid.
Yeah, I got you in the sense that that's a and I'm not saying this in a dismissive way. That's anecdotal, like that's your experience, which is fair and legitimate. But
there's a good way to go about it.
Which is okay, but we're talking about a broader concept. That, like,
that's what I was getting to. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, which was, I was looking at him as the example, but when you get Jesus, right? You get people that are the head of their house and their wife, and everybody loves it because he plays his role in a humble, right, authoritative way where he takes into consideration his wife's opinion, right? They're both human beings with brilliant minds, or maybe she's got a more brilliant mind than he does, and he notices that and takes that into consideration, and it's just more of like the, if something happens, he's the one to get kind of the whooping, what I mean, the penalty for his family, which I think that's fair, you know what I'm saying?
So Noggins, like who should have the final say in the relationship?
I don't think it should be like that. I mean, I think it should. Well, so for example, like if a man and woman are one, right? It says Jesus says that they are one. They become one, right? So this is not a one-person decision. This is a two people decision. And so,
yeah, but brother, you can't have a democracy of two.
You can't have a democracy. What?
You can't have a democracy of two.
A democracy of two.
Two people. No, you can't have democracy because you'll end up with a hung vote. So,
okay, so let's say the man makes the decision, but he always takes his wife's opinion into consideration, and sometimes he'll make a decision, and the wife told him to do the opposite, and he was wrong. Now, a real patriarch would acknowledge that, apologize to his wife, and then listen to her better next time in situations like that. I
don't think so. I think what she would do is that she would accept, like, okay, here's the example I like to use. Say, for example, there's a husband and wife. They've got 3 kids. They're doing okay. She's a stay-home mum. He's got a good job. He's doing well. They want to have a fourth kid. Having a fourth kid, they've got to increase their expenses. He has an opportunity to take a promotion, but it means moving interstate. And he says, you know, love, I reckon we should move interstate so I can take this job. And she says, no, I've got my family here. The kids are in school. And he says, you know, they'll make new friends. We can visit every couple of months. But I think for our family, the best move forward.
We need to provide financially.
Yeah, right. And she said, I really don't want to. And so there we go. He says yes. She says no. Okay. Who should now, say, for example, in my worldview, they go with him and he takes it. Now, she's trusting him, but she's also trusting him that if he makes a mistake, he'll fix it. So say, for example, they arrive in the new state, they're ready to go, and the company goes bankrupt. The job's gone. Is she going to go, look what you fucking did? You messed up. You should have listened to me. No. What's going to happen is, what'll happen is he'll take 2 or 3 jobs if he has to fill a gap, and she'll support him in that. So part of her faith in his she's not expecting him to be perfect, but part of her faith in him is that he'll fix his mistakes if he makes them.
Yeah, if that's the role of the family. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm with you on that. For sure.
Yeah, well, that's basically, so it's not a
but that's a good scenario, right? Not every scenario.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So when you say you will listen to your wife, true, you will, and I think you should. And I'll agree. Sometimes I've spoken to my wife about some decisions, and she's changed my mind because, you know, she's a smart woman.
Yeah, it'd be stupid not to listen to her.
But there have been times when we fundamentally disagree, and there's an impasse. And well, what are you going to do?
You're gonna go with
and
her?
she's happy to trust me.
Yeah, and I don't think that's more of like a dominant tyrant thing. I think you have a good talk. You talk everything out. You guys have differences of opinion. Therefore, okay, let's say you're the one that makes the call and you make the call. Well, if it's right, then she learns something. If you're wrong, then you learn something from her, right? And then you move forward. You know?
Well, there's 2 parts to it. One is responsibility is married to authority. So if I have the responsibility to protect and provide, then I also have the authority to make decisions. So say, here's another example I came up with. Like, why do men have authority over their women? Well, really simple little example. Me and the wife go out one night, we have dinner, we go dancing. We had to park the car like a 15-minute walk away because it was busy. We come out of the place where we're dancing at 12 o'clock. She's had a couple of drinks. I've had 1 or 2 because I'm driving, so I'm okay. We're walking back to the car, and she said, my feet hurt. I want to go through this alleyway. It's a shortcut. It'll take 5 minutes.
It's like you just threw over your shoulder, dude, like a cowboy, dude.
I look down the alley, and I go, love, there's no lighting down there. We aren't going down the alley. We're going to walk this way. And she goes, no. I want to go that way. I want to go. Well, I'm the one who has to write the checks. If we go down the alley and we meet some bad dudes, it's my ass on the line. So I decide which way we walk. That's where the authority
Maybe it's
comes
San
in.
Francisco, dude. But it might be hers.
Are we not, men? Stop being a little bitch in the chat. Fuck, I hate that guy.
When you say authority, though, dude,
I
like,
love that guy.
I'm like, well,
Tyler says, Wheel of Madnessowitz. What can I say? But like this whole thing that I think there's a lot of people that would say, oh yeah, like patriarch and all this kind of stuff. But when they're in that like position, like fundamentally, it comes down to this whole aspect of like the dude always has the final say.
Yep.
Well,
like the power rests with the dude.
I don't know. It just depends on certain situations because women have authority in certain ways as well. They have their own roles, right?
Yeah, what's okay? If you could give me an example where a woman has the authority.
Well, when they're pregnant, right? Like their role is to like maintain like some kind of health regulation to not poison the kid, right? Like don't be smoking cigarettes and taking shots every night. Like that's their role.
What if she? Yeah, but that's not authority.
But that's on the patriarchy to tell her not to do that shit.
That's
and
personal
make sure
autonomy,
she's
right?
protected.
Right, but I'm just saying like they have their own role, and so the patriarchy to me is just more of like a Like you're the one that's
Doesn't matter
responsible.
what it
Like
is to
if I'm a
you,
manager of
it is
12
that
grown
it's-
men,
Yes,
right?
responsible. Yes,
Like the 12 men are all responsible and have their own actions and their own benefit to the company, right? And they're all like liable for their own decisions. But
Yeah.
as a manager, if some shit hits the fan or there's a problem, you're the one that the boss goes to go, hey, this is the problem, right? It falls on your shoulders. So it's not just like what I say goes, period, because I know best. It's always just doing what's best, right? Because you want the best outcome. It's not like a tyrant kind of mentality, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Is like it's
Yeah, well, the key is that the father, for it to work in a proper patriarchy, the father has to have someone above him who he's responsible to. So,
exactly.
and that would be God. So,
Right.
So the wife isn't only trusting the husband as the patriarch; she's trusting that he's also looking above to a higher authority than himself.
Yeah, I mean, why did I mean, Eve ate the fruit. Adam got blamed. You know what I'm saying? Eve ate it, gave it to Adam. Adam was the one responsible. You know, he tried to blame it on the woman, but since he was
He didn't
the
blame it
man,
on her. He didn't blame it on her. He told the
he
truth.
said, "This woman that you gave me, right? Trick."
Yeah, which she did. That was the
No,
truth.
but see, actually, if you read the text, here's the messed up part. He was there the whole time when the serpent was talking to her. So he was there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he was satisfied.
I
and
sort of
she
have
was
a
not.
I sort of have a personal take on that. And again, we aren't doing apologetics. We're just having a bit of fun. But my take on that was that Eve ate the fruit, and Adam said, "Oh, damn, woman, I better have one too because I'm coming with you." Right, right. He said, "Well, you've already done it now, so."
Right. That's what we've been told, but that's not actually what happened.
Yeah, so Noggins,
Is what-
getting back this whole thing of you're
Yeah.
saying like there's certain roles that women are, and you're saying like pregnancy and all this kind of shit, right? So if a
Motherhood.
man, yeah, so if a woman is, let's say, smoking, either pregnant or smoking around the kids, should the man then force the woman to stop?
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean. Like, you should always have that kind of line and guideline and boundary like set initially. So, like, if she's like doing this, whether it's behind your back or in front of your face, right? I mean, of course. I mean, what? I mean, you know, like imagine a guy that's doing drugs in front of his kids. I mean, it's the same thing as a mother being like, "Hey, dude, you know what I'm saying? We got kids. You can't do that." You know what I mean? It's the same kind of responsibility.
It's like saying, should Terry Axe's dad have stopped his mum from taking Tylenol while she was pregnant? Right?
By force, should the man force the woman to stop?
What do you mean by force, though? Like, what would that
Right.
look like?
Well, he could have hid the bottle. He could have forcibly taken him out of her mouth.
If he's in charge of the money, he could restrict the access to money.
But see that, yeah. But then what? I mean, you're gonna tie her to the roof. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? You just gotta like be able to be wise and talk to her and be like, we want healthy kids, a healthy atmosphere.
Yeah, but what if she won't listen?
You do all that and she still keeps smoking
then-
around the kids.
Then maybe you made some bad judgments before. You know, if somebody doesn't want to raise their kids in a healthy atmosphere, and you know, take them and go, man or woman. You know.
But it seems like you're kind of like beating around the bush to avoid saying it's like, no, the man should force the woman to stop smoking.
Yeah.
Oh, he should speak his mind for sure. But force, I mean,
No, not speak his mind.
No,
I'm saying like the man should
Cigarette out of
force
her
that to
mouth.
stop.
even if you take the cigarette out of her mouth and then throw her cigarettes in the trash, if that's her mentality in her heart, I mean, she's gonna go smoke anyways. She's gonna go to work, go to the gas station.
Well, Teriak, is it okay if he smokes during
No.
that time? Why?
But he should force himself to stop smoking. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like this whole
Why
thing
though?
that like
Why should
Noggins
he
is
though?
saying.
No, I don't understand. Why should he?
is
Why should he?
Just command them and they just
Yeah.
desire and will is just change or something.
Why can't he just
Yeah,
smoke
so like,
outside?
so one second. So like this thing that I'm trying to point to is that it's like we'll say one thing in terms of the patriarchy and the man has final say and all this kind of shit. But when there's ever like a scenario that's put forward, it's always like, oh well, it depends.
Correct.
And that's where it's like, that's not patriarchy. Patriarchy doesn't depend. Patriarchy is clear that the man has final say. The man
That's
has
where
the
you-
authority.
It's where you see those the covert feminists where they say
What if the
they're
man's an
feminists,
idiot, dude? You know what I'm saying?
and you ask them, well, that's a
Depends on how
different
strong
question.
they
So
are.
you'll see the covert feminists. So when they say they're asked, would you submit to your husband? They'll say, yeah, as long as he's making the right choice.
I mean, it's the same thing. What you got in the cowboy hat? What's your name?
Kieran.
Kieran. So it's like the same thing as like honor your father and mother, right? Like God is telling them, hey, honor your parents. But if they're like, hey, go buy me drugs, you know, go do this, like that's not what honor means. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Oh yeah. I got you. I think if a man is stepping outside,
But there would be another strong man to say, "Don't do that."
yes, she'd have to go and speak to a priest or to family or something and find out, how to navigate that.
Are you
I
Orthodox?
agree. It doesn't mean a man can do whatever he wants, but it means that. Look, the question is, where's the line? Okay, well, that's why we need big families, extended families. That's why we need church. That's why we need a culture that supports marriage, so that instead of her and him just being in the house arguing over shit, they've got someone to talk to, and they can get advice and they can get support. Like they buttress, where the society and the community and the family buttress the marriage.
Yeah, they don't have to be Catholic.
Let me give you this one, Noggins. Right, so you're going out on a night out with your wife, and she comes in, and she's dressed like a prostitute, like short skirts, like all this kind of like tits out and all this kind of shit, and you tell her to go change. How would you handle that situation? She says, "No, I'm not changing."
You talking about your wife? You said?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe you need to like encourage her and reassure her that like she's like you love her, and she doesn't need to do that for like attention and to boost her confidence. And that's probably what it is, you know.
That should not be the point where you're having that conversation.
Gay, Noggins gay.
No, let's follow through. Because what you're doing is you're trying to do like a motivational pep talk and all this kind of stuff, rather than just.
I'd be like, hell no.
Like she still says no. No matter what you say to her, she's still saying no. She's going out dressed like that.
Then we ain't going out.
Then you just Uncle Phil her out the door, like in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Well, try this one, Noggins. If you're newly married, say you're in your 20s, you're newly married.
30s.
Your wife has a bunch of single friends. You're the first one in the group to get married. She's got a bunch of single friends. She wants to go to Cancun with her girlfriends for a long weekend. And you say, you say, no, love, you're a married woman. And she says, no.
Hang out with girls.
Hey,
you're a married woman. You can't go hang out with girls.
Is that what you would say? Like you?
No. I would get to know her friends and be like, well, these girls are out there looking for some, you know.
You don't have time for that in this scenario.
For some, they're trying to smash. And
but it's like I heard her saying, if
it
you
would
want to
just
have
depend though. Like, are these good Christian girls or like good like girls?
It doesn't matter. They're all single. So they're all going to be going out to a bar, and they're all going to be looking for male attention. And your wife might be a good woman, and and all that, and she loves you, but she's going to be hanging out with a bunch of women who are trying to attract male attention. And you aren't like I heard.
I would never marry a woman I don't trust. Okay.
Yeah, but there's more than that though. There's more than that because people have shortcomings and failings, right?
No doubt. But
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do, bro.
No, I said no doubt.
Oh, no doubt. Sorry, bro. Yeah. So why part of our job, I think, to maintain our integrity is to stay away from situations that would make it less likely that we would maintain our integrity, right?
But see, if I trust her, I don't need to worry about her handling herself out there. And
there we go.
But she could go out and have a few drinks with her friends, and she'd have.
But sure, if this is your wife, though, like you've been out with her before, and you know how she reacts and acts if she's had a couple of drinks. Now, there's girls that I've been with, right, that get real loose, and you know what I'm saying. But then
but there's a difference. There's a difference between when you're out with her, or she's out with a half a dozen of her single friends.
Yeah,
that's a different situation. And also, why would your wife want to do that? Right, that's probably a question. Like I heard her saying, if you want to have if you want to live a single life, then go be single.
If you're asking me, like, to get into the depths of the mind of a woman, dude, I can't do that for you. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can a little bit.
Well, like let's just go back to the analogy I gave you, Noggins, because it seems like, again, like you're running the patriarchy script, but when it comes to actually executing the script, it's this whole like depends and all this kind of stuff. So it's like your wife comes in and you do the whole thing where it's like, honey, you look like a prostitute, go change, and she says no. What happens?
Yeah, but you have to understand, in the patriarch, even that word and in that kind of framework, there's going to be a billion different scenarios and dynamics with people. So it's going to depend on the man, on the woman, right? Like, we're talking about two human beings who are flawed, right? Nobody's perfect. So all that stuff is a factor, and because we're talking about like how a good and holy like patriarch relationship would work, right? Like how a man should act, right? If like to the best standard, But that's also going to depend on like the woman that we're talking about, right? If he knows her friends, or like first of all, like if she's doing all that, like that's as a married woman, like to me, like that doesn't seem like a scenario I would ever have to be in, if I was married.
This is why I say, like, you're avoiding the question. Like, what should a man do in that situation?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical, bro. Like,
depends
we know
you
wouldn't. Hang on, we know you wouldn't be in that situation, but it's a hypothetical. If you found yourself in that situation,
well, it just depends. Like, why is she doing that? Because she needs attention. She needs validation. She's subconscious, right? Like, what's the mentality? Why? Why do you want to go and be half naked in front of a bunch of randos? And you want to get hit on? Do you need that? You need more attention? Like,
What should a man do in that situation?
Still cope.
Well, you should speak up and say, hey, that's all that's going to do is attract a bunch of quagmires. You know what I'm saying? So if you need validation and confidence,
You say no.
Yeah, like
Right.
no, one sec, Noggins. Like this whole thing, you're saying like it depends and all this kind of shit. It's literally like that's the conversation.
I'm
She walks
completely
in, you're
against
like,
that.
sweetie, you say, sweetie, you look like a prostitute, go change. And she says no. What should
Why?
you do?
Why? I don't know. Why? Why do you want to dress like that?
I'm asking, what should a man do in that
That's
scenario?
why she wants to dress like that, and what are you trying to gain by dressing like that?
Because she says it's for me.
What does that mean?
That she just feels good dressing like that way.
Like, keep it in the bedroom then.
She feels good. Why? Because guys hit on her.
No, it just
really
makes her
isn't
feel
that
like one sec, Dart. It makes her like she has butterflies in her stomach when she dresses like that.
Because she gets all the attention, right? So she needs more validation. So maybe like you should be like, I'm not comfortable with that. You shouldn't wear that. Tell her no, or whatever you want to do. I'm not against that.
And she still says no.
But I think there's a deeper part of it. Like if you really want to fix that problem, you should maybe validate her more, give her more attention, and let her know that she's loved and beautiful and these kind of things. So she doesn't need to feel.
But what do you do? You're about to go out to a night out, Noggins. What should you do as a man?
Dude, every man is different, bro. You know what I'm saying? Every man is different.
No, I don't know what you're saying. We're asking, what should a man do? What should a patriarch do in that situation?
But every dude operates different, bro. You talking about the angry bastard who's crazy, who pops off and has, puts hands on his girl. You talking about the chill dude who doesn't say a lot, who doesn't validate her, who's apathetic. Everybody. There's a million different types of scenarios here. It's not just like a one question answer or like one word answer.
And this is what I keep saying, fellas. Like this whole thing of like people say, yeah, patriarch and all this kind of shit, and then you test them with like a simple thing like this, and it's just like, yeah, like do what you want to do, babes, all this kind of shit.
I didn't say
because when it fundamentally comes down to it, like the man should be the one that has the final say, which means in that situation, it's very easy. It's very easy, Noggins, to say, okay, we're not going. You put your foot down.
Yeah, but I never said do whatever you want to do, babes. Go look like that. I never said that. Ever.
You're doing the whole. It depends. depends on the guy, it depends on the woman. You're like asking all these like redundant questions in terms of the,
Yeah, but you always
the
say no
situation put forward.
in a different. Maybe some guys, because some guys would flip out. Oh my goodness, they start punching holes in the wall if their girl look like that. You know, that guy needs. You ask me about that guy. You ask me about a different guy.
Unrelated to the prompt, what should happen? What avenue should a man pursue if that is the case?
If I had to summarize it, a man should go about it in a way where you correct her and tell her no, and whatever way is necessary, given the scenario, right? With authority and love and compassion and wisdom and these things.
And she still says no, she's not changing.
Well, that's when you need to evaluate, the person that you married. Figure out maybe third parties or, hit the dough.
So you're saying the man should break up with a woman? Or get a divorce?
I mean, how many times does this happen? One time? Or 100 times?
Yes or no?
Yeah, once. It's happened once.
Oh, not off one time. Of course not. Seek counsel. Try to do everything you can in your power. And try to get her to understand why it's not okay to do that. You know what I mean?
And what if she won't understand? She just says,
She still says no.
Or she says, I understand, I just don't agree. And no.
To sit down with counselors
and she says, no, I don't want to go.
She's going out and she's, twerking that thing, looking half naked all the time. Yeah, no, that's I mean, me, whether I was in that scenario or not, I'm probably getting the hell out of there. You know what I mean? Why are you trying to be with someone who doesn't respect you? And it's not even a authority thing at that point, right?
Well, it is, because what you're saying is you wouldn't leave if she would accept your authority.
What?
The reason you're saying you would leave is because she won't accept your authority.
No, it's because we have different.
That was literally the extension of what you just said.
That she doesn't respect the same philosophy and perspective and framework on life about living for God, right? And living by these certain principles. And so, if you can't get her to see why this is obviously the truth and the way to live and these morals. If you guys completely disagree on morals, like I don't want to raise a kid around someone who has complete opposite perspectives on morals and philosophies. You know what I mean? Like, then what? Like,
yeah, that's you're making our argument for us, brother.
No, well, then I'm with you. I don't think I'm on the other side.
You're not with us. That's what we've been pointing out. Now, when it comes down to the actual patriarchy and whether the answer should be clear, you're saying, well, it depends.
Of course, every situation, this is not a man, woman. All men are the same and all women are the same and every relationship is the same. And therefore, every situation has to operate the same. Like, that's silly.
So if we were to say, hypothetically, if someone murdered someone, what should happen? You'd say, well, it depends.
No. What are you talking about? You misunderstanding me, bro.
No, you're talking around the point because it makes you uncomfortable.
No, I'm not. If your wife murdered somebody, bro, okay, call the cops.
Okay, so you gave a clear, direct answer there. So your wife, let's go back to the previous example. Your wife comes in dressed as a prostitute. You tell her to go change. You give her all the, like, you talk through and all this kind of shit and all the reasons, all this kind of shit, and she still says no. What should happen?
I already answered that.
Why not?
So this is the first time it happened or the 100th time it's happened, right? There's a difference between those.
Okay, let's do it this way, Noglins. We'll do this. It's the first time. So, okay, God forbid, in the hypothetical, your mum passed away, and you and your wife are going to her funeral, and your wife comes out dressed in a mini skirt and basically a bra.
She likes my cousin or something. Okay.
To go to your mother's funeral, and you say, "Hey, love, you aren't wearing that to the funeral." And she says, "Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You ain't going to tell me
Oh hell no, dude! If she starts snapping at me, bro.
That's Teriak's point, right? That's Teriak's point. First time. Look, I'll tell you a story. When I was married to my first wife, we got married at 18, and we were about 20. We were living in the house that we were buying. We had a mortgage. We had an argument one night. We had a disagreement one afternoon. We're both sitting on the couch. And during the disagreement, now she was a really nice lady. I got no problem. But she hit me on the arm physically and quite hard. It hurt. So I hit her back with the same weight on the arm, with the same weight she hit me. All of a sudden she went, "Oh." She went, "Oh, that hurt." And I said, "Well, I'll tell you something, love. That was 40%. That was 40%. So how about we don't begin our marriage using violence as a right? Never happened again. Never happened again. We got along. We et cetera, et cetera. So the point we're making is,
These hands are bisexual.
Well, you seem to, like Teriak said, always put in the word depend. Well, it depends. Like you say yes, but then you go, but it also depends.
Well, it's so for example, if your girl going to the funeral, okay, your wife, let's say your wife's going to the funeral, okay, and she dresses like that, and she's snapping at you, bop, 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 I ain't doing that. Okay, first of all, this is not the first time you've been snapped at, and that shit's been going on since y'all met. Okay, so you made a bad judgment call somewhere along the line for
no, let's say she
some
changed.
reason.
All right, spin the wheel. Jesus
Let's say
Christ.
she
Just saying.
Yeah, no, man. What are you talking about, Dart? You clearly have the power. You're the one who donated, motherfucker, but we're spinning that wheel.
Spin, bro. Spin it, bro.
Obfuscating responsibility and power. This is bullshit.
Bro. Just
But
to answer
gentlemen,
not going to the
altruism is disguised narcissism. How do we feel about that?
autism. I think it's
Autism.
superpower.
Autism.
Yes, all our mothers took Tylenol.
Altruism is disguised narcissism. No. If someone's going
to give the definition of altruism, because it seems like people don't understand what it means, it's the unselfish concern for the well-being of others.
That'd be the opposite of narcissism, by definition.
But that's why they put the word disguised in there.
I mean, it definitely could be disguised.
No, this is bad. This is like what he said. This is the opposite, right? This is being selfless, like doing things you don't want to do just because it does help somebody.
No, narcissism is fake science. There's actually no actual diagnosis of actual narcissism. If I remember.
Hey, bro, go out with a narcissist for a couple of years. You'll fucking know it exists.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, once you get into life insurance sales for a little bit, dude, you'll
Then
find.
why can't they pin it down, as far as the diagnosis?
Don't care about the diagnosis. Yeah, I'm diagnosing from my personal experience. There is such a thing as narcissists, right?
Are we gonna start that one because this question doesn't make sense?
I would say altruism or narcissism could be disguised as altruism, but altruism and narcissism, by definition, are almost opposites.
No, they're complete opposites.
Yeah, they really
Being
are.
selfless, not selfish.
Yeah, altruism is selfless, yes, and narcissism is selfish. Right. In fact, narcissists don't even know they can't even be selfish because they don't even know who they are. So they try to make they try to make you into who they want to be. Then they resent you for being the person that they can't be.
It's super branded is what it's super blinded is.
Oh, it's mental, bro. It's mental.
It is, yeah. I did that in life insurance sales, like one of my boys since high school. Right? Stealing leads, stealing the good contacts, just to make more money, even though he's making $250,000 a year.
Hold on, dude. Are you talking? Because none of us can hear you if you are.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think you keep leaning back from the mic or something.
Yeah, I got one of those swivel chairs, dude. My bad. I'm here.
You're gonna blame the chair.
It was my fault.
But what you're saying sounds narcissistic, which I find fucking hilarious.
What? Who's that?
No, I mean, I was just talking about life insurance. Like, I was in the job where I got like friends from like high school. I got a buddy from high school making $250,000 a year. I just start and he's like stealing good. I mean, just that kind of like, you know, and just constantly everything for themselves. What can they gain? But they're just blinded, and it doesn't actually help them out in the long run, right? They just ruin relationships and end up miserable, and like, you know, it's.
Why do you care how much money they make?
No, I don't. I'm just saying that like it's crazy.
You brought it up.
No, I don't care how much anybody makes, but for someone to be like my friend since high school and make that much money and then steal my leads when I just started is like a maximum level of narcissism and like just greed. You know what I mean? That I've never experienced before.
Would you?
That's not necessarily narcissism.
Greed and just
definitely not altruistic.
Well, narcissism was tied into this whole scenario. But anyways, we don't have to get into it. Yeah, this question is honestly, can we spin it again? Because it don't really.
What is narcissism?
I just told you, like 5 minutes ago, or 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, he just told you like 3 minutes ago, dude.
Who decided that?
It's 1 sec. I was taking a piss. Okay, I was taking a piss. First of all, we don't have enough in the wheel bank to spin the wheel, so you got to get the donations
But
going.
you have
if
to
wanna
make your
move on to the next
questions,
topic.
Still.
So, in terms of like this whole critique, is essentially from the prompt, though it doesn't make any sense. Sorry to let you know, you might be retarded because what is the ego of no ego?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The ego of no ego. Do we know what that is?
So are you saying that would that be like saying there's no such thing as a selfless act?
Brain off of the brain.
It's the phrase of ego of no ego refers to the psychological paradox where the active attempt to eliminate or the arrogant claiming of having no ego is actually a subtle expression of the ego itself.
Yeah, well, there's two things there: the active attempt or the arrogant claiming. They're different things, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So if your whole thing is that you want to be the most altruistic person there is, would be a narcissistic claim.
I would
Or
phrase it like this.
narcissistic idea to go for.
Narcissism can be disguised as altruism. That would be a better way to phrase it.
What if that wasn't the reason you were being altruistic? What if you just wanted to be altruistic? You just wanted to help people. Say you felt blessed. Say you found yourself, born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You had a bunch of money. You inherited. You were a nepo baby. You found yourself with all this wealth, and you felt
selfless, right?
And you felt grateful, and you thought, I want to share this with people who don't have as much. How's that narcissistic?
People might think it is,
especially if you do it if you do it silently, like no one knows.
It might be mistaken for narcissism, right, by people. But genuine selflessness from a person who's actually selfless isn't going to be actually narcissism. I would phrase it more: narcissism can be disguised as altruism.
That's what I said before. Yeah, it can be, but it's not necessarily.
Like narcissism can be described as altruism, but altruism isn't disguised as narcissism, right? Like that's people might think
well, it's a bit like saying, say for example,
but an altruism person isn't going to do that. Sorry, go ahead.
Say I had some spiritual awakening and I realized, and it made me feel humble.
Mm-hmm.
And someone said to me, what was your experience during this spiritual revelation? And I said, well, it made me feel humble. Like I realized it humbled me. Some people are going to say now he's showing off by he's bragging about how humble he is. But that isn't the case. He might just genuinely feel, wow, that really humbled me. I realized I didn't know what I thought I knew. I knew I was wrong about a whole bunch of things. You can make a honest claim. So altruism, you can genuinely be altruistic and give money away and support charities and do things like that out of the goodness of your heart without, like Teriak made it, he added a bit there by saying the altruist wants to be the most altruistic in the world. Well, that isn't in the prompt.
No, that's a narcissist.
Yeah, that's
because it seems like we agreed that altruism can be disguised narcissism.
No. Oh, the altruist.
Where's the line?
The narcissism can be disguised as, like, a narcissist person can be described as altruist.
That's the prompt, bro. That's literally the prompt.
But the altruist, genuinely, right, though maybe mistaken for a narcissist, is never personally trying to disguise himself as anything else. They being selfless.
So where's the line?
The line between what?
How like you differentiate between like I'm being altruistic or I'm trying to be narcissistic through altruism.
The line would be your intentions.
Yeah, exactly. So what intentions for altruism are noble intentions, and then what intentions for altruism is immoral or narcissistic?
Well, the noble intentions would be a care and a concern for your fellow human beings, and the narcissistic approach would be you're doing it for the praise and the recognition.
Your own self benefit. Fuck everybody else.
Yeah. So one's selfish and one's selfless.
Mm-hmm. One has a good for humanity. One has good for me. Fuck everyone else. Me against the world mentality. You know.
So is it possible that like this whole thing of like altruism is like to cleanse the soul so you don't become too selfish and all this kind of stuff, could that not be portrayed or believed, probably be a better word, that you're believing that you're not trying to do anything that benefits you, but by doing so you're actually benefiting yourself?
Oh, well, my argument would be that everything you choose to do has a seed of benefiting you inside it. Like even like I've said before, there's no such thing as a selfless act. You're doing whatever you're doing because you think it's the right thing to do. Now that's going to include you. So even if you gave up your life for others, you still think that that's a good thing to do for you. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to do, you know, the right thing because that would make you better.
It's for the good of humanity, like other people, right? So like other people are involved, right? Where it's like
yeah, but it's also your part of humanity, so it's good for you, right? So if you think, if you think, why would I be altruistic if I was rich? Why would I be altruistic? Well, because I want the world. I want to live in the kind of world that is like that, where people support each other, and you know.
Absolutely, you have two types of rich people, right? A narcissist who's like, well, I'm going to keep getting richer and take over the world. Right? Screw everybody else, right? And then just fly off his ego because he's rich and he's been gifted. Then you got the altruist, right? Who's like, well, I've been blessed, right? I'm going to try to bless others, people in my path, right, that are struggling. I'm going to try to help them and like do good for humanity and have just a different worldview, a different framework and heart that people have.
Yeah, like basically what this question's point towards is that like the person that aims to be selfless is actually selfish. You know what I mean? And shout out to Dara for the gifted membership. You end up getting Ari not man. What a snipe. What a snipe, ladies and gentlemen. You only need $3.50 using the Ko-Fi PayPal or a $7 super chat to spin the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. But like this whole thing of like you can never actually become selfless.
You can in moments, not maybe perfectly like Jesus, right? But you can become more and more like over time. You can grow and learn. Like, you know, there are moments where you can be in just a specific moment completely selfless. You know, not perfectly forever. Yeah, like you know, like an army vet, dude, that hopped on a grenade for the sacrifice of his boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but again, it'd be still like a want or a desire for him, the boys, to live. Like this whole thing of like military fighting, it's not just like a purely selfless act. They're fighting for their families. They're fighting for their nation.
They all got families. They're all fighting for the same thing, but one of them goes, you know what? I love these guys, right? Maybe one's a better sniper than him. Nobody else is going to jump on the grenade, you know? And he's got the option. He felt it in him to jump on it so the rest of these guys can live where they all would have blown up, right? Like that's the difference between a narcissist would sit there and go, heck no, I got a family, bro. Y'all jump on the grenade. Or the altruist who goes, I'll jump on it for you guys, right? So that's just like a
but it's still like,
you know, example of both sides.
It's still like those are your boys.
I'm just trying to give you a hypothetical.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what example, it's like there's an episode of Friends that goes into this, where like Chandler points this out to Phoebe, and it fucking breaks her mentally to the point that at the very end she goes, "Oh, I let a bee sting me." Like, that's truly a selfless act. And Chandler points out, like, yeah, but the bee probably died.
I mean, imagine you're going to go buy a car, okay? And there's a car salesman. There's narcissistic and altruistic car salesman, right? One of them goes, you know, this is a good option for you. This is what you're looking for. The other one goes, this ain't really a good option, but I'm going to make a freaking, you know, I'm going to make quite a bit of money. They both got families to feed. They got the same scenario, personally. But the hearts are different there, right? One goes, listen, you know, you can't afford the you know, and gives them the spiel on maybe you should find some, you know, a different vehicle, lower your budget, whatever. The other one just gets the sale, right? And just, you know, the other one could have sold it, but he didn't. You know, that's like the difference between the two for me, anyways.
Yeah, like it's basically what Barry is trying to point out here. Is like, I don't personally want to live around poor people, so helping them all get really rich is selfless to me. This is the thing. It's like you're still benefiting yourself because now you're no longer living around poor people. Like every selfless act is based in a selfish action or a selfish.
A lot of these
belief.
people, I'm a philanthropist, right? I give millions of dollars away to charity, but really on the back end, they're getting all this benefit where it seems nice on the front, you know, in the front yard, but in the backyard, dude, all this shenanigans are happening. Right?
I put it this way: like, do you think that being selfish in any capacity is a bad thing?
Heck yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's what this question's getting to.
But I mean,
if every belief you have is a selfish belief,
I don't know.
Then why is being selfish in any capacity a bad thing?
We'd have to define the terms and specifics. Like sometimes being selfish could be beneficial, right? If there's no hope anywhere else, right? If everyone around you is doomed no matter what, regardless of the scenario, then it is a good thing to be selfish, right? Where it's like, well, you're going to go do good things with the benefit, the money, the whatever. And, you know, you could be just this too good of a Samaritan where you're a doormat, you get ran over all the time. Like there's a line somewhere, you know.
Yeah. Like, would you not say that people who are doormats should be selfish, more selfish?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think selfish is the right word. I think it's more of wise, right? Like have better judgment and know when to be selfless and when to, you know, like if you're at a job, like I serve tables right at a restaurant, and it's like,
you need to talk into the mic, Noggins.
This person needs money. I need money. Who's going to take tables, right? Like everybody could have families to feed, and you could be like too selfless, for example, where like you're just giving all the tables to other people, and now you're not feeding your family and shit like that. Right? Where it's like, you know, like there is a line where you just got to keep your, you know, your wits about you and be wise, like in scenarios, but you see the difference, right, between somebody's heart. Like somebody could just be like a altruist but foolish, and have to learn how to be better as an altruist, or be better as, you know, operate better as a good person, instead of just like, well, now you need to have a little bit of bad person in you, narcissism. Like I don't think that's the right terminology for it.
Well, I'd like to ask Teriak, do you think if we say not being 100% selfless is narcissistic? Is it possible to be 90% selfless and 10% selfish and not be a narcissist? Would that make you a narcissist?
Yeah. No, it wouldn't make you a narcissist.
Okay. I think that's the thing. So because you've brought in the idea that there's no such thing as a selfish act or a selfless act, which I agree with. There's always, well, I can see the argument that even the guy who jumps on the grenade for his buddies, in that moment, he still thinks he's doing the right thing. So that's he feels good about the act in some sense, right? He may, obviously he feels bad about it, but in some sense he feels good about that. He's doing the thing that makes him feel correct or right, or whatever it is. So there's a little element of selfishness in there.
About the guy who needs a ride for an hour away, and it's like, oh my gosh, like nothing in my being wants to do that at all, but he needs that ride.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but that just there's still a selfishness about that, or there's
Where?
some element of self. Well, in the fact that you want to live in a world where people do that.
Or that you
But
feel
we
good
don't.
about helping
Though.
someone
We
out.
don't. It's not like in my mind I'm like, well, my one action here is going to therefore have a domino effect on society, and it's going to change in my lifetime or something.
Well, we'll think about the we'll quote Michael Jackson: "Be the change you want to see in the world." I thought JS was going.
But
to
even
But it's
but
tough
even
sometimes.
even that act of like doing the hitchhiker thing and all that stuff, it's like you're still doing it because I want to feel good about myself, or I
Yeah.
want to
No.
have a conversation. I'm feeling lonely.
But
Things
you
like
already
that.
feel good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a pain in the ass. You know what I'm saying? It's going to cost you gas money. But you know this guy needs to go to get a job and do that. You could care less really about the guy. You just know that deep down it's like, that's the right thing to do because you got the time and you can. You know what I mean? Like there's literally no benefit other than him benefiting. It doesn't make me feel, you know what I mean? It makes me feel tired and annoyed and
Well, let's go with a really benign example. Do you think people should put back the shopping trolley at the supermarket when they unload it in their car? Right? No, it's a good question if you think about it. Like, what's the moral argument? What's the moral? Like, if I
get it
take
close.
that,
Get it close. That's
right? I finished work, my feet are sore. I didn't want to go to the supermarket, but my wife rang me and said, "Can you pick up this and that on the way?" I go, "Oh, fuck's sake!" Go to the supermarket, get the shit done, bring it to my car, unload it.
Now you got to go find the freaking thing.
Now I've got to put the shopping trolley way back down the other end of the car park. Then I got to walk back. Should I do that? Like, if I do that, if I go and put it back, is that is there a degree of selfishness about that? Is there something that I get out of that?
No,
which I know I get.
You get more time cost, more feet, more steps put in.
Yeah, you also get.
Yeah, the guy's not gonna have to go do his job and walk an extra 10 steps to get my cart. Like that compared to my.
And you aren't leaving the car in a parking spot where someone else can't get in there unless they get out and move it. Right.
I just kind of push it. I'll push it close. You know.
Yeah, there you go. You see, yeah. JS is right. You're a heathen. Okay. If you don't,
almost always I do that, but like sometimes I'm just like.
Do you know here in Australia,
there's a bunch of shopping carts all over the place. I'm like, well, he's gonna be walking this way.
I don't know if you have it in America, but here in Australia, we have these little chains that join them together, and you can unclip them by putting a $2 coin into the.
Yeah, we got that at Aldi. We got you got to put a.
And you got to bring it back. Yeah, you have to bring it back to get your $2. Yeah.
I leave it half the time for the person with $2. You know.
You leave the $2. Well, that's kind of altruistic. You're leaving the $2 for somebody else.
Yeah.
Like pennies on me. Throw them in their face.
That's a bit selfish of you. That's a bit selfish of you, right? I think you can. Like, I think you can be altruistic. It's not a Teriak has set it up as usual as a kind of a either or as a zero sum game. Okay, if you're narcissistic, there's no altruism. If you're altruistic, there's no there like it's an either or it's a it's like there's degrees, right? Which is what these things are about. They're about finding, like Teriak always says, where's the line? Well, the line's blurry. It's blurry.
About working out the rationalization or the reason or your reasoning from it. Do you know what I mean? Because fundamentally, there's a lot of like beliefs that we have in our head that we don't actually have reason to. It's just we've been told that particular thing so many times that we just believe it.
Yeah, well, I like Barry Wren's response. He does it. He returns a shopping cart because he's better than the average person. So, good call. Good call. Because I return the shopping cart because I want to feel morally superior to everybody around me. Right.
Like that would be a narcissistic, like that's what I was trying to get to in terms of like the narcissistic versus the altruism. A lot of people do quote unquote good things or selfless things, but it's really just to feed their own ego, the ego off no ego.
Yeah, I do it. I've got a selfish reason for being altruistic, which is that is it altruistic to return the shopping cart? Let's say that's the example, okay? Because it is. It costs you 3 minutes. It costs you a bit of legwork. You could just fuck off, right? Now we're getting into the tragedy of the commons, which is a whole different story. But I do it because I believe that manners are actually contagious. And so I want to see the world develop into a world where people have manners and people look out for each other and stuff like that. And so I do it. Now, am I being selfish? There's a little bit. That's the world I want to live in. But I'm also being considerate to others at the same time, right? Now, is it 90% one, 10% the other? Who fucking knows? Now, do you have to question your own soul and your own heart every now and then and ask, why am I doing this? It's a bit like if I make a donation to somewhere, I could say, well, I should tell people I make a donation. So say, for example, you have, I can send you a super chat or I can send you a Ko-fi, right? Super chat is displayed on screen and people can see that I gave you money. I could do it through a Ko-fi and say, don't tell anybody who it was, right? Is one of those better than the other? Well, by doing it on screen, sure, you get less money from my chat, but it might encourage other people. I've seen this before. Once somebody starts sending in super chats, you start getting color in your chat because people start to join in. So am I being narcissistic by having my name displayed saying I sent you, $10, or am I helping to build your relationship with the chat, right? So it's almost impossible to find an exact line.
And it's one of these things where, like, I would say that like this whole aspect, it's kind of like what Noggins was saying, that like anything selfish is automatically branded as, oh, that's immoral, or that's not something you should orientate towards. But I think like that's the problem with society, is that we've kind of fallen for this illusion or fallen for this lie of like a selfless act, or we should be selfless and all this kind of stuff. Because when you look at like narcissism is like that unhealthy preoccupation with everything that you're doing, with your reputation, with your appearance, or with like your abilities and all this kind of shit. So like a lot of the like gym bros that like spend 6 days out of 7 in the gym and all this kind of shit, they would have narcissistic tendencies because they're obsessed with like how much that they can bench, what's their physical appearance like, all this kind of stuff. Whereas you need that kind of like balance between focusing on yourself, but realizing that you'll never obtain that perfection or obtain that idealized form. Because at the end of the day, you're getting benefits from it, being able to recognize the benefits that you're getting from just even exercise in itself. You know what I mean? Not everybody that goes to the gym is trying to be, that the picturesque of like Adonis and all this kind of shit. They're doing it just purely for health reasons or longevity and all this kind of thing as well,
I think if you're doing it, and I'm speaking from experience, if you're doing it for the look and for the, to get buff and to, present in a certain way, it's probably a proxy for insufficient self-worth or something like that. You're trying to create an artificial value for yourself as opposed to just being valuable for who you are. Now, you aren't just valuable for who you are. You have to also live a good life and have integrity and, be altruistic and shit like that. But I wouldn't say most of the gym bros are narcissistic. I used to hang out with them. I used to kind of be one, not really, but kind of. And it's funny, like you'd see a guy who was really big. He had sponsors with all the fucking protein shakes and shit. He tore a pec muscle and he couldn't train for, a number of weeks. He just fell into a deep depression because his identity was wrapped up in how he presented physically. That's not narcissism. That's just a not having a solid sense of who you are and the value you have as a person.
I mean, I got friends, dude. gyno. You know what I'm saying? And they were jacked, right? They might be jacked, but they got gyno now because they were so self-obsessed with getting huge, right? Where it's just like, you know, I mean, I think there's a healthy line, Teriak, like there's a healthy line for a selfish. I don't know how you guys define it, right? But there's like a healthy line of like, this is healthy for me. These are my boundaries. This is good for me. This is the best option. And
yeah, I think it's true. I think on that point,
and there's like a level of selflessness where it's healthy, right? You don't want to be a doormat. You don't want to be too, right? Like just never focus on yourself and do the best thing for yourself, and always just be this person who's just getting ran over or giving and just getting the shit into the stick.
And what you'll find with those people is they develop a kind of a passive aggressiveness because I think obviously we have to have an inherent value of ourselves, and so we have needs, for example, and we have desires. So if I was just completely selfless towards my wife and just gave her everything she wanted, and I never actually expected anything in return, I'm going to develop some destructive behaviors. I'm going to become passive aggressive. I'm going to have all these kind of things going on. So I think the idea of that there's some value for yourself involved in everything you do is healthy in the sense that, you know, I have the same needs and the same right to have my needs met. Well, is it a right? The same need. I've got the same need as anybody else. So if I can be, it wouldn't make sense to say I'm going to be completely selfless to everybody except myself, right? Everybody gets what they want except me, right? That doesn't make any sense. If I can extend that altruism to you, surely I can extend some back to myself.
Because like I had a video for so like this whole kind of like false notion that we have. So like a little bit of a video representation as well, folks. So I want to know your opinions based on this video.
In fact, I created a simulation here to demonstrate what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a nice little visualization that I put together, and there are some rules to this simulation to explain what you're looking at here. Now, there's a bunch of white dots, and there's a bunch of red, well, not as many red dots. The red dots would be group B. The white dots are group A. Now, the white dots are like white people. The white dots, when they encounter another dot, if it has less than they do, or if it's small, if the dot is smaller than it is, it will give a portion of itself to the smaller dot in order to try to reach an equilibrium. And every white dot will do this. So every white dot, when it reaches another dot, will give some of itself to the other dot. Whether it's white or red, or it doesn't really matter. The red dots, however, they have a different strategy. The red dots, if they encounter another red dot, will give some of itself to the red dot. If it encounters a white dot, regardless of size, it'll take a little bit from the white dot. The dots, if they reach a certain size, they will split into two dots, so like mitosis, because it'll get big enough to reproduce. So let's have a look at when you have these two groups with different survival strategies. One is the universalist white strategy of treat everyone the way you want to be treated. And then two, the red dots, where their survival strategy is different, and that is treat everyone like yourself, like you want to be treated, but then treat everyone else as a resource that you can take from. So let's have a little look. Let's start this this simulation up and see how it's going there. In fact, I might speed it up just a tad. There we go. Already, you're starting to get some pretty big red dots. It doesn't take long. Now they're splitting into two, reproducing as they suck the resources from the white dots that are just trying to be everybody's friends. Little by little, those white dots are getting pretty small. And in fact, they're vanishing once the dot gets to that has a minimum size. So once it gets to a certain size, it disappears, it vanishes, it's unable to reproduce. In fact, you might notice that none of the white dots ever get to a size large enough to reproduce because they're all sending their generational wealth over to Africa or to 1877 Cars for Kids, which pays for Jewish kids to go on vacation in Israel, or whatever they're doing. But they're not giving it to their children, and they are not keeping it within their group. And so look at that. It didn't take long, did it? It didn't take long for these two groups of dots to have a dominant force. That's what happens when you believe in universalism and you treat everyone the way that you want to be treated, without any regard as to what group they're a member of. And you have people in your environment that don't play by the same rules.
So what are our thoughts about that?
It means that the tolerant cannot accept the intolerant.
Pretty based.
Yeah.
It's like this whole aspect of, like altruism, like that's what altruism gets you. If you're constantly just going to be selfless, you know what I mean? And say, oh no, like, being selfish is like a bad thing or immoral or whatever. You're essentially like do it as an individual or do it as a tribe or a nation. That's eventually what's going to end up. You're essentially just
it's,
like,
yeah. It's what do they
Go
call it? The catchphrase at the moment. Gad Saad, I think, came up with it. Suicidal empathy, right? I think,
Listen, you got smart, selfless people. That you're talking about a group of stupid, selfless people. Not all the altruists are stupid.
well, it's like the old analogy of the when the plane's going down and the oxygen masks fall. The instructions are for the adults: put yours on first,
right,
before you try and help the kids.
Dude, literally today, I literally was on a boat with my friend. Okay, he had a buddy who was hammered, and she was angry today out here in Lake Michigan. This guy jumps off this boat, I'm trying to have fun. Literally, like the waves are going. He's eating water, dude. He's hammered. Right. I literally jumped in 2 times after him. I threw him a life jacket or like a life. He got to that, so he's floating. I jump out to grab him. Right. And I grabbed him and like pulled it, but he had no legs working. You know what I'm saying? And I let go of him and I swam back to the boat because it was literally took everything in me because of the wind and the waves, right? Just to get back to the boat. And it was it wasn't that I was being selfish, right? It was just, hey, like if we're gonna be able to take care of this person, we got to be here and
yeah, well, he could have dragged you both down, right? So which
exactly
would be no good for anybody. Yeah, it'd be no good for anybody. So same thing. If you're in a plane and the oxygen masks come down, and you think, oh my God, I've got to take care of my kids first, and you're struggling trying to get their masks on, and then you black out because of the smoke, you're no use to anybody. If you get your mask on first, the kids may black out, but then you can deal with their mask. So you're no use to anybody unless you have some sense of self-preservation, which includes, like I said before, we all have needs. We all have, I'm not going to say desires, but we all have things that we need to feel good, to feel valued, and that includes some things we do ourselves in terms of like we take on responsibilities. We can be altruistic, things like this. So there is a selfishness. That selfishness is not a dirty word. There we go. That's what I'm going to wrap up with that. Selfishness is not a dirty word. Normally, selfishness means to the exclusion of others. But I'd say it's okay to include some call it self-consideration.
Because you cannot survive without, like, if we're to do percentages, like without some sort of like base level of selfishness.
Yeah, correct. Like you have to feed yourself, right?
Yeah.
Is that selfish to like? Well, here's one, Teriak. Say you have a traditional family and the husband works hard labor. Does he get the big piece of chicken at dinner? Of course. Is he selfish? Like if his wife put the small piece in front of him and the big piece in front of his son who's still in school, and he goes, hang on a minute, hang on, give me the big piece. I need the fuel for work tomorrow. I'm going to be out there working hard labor. Is he being selfish?
Like there is that selfish aspect to it. Like his preservation has to, like that has to come first, because otherwise, then there's not going to be food provided for the rest of the family. You know what I mean?
That doesn't sound very selfish.
But it is selfish. You know what I mean?
No, it's not selfish. It's giving consideration to himself because he needs to be fueled up for tomorrow to make money for the family. So that's actually a selfish act, a selfless act. Well, also, even that isn't selfless because he likes having a family, right? He likes to have a wife and kids. So he's also, if he's out there working, he's busting ass doing 70 hours a week and shit like this, he's not being totally selfless because he wants to provide for his family, so he has a family. So that's what I mean. They're intertwined. It's not a zero-sum game.
Because like it's kind of like very similar to foolhardiness and cowardice, and courage being that perfect middle between the two. Whereas when you have like selfless versus selfish, like what would be the middle word to describe that? Because even with Noggin's example of like diving into the water for his friend because he was drunk and all this kind of shit, like one could point to, it's like the reason why you're saving your friend is because you want your friend to stay alive. You don't want to feel lonely if your friend was to have died. So there's that kind of like balance or calculation that's done to trigger that response or that action, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yes, I can see that being a part of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. No, of course. But he may have also thought, say for example, your friend falls in the water. He's a single man. He's a bit of a lad about town, and you're a married man with a family. Should I jump in and try and save him and possibly drown and leave my family without a father?
Yeah, there's people who are going to have good intentions when they jump in, and people who maybe have some kind of selfish. Well, maybe I'll be a hero if I do this. Let's do it, But there's going to be people who have good intentions too, like.
Yeah, I could imagine. Just my gut feeling is a lot less people are jumping in because they want to be a hero. I think
to be what?
A lot less people jump into the water because they want to be a hero.
Yeah, no doubt. Heck no, yeah.
I think they do it because they really care. We
literally, and I go, I'm getting back to the boat. You know what I'm saying? The guy, I mean, he had a life jacket. I threw it to him, so he was kind of floating, but he was still like, struggling and got it. It was a whole scene, For no reason.
Let's try another crazy hypothetical. You're walking down the street and there's a vacant lot. And there's a big puddle in the middle of the vacant lot, and there's a little kid lying face down in the puddle, so he's drowning. You go and help him. Is there a selfish component to that?
Right. Or if you see like 10 dudes beating up one guy, and you're like, let me get in here and try to save him. In your head, you're like, I'm not going to beat up 10 dudes. I'm saying, but I want to try to protect this guy. Yeah, like he's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so Teriak's
point is that not foolishness?
It might be, but we're talking about actual, genuine, 100% selflessness.
Yeah, but would you not describe it? Because remember you were saying like there's like after I showed the video, you're like, yeah, there are people who are selfless who are idiots, like idiotic, selfless people.
On both sides.
But would that not be an example?
Well, on both sides there are. I don't know if that would be, I don't think so. I don't think that would be one. I think that would be noble. Maybe it would be a bit foolish, yes, because you're going to put yourself in the same scenario. But I think I'm talking about more of there are better options to operate in a scenario, and you choose a different one that's more foolish. But they're both selfless, right? It's just instead of jumping in with 10 dudes, there's a police station across the street. So maybe go be like, hey, guys, help. Right.
Because like this is the typical thing. Yeah, go ahead, Kieran.
I found myself in an interesting situation a couple of years ago. I used to have a gardening business, and I was out, driving around in my ute, or as American friends call my truck, driving around on my way home, and around the corner from home, there was a couple of little girls. They were probably like 10 and 9. They're probably sisters. They're riding their little push bikes around, their little bicycles, and one of them fell over and sort of ate shit, like went face first into the fucking grass. And she's crying on the side of a road, and her sister's there comforting her. And I pulled over on the other side of the road and stopped. My instinct was to go over and make sure she's okay and help. But the selfish part of me said, in today's day and age, a middle-aged man approaching a couple of little girls in the street
9-year-olds
may not work out well for me. So I literally fought my instinct to just sit in the car, and I sat and just watched for a minute and made sure, they were okay. She got up, there was no broken bones, she calmed down, and they both kind of drove off. So I certainly had some self-preservation that intervened between my natural
Isn't that a shame? Isn't it a shame that like society makes you think that and you can't just?
Oh, it's terrible, bro.
Yeah,
absolutely terrible, right?
Like there's that in all kinds of realms and aspects where it's like, oh, society has got this weird niche or whatever, like geared towards this kind of scenario, even though.
Well, they have a rule when they people can send children on an aircraft, right? That they without adults, but they aren't allowed to see
no parents
without parents or adults. Like you can send your teenage kids overseas or on a
right,
flight.
right. Yeah, gotcha.
They aren't allowed to seat them next to men. They've got to be sitting next to women.
Wait, what'd you say?
They aren't allowed to seat the unaccompanied kids next to men. They have to seat them next to women.
Really?
Yeah, because
well, that sounds like a good. I don't know who came up with that. But that sounds like I'm on. Okay.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what are the percenters of predators out there that diddle? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What are the
98% men, dude? I mean, that's probably
no, bro. No. Have you seen what's going on in America in the fucking
no
elementary
doubt.
schools?
No
Have you
doubt.
seen how many female teachers are being like every week?
But listen. I was a young man. I've had some trauma with an older woman before myself. Okay, but like I have friends that have had the opposite, that are women, and it's not really. It's all trauma and it sucks, but it's not like on the same level as like that, where it's just like they're.
Well, are you sure?
Like me, I was like down with it in my head at the moment, blacked out, kind of, right? Where they're just like,
Yeah, but that statistic, like 98% of predators are men. First of all, I don't believe that for a second.
I just made that up too.
Yeah, I know. Like I get you. Like the narrative is the vast majority of men, the vast majority of predators are men. I also don't believe that either. But there's the other side, which is the vast majority of men aren't predators, right? Like it goes both ways.
No doubt. I'm not trying to shit on men. I'm not saying that.
You kind of were a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I'm just looking at numbers.
One sec,
Like,
Noggin. Your instinct there, like to bring up that was like, well, yeah, like you would do that because like out of the predators, the majority's men.
Guys,
well,
listen, if my 14 to 15-year-old son, okay, was on a plane, all right, if he's next to a bunch of men, without me being there, that's different than him being next to a woman as a parent, right? Like a woman is going to have to seduce and manipulate verbally, not really force them in a way that like a man could just grab them and take them wherever they want to, right?
That won't happen on a plane,
right?
That won't happen on a plane. That like literally, bro. Look up how many female teachers in America have been convicted or are on trial right now.
Oh, it's too many on both sides. It's fucked up no matter what, man or woman.
So you're still doing what about the men though, right? I'm talking about women, right?
I'm saying if you got a 10-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old daughter and you want them to go see your grandmother, but you can't afford multiple tickets for the whole family, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna send them because the grandma, and they're sitting next to two ladies, you know, Phyllis and freaking Nancy. That's gonna make me a lot more comfortable than sitting next to freaking, you know, Billy and Tom. You understand?
Yeah, well, say there was a terrorist on the plane. Would you prefer the woman to be sitting next to your kids or a man?
Well, I mean, what if the plane blew up in the middle of the launch? I
Can
mean,
you
what
answer
kind
my-
of weird
Can you
hypothetical?
can you answer my question? Say
Okay.
say
So
say
there's a
a
terrorist
ruckus,
on the plane.
say a ruckus arose on the plane.
A
There's
ruckus?
fight.
Heck yeah.
There's a
I
fight
like
in
that.
the aisle. There's shit going down. Would you
Oh,
prefer
yeah.
the person sitting
Hands
next to your
flying.
kids to be a? Would you prefer the person sitting next to your kids to be a man or a woman?
Next to my kids to be a man or a woman.
Yeah.
Well, even okay. So let me ask you: if it's a man, there's probably a highly more likely percentage of them being involved in this quickly, right? Your little kids are probably not going to be involved on this terrorist flight. It's probably going to be, you know, the guy with the beard and the guy with the buzz cut, you know, scrapping it out. And
You
so
mean the beard and the buzz cut? The beard and the buzz cut like this?
I'm just saying this, that like, oh yeah, people are just gonna be attacking your little girls on a plane on a what kind of terrorist attack? This has never happened before. Where they go, no, they want to take the plane over and they want to, you know, crash it somewhere. It's not a it's not a terrorist attack where they just go, hey, if are there little girls on the plane, let's attack them.
And it's look, it's old, it's tired. I don't want to ask it, but I'm so tempted to ask the breakfast question right now. I'm so tempted to ask.
Ask it, shoot, dude. You look like you shoot. Go ahead.
Well, you might redeem yourself. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Well, it depends. I mean, how long has it been since I ate? I feel good sometimes.
There we go. Fuck, you failed. Fuck me. I can't.
No, I love eating breakfast. I feel great when I eat breakfast.
I didn't want to do it. I've got to go and take a leak. Carriac.
How would I feel if I don't eat breakfast in the morning? I mean, intermittent fasting feels great, dude.
Okay. Thank you, brother. You answered the question. I
Yeah.
was expecting better, but I've got to go and take a
What
leak.
were you expecting?
Yeah. So basically, the breakfast
Hungry?
question is
Sorry.
Yeah, the breakfast question is determine whether or not you're able to engage in hypotheticals. When you do the whole like it depends and all this kind of shit, means that you're not actually able to engage in hypotheticals.
Well, see, but see, there's a fallacy there because I am 100%. But see, I don't like a yes or no hypothetical to put you in a box and then make a point where it's like I never agreed to any of this on the other side, right? It's like yes or no. But I'm like, well, I'll give you that, but let me get the scenario a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like I want to be honest. I don't want to. I mean, I could have played along too. I don't really give a shit. You know what I'm saying? I could have said hungry. I don't know.
Yeah, but what is a hypothetical?
Hypothetical is a made up situation, and you know, in order to show you a point and a meaning to something. You know.
Yeah, it's used to test your logic.
Well, no, it's not really to do that. There's other methods for that. It's made to engage. It's made to simplify a thing in order to help you understand what it means, right?
No, that's an analogy.
But hypothetical, what's the difference between, will you tell me what the difference between a hypothetical and an analogy is?
Yeah, so an analogy is to use a similar situation or a simpler situation to describe what we're talking about. Hypothetical is used to test your logic or your reasoning skills.
And how does it do that?
By putting you in a situation. So, for example, the one that you were talking about, the kids, like should they sit beside men or women on the plane, all this kind of shit. But like, okay, what if the whole like what if scenario is like, what if we change the variables now, where it's like, for example, we put like one group of the population that have like overrepresentation in terms of being child molesters, but they're female, versus another group of the population that are men, but they have an underwhelming thing. Like let's say they've never molested a child before in their life, but you still have the same logic of, no, I'd rather them sit beside the women than the men. That would be a hypothetical.
Yeah, no, I like your hypothetical because that's what I was asking. I'm trying to get intellectual with it. You gave me details, right, about the men that were sitting next to the kids and the women, right? That he didn't give me those details. You know what I mean? he was giving me a broad and generic kind of overall view of just men and women.
He gave you a general hypothetical.
Right. But see, once again, when you give me details of, well, these are the women and these are the men, well, obviously I'm going to pick the men in your scenario, of course. 100%. Right? But he gave me a hypothetical about a terrorist on a plane, and I go, well, do we consider what terrorists on a plane, have ever done before? I mean, I do. I go, well, they fly into a building. You know what I mean? They don't.
Okay, so let me give you another hypothetical. Hypothetically, would you want your kid to hang around with black kids or white kids?
It wouldn't make a difference to me. It depends on the person.
Yeah, so based on the same logic where it's like, again, it's your kid being around a certain demographic or a certain group.
I don't care if they're black, white,
You applied.
It's the concept and character.
You applied the statistic of, well, over 90% of male of pedophilias are male. You know what I mean?
I'm saying,
but then you're not going to apply. One sec, you're not going to apply the same logic where it's like overrepresentation of violent crime come from black kids.
No, I don't argue with arithmetic and math. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in one situation you're applying arithmetic, the other situation you're choosing not to.
Wait, which one did I not do? I don't even remember the second one you're talking about.
So in the in the demographic of the kid being on the plane, you said you'd rather the kid be around women rather than men because the vast majority of male perpetrators are male.
And also,
then I gave you another hypothetical about your kid hanging around other kids, and I said, okay, given that based on demographic, you said, well, it doesn't make any difference. So for one hypothetical,
gender
it made a difference. For the other one, it didn't.
Right?
It still comes down to arithmetic.
Well, yeah, but let's be specific, right? You're talking about men, and I said on a plane, like a man is more than likely to get involved in some kind of terrorist attack, or if there was like two women and my little girls, right, in that aisle or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever's going on the plane, they're probably just gonna be sitting there, just curled up, right? They're not probably gonna be involved in that. There's probably gonna be men and I mean, unless the little girls and the women are gonna get up and start throwing hands with the terrorists.
You'd want your kid to be with the women because it's like the man would be more likely than the woman.
Give me a weird
in that scenario
about a.
Let me finish. In the airplane example, you're saying that you would prefer your kid to be around women because the men would be more likely to abuse the kid, even though it's a very small percent. It's like 1% of the population. Just let me finish.
And also,
in the other scenario,
if the men are good men and there's some going down, of course.
Yeah, just let me finish this.
Okay.
In the other scenario, you'd say, well, it wouldn't matter, even though it'd be more likely that if your kid had like all black friends, that he'd be more likely to be involved in violent crime.
No, never said that, dude. Never. No, dude, don't say that.
It's all hypothetical, but Terry, like on your point about the number of men who are predators.
I never said anything about.
Hang on, bro. Also, most crimes stats are made up by repeat offenders, so it's even less men than you think. It's the same assholes doing the same shit. They all go into the stats. So if one guy commits 10 crimes, that looks like 10 men, right? It's not. It's one guy doing 10 crimes. So the numbers are even smaller.
But this it's getting very 10 to 10 different women. Same man.
But it's still one man, right?
Right.
But I'm doing based on per capita here.
Oh, what?
Based off what now?
Per capita.
Can you spell that? Can you spell that for me?
PER space CA.
Per capita. Dude. I'm sorry. Your accent sometimes. I don't know certain
I'm
words.
a foreigner. Yeah, it's okay. I apologize for my foreignness.
Me too.
Well,
yeah.
That's the problem with Europe.
You do realize the fault that you've made, Noggins, in terms of like where it's like your kid being alone with either a man or a woman, you'd prefer your kid to be alone with a woman, but when your kid's around with her.
Don't say that.
You say that. Well, we can't do that.
You're misrepresenting me, bro. Okay. Because this is what I said. Every scenario is going to be different, dude. You gave me specifics on the men and the women on the plane, right? The women were diddlers. The men were good guys. I said, well,
no. In the original hypothetical. that Kieran
Yeah.
presented.
Wait. I don't know these men.
You
I
said
don't
you
know
agree
these
with it.
women. But I was saying this. Well, there is some logic to this idea that if you have two daughters, let's say, and they go on a flight, right? That if you have men, right, on both sides of them, right? What is the likelihood? Oh, like first of all,
Next to zero.
abductions of kids. Let's say, okay. If you look into statistics, right?
Yeah.
How many kids are just grabbed up by women and dragged into? Not very many, percentage wise, compared to like men.
How many
Like,
kids
there's
are
a
grabbed
lot,
out of the
maybe.
street? Listen, bro. Most SA
We're just
crimes
talking about
are-
math.
I
you
know
know?
we
Yeah,
are.
no,
but
Kieran,
that
let me cook
it
here.
doesn't happen.
Let
It
me
doesn't
cook.
happen off the street. Like
Because
hardly
I'm gonna expose his the lack of logic in the situation. You're saying that it's more likely that a man's gonna snap up a kid than a woman, so you'd rather have the kid with the women, correct?
Well, there's going to be men around in the plane still, so.
Yeah, but you prefer the kid to be sitting next to the woman.
But once again, brother, I don't know these people, so I'm not going to tell you.
It's just a hypothetical. Yeah, I'm just testing your logic. Your
Here's
logic,
my
but your logic.
Here's my logic,
One
though.
second,
I was saying
listen,
that
listen.
There is
Your
logic,
logic
to that
is-
idea. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, okay, but then there's also logic in the idea that like wanting your kid to hang around with black kids or white kids.
I never
that you
said any
would
of that.
prefer.
It's a hypothetical. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like we're testing your logic based on
We're
that.
asking
The
you a
same
question,
logic applied
dude.
to that scenario it'd be more likely for your kid to become a violent offender if he's hanging around with black kids than white kids.
Well, listen,
Which
dude, I'm not a
which-
math
which
person.
which statistically is much higher than hanging around men. By the way.
Listen, dude, I don't know. You're talking about my kid hanging around, but
Let me
and
ask you this question.
once again, guys, we're talking about math and we're talking about people
Okay,
all
well-
over the
well, then
world.
let's
So,
go with-
are we
well, let's
talking
go-
about what in America?
Okay, I'll do it now.
Where? What
I'll do it
city?
now.
What state?
Okay. We'll go with a hypothetical anecdote. How's
I
that?
don't give just generic yeses or nos.
Okay, well then we'll go with a hypothetical. You don't know me, right? Let's
No,
imagine we
be specific, and I like you, and I've agreed with you like most of the night.
but let's imagine we never met online or anything. In the scenario I said before, where I was driving down the road and I saw a couple of little girls fall over, and I fought my instinct to go over and help them, and you said that's awful that the world has come to this. What if your daughters, you had two little daughters, 10 and 9 years old, who both fell over, and I got out of, I pulled up in my car and I came over, and you're coming down the street and you saw me talking to them? How would you feel about that?
Well, if I saw my girl's face busted up and you go, "Hey, I just came over to help," I'd be like, "Thank you." And you know, I damn sure wouldn't want you on the plane next to my girls if some shit popped off, because you'd be like, "Oh my goodness, what if I need to save these girls and protect them, but people are gonna think I'm weird." So
Well,
I'm
that's
just gonna say
that's most men. That's the vast majority of men. Like the vast, like
because
the
I me and God are good.
99%.
If there's
More
some,
than
if there's some kids that need help, bro, and me and God are good, and I know my heart, I'm going to help kids. Like if there's a scenario, I'm gonna do it.
Same as most
I
men.
don't care what people think, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Same as most men.
Yeah.
Do you know who commits the most infanticide?
I'm
You know what
sorry.
infanticide is? Infanticide is the unaliving of your own children.
Hmm.
Do you
I
know
would
who commits them?
say probably cats.
No, come on, bro. You know the answer. By far. Do you know who commits the most infanticide? By far.
Mm,
Come on, bro.
British.
No. Which sex?
Between men and women.
Just tell me what you're trying to tell me.
The women. By
Yeah.
far. Also, elder abuse.
Sure.
Elder abuse. Women.
Well, they've been
Because-
told that my body, my choice, and they can just murder their kids.
No, because men and women are there's like overlapping bell curves, right? So the majority of men and women have the same level or the same tendency towards violence. Okay. Now, generally, if you're an asshole and you're violent, you pick on someone weaker than you. So violent men pick on women, violent women pick on children and the elderly. And then when men and women pick on each other, the men win because, like most things in life, men are better at it. Okay, because we're stronger. Right.
Well, that's more of a physical thing. Women don't really get physical much, so it's more of like a mental.
No, women get more physical than men.
Yeah, they do.
When you compare the domestic violence rates among gay men versus lesbian women, like gay men are like I think like 13%, whereas lesbian women is something like 37% or something.
What about straight men?
They're the highest. The fucking lesos are the highest. They're so fucking abusive, right? But the other thing is, if you look at unreciprocated violence, that's one person beating up on the other. It's way higher for women. Women hitting men and men not hitting back.
No, I've seen it before. Actually, you know, and I'm trying to have a sad story. I had a buddy that, you know, deleted himself recently in the last year and a half. And his wife, she was like that. But I've met like big women, you know what I'm saying? Some trucks, dude, that just bulldozed over some like little skinny husbands, bro. And just put hands on him and they'd fight and he'd call her names and then she'd beat his ass.
Yeah, but that's like the exception. Like the exception kind of.
But I think I've seen it twice in my life, dude. But I've seen the other side like
it demonstrates the rule. That's why it's an exception. Okay, so generally speaking, a man.
It's the same though.
A man is much more or much stronger than a woman. Like
no
I've
doubt.
always thought this. Me and my first wife were like a similar height. We were similar. I was heavier. We had obvious differences in our physique, but given that we're two human beings, if you looked at us both in terms of our body mass and our height and stuff, you could never imagine the difference in our strength just based off that visual.
Dude, I could.
You could never imagine the difference in our strength. Right?
My buddy Michael's 5'6". He's dating a girl who won 3 gold Olympic deadlift championships, dude. And she's like 5'8", stout, dude. Tree trunks, dude, for legs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And he always gets self-conscious, dude, and he'll start wrestling. But it's like one of those things where he has to go all out, and he doesn't want to go all out because he doesn't want to hurt her, obviously.
Correct.
But she'll, you know.
In fact, I would argue that every interaction between a man and a woman, every physical interaction, whether it's sex or whether it's a hug or whether it's like wrestling, men are monitoring the amount of force they're using all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Like if I hug my wife, like she says, give me a big hug, and I give her a big hug, it's like 40%. And she says, give me a bigger hug.
She might squeeze you 100%, right?
And she says, do 100%. I say, love, if you want to see men being physically affectionate at 100%, watch somebody win a game-winning try in the Rugby Union World Cup. Then you'll see men at 100%, right? They jump in the air, they bang chests, they pile on. You don't want that.
Watch the UFC, you know what I'm saying? You get strangled quick. But no, it's just, you can tell she's doing 100%, and then you go, oh, right? Then you think about the percentage. Okay, she's squeezing as hard as she can.
Yeah.
You know? But then you're like, how much force do I give back to kind of counter and balance this, right?
Correct. We're always being considerate. We have that responsibility.
Not always. Some guys don't, I don't think.
Well, I know, bro. You're always with some guys. I'm talking about like almost every man.
Sure.
Almost every father. Like,
sure.
When I say almost, I mean like.
Okay, we're talking about good guys. Yeah.
All of them. They're all fucking good guys, bro.
Okay,
all the fathers, all the stepfathers. I'm a father and a stepfather. like, for example, we have this statistic.
Dude, I met a guy one time. He's a stepdad, bro. If you try to hug him, dude, he'd uppercut you, dude. Like, just probably kick you in the nuts.
Yeah, that's an anecdote. Like statistically, for example, okay, here's where stats are a problem. Statistically, the most dangerous environment for a young woman is to be living in a home where the mother's partner is not the child's biological father, right? Now, so that means that includes stepdads, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So should my wife be concerned that I'm a stepdad because the stats say? Well, no, because there are so many other factors that come into it.
So many good stepdads and shitty biological fathers.
There are stepdads who die for their children. Like I call my stepdaughter my daughter, but sometimes I say stepdaughter just to differentiate. But because I do have.
I dated a girl who had 2 3-month twin girls when I met her, right, for like a year. you know, and kind of like raised him for a year, and it was, you know, we ended up not being together, but I still got love for her. But it was like, you know, that was like the other guy was just on drugs and was, you know, not a good.
What used to astound me in my DGen days, which was back 15 years ago when I was about 40. I began dating when I was 43, 44. Because
What did you do before that?
I was married for 26 years.
Oh, okay, all right. That's what I thought. I was just making sure.
So I met my first wife when I was 15, and so we got married young. You know, raised our kids, did all that. We eventually got divorced. So I was on the dating market on the dating apps when I was like 40, 43, 44. I was astounded, bro. I would meet a woman online, end up back at her place. We'd both be drunk. We're fooling around. And then she'd mention her son. And I said, your son? What? How old's your son? She goes, 11. I said, where is he? She goes, in that room over there. Asleep. And I go, what? I had a woman pass out while I'm at her house.
There's children here? You're telling me there's children here right now. Yeah.
She had children at her house.
Right,
She passed out drunk.
And with a random guy, even though you're a good guy.
With a random guy at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And I'm standing in this house going, what the actual fuck is going on here?
Right. Good thing I'm a good guy. How many bad guys has been here, you know?
That's what I thought. I thought, like, do you know what you're doing? Like, it took me a while to wake up. I just called the cab and fucked off, right? But I just thought, what the hell are you doing?
Right. This poor kid, you know?
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, like, I love women, but they aren't all the shit, bro. They're like, because like before, you were kind of making an argument that which Terry was kind of calling you out on to a certain degree.
Yes, but we have scenarios and hypotheticals on the flip side where the women are the ones that are being the saints and the men are being complete pieces of shit too. So it's just this, right? It all roots back to God, right? Like, where's your heart at, right?
Correct.
Do you have the spirit in you, right? Do you believe in God? Like, do you have Jesus? Like, do you have that heart of flesh that He gave to you and took the heart of stone out, or are you operating under this blind satanic mentality where you're just blinded? And it's just like, you might think you're brilliant, you might think whatever. But
now it's funny, at that point, I would have called myself an atheist. I've asked forgiveness for that. I would have called myself an atheist at the time, but I think I still carried my Catholic upbringing. I think my moral compass was still pretty much based around.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been two things. I don't think it has to do with Catholic, but I've landed somewhere. I'm a truth seeker, right? So I don't care if I'm wrong. I've been doing the theology thing for a long time. I dated a girl from Israel for 2 years and went to Shabbat every Friday with a yarmulke and tried to convert. But I believe in Jesus. You got to renounce and deny everything you believe in. So
into the mic, bro.
I could never convert, right? Because I believe in Jesus, and you got to deny what you believe in if you want to convert to Judaism, right? But I was going to Shabbat with a yarmulke every Friday, and I was infatuated with the whole culture. I love the Jewish people, right? But I got real into the apologetics and like studying, you know. And then obviously you lean kind of like at Jesus if you're going, you know, by plausibility, at least in my framework. But then you go, oh, well, you got apostolic and you got Orthodox, right? Here, claiming apostolic succession. You got the Protestants on the other side with this Reformed theology with 200 denominations. Where do you go, right? That's kind of what I've been like looking at for like 10 years, and like just really not trying to be branded by a certain church, and just trying to let God teach me, because the same way they had the Holy Spirit in them, dude, we have it in us, right? So it's the same Spirit. And like half the, 80% of the early church apparently like was illiterate and couldn't read or write, but they walked in oneness with God and like knew the main gospel, which was, under grace and forgiveness and like peace with God now, and like not a performance standard, So like, I think that's just kind of the root of all these different people we're talking about, right? Is this person, God, like you might have accepted God when you were young as a Catholic, right? And the Spirit had been in you, or it could have just been more of a God still drawing you kind of thing as an adult, as an atheist, right? Because he's still trying to draw you to himself and show you things. So I mean, like those, to me, it seems like the two options for you. But if you have that compass in you, you know what I mean, you probably had some genuine moments with God as a kid, and he honors that because he's faithful to himself. Sorry, I'm preaching, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, I'm biting my tongue because I've just I think I've mentioned before, I've just started to engage with the Orthodox Church, and
My false church.
The Orthodox, yeah, Eastern Orthodox, and
I'm not Eastern Orthodox.
no, but I am. Well, no, I'm not. But what I'm saying is, I wanted to respond to you.
Okay.
But I'm doing what they call the catechism, which is where I'm learning about
Yeah,
church
yeah.
history and church philosophy. And I've had a bad habit of having a few beers and going online and trying to teach people about Orthodox Christianity, which I shouldn't be doing. I'm a student right now.
Sure.
So
And so here's my problem, and I'll just give you mine, and you can take it or leave it. Doesn't matter, right? But because I'm a truth seeker, if Orthodoxy is right, dude, I want to know, and I'm not branded by any church. You know what I'm saying?
No, fair enough. Yeah.
But I can name every book of the Bible right now. I've been studying and processing this for a long time.
Sure.
I can back all my shit with verses, dude. You know, and so at least for my framework, I don't run from any verses, right? The one that doesn't contradict the other one is the one that is the truth. So like with the Orthodox and the Catholics, they go, well, we have apostolic succession. How dare you try to like interpret this by yourself? Who do you think you are? You know, we have 2,000 years of people telling you what this means and stuff like this. But the problem is that when you get into these actual verses, and because we all come from the actual same 27, regardless of what canon you want to go with, get the same New Testament, right? And it's like, well, if I read these verses and I'm wrong with my interpretation, then you, as the enlightened one from from your Orthodox or from your Catholic priest or whoever, they should have told you. How do you not be able to answer? And you know what I'm saying? Like give me the right interpretation. So I like always go through these different verses, and it's just like all they always go to is just, well, how dare you try to read this? How dare you try to read words? You know?
Well, I would remove the how dare you. In my experience, I found that when I talk to Protestants, I'm getting their interpretation, and I sort of think, well, who are you? Like I've had a number of conversations.
Sure.
Well, hang on, bro. I've had a number of conversations with Reexamination about this. Why should I believe? Or for example, if you're going to quote me Bible, like I can't read the Bible and interpret it today. It's like trying to reinvent the wheel. So where I came to an understanding was there's 2,000 years of church history, which is
There's consistency there.
Yeah, but also thousands and thousands of people, men, saints, who are church fathers, who are way more pious, way more educated, way more devoted than me. And as a community, they work through these questions, and I heard someone
consensus,
say,
right? But see, there's also people on the other side too.
Hang on,
you
bro.
know?
Hang on, bro. I heard someone say that no church father individually is infallible, but the aggregate of their conversations and their debates and their interactions is where the truth comes up. That sounds pretty solid to me. It's better than me. It's better than me trying to fucking do it myself.
Right. Well, which 200 Protestant churches do I choose? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel you. It seems like and that's me too. I was going to mass. I didn't have an actual Orthodox church around me. But I've been I've been all around
start
the
with this,
umbrella.
Noggins.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many books are in the Bible?
So 66 or 70, depending on what canon you want to use, right?
Which canon should you use?
So, to me, it really doesn't matter if you want to take, the extra 7 books in the Catholic because they're in the Old Testament, and it has nothing to really actually do with the gospel. It's the same in the New Testament. We all have the same gospel. We got the same Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. We got Acts, Romans, Corinthians, like all these, by Paul to the churches, and the meaning is the same in the New Testament. So I think it's just something else to get caught up on, and so there are. I don't argue with people about the canon on the 70, whatever 3 or the 66, or whatever it is.
Yeah, but that's what they mean by interpretation.
Well, no, we're just going off the count. So that's the thing. Is like there's different groups that that disagreed way back in the day, right? Now, once again, we're talking about interpretation. So, yes, there are translations. It's important to go back to the original manuscript.
No, we're not talking about.
It's
we're not talking
important.
about like translations. We're literally just talking about the books that you accept as Word of God versus the books you don't
Yeah,
accept
but
as
in,
Word of
in the
God.
New Testament, which
But
is
you
the
don't
whole
have
new covenant with mankind, they're all the
one
same.
sec, Noggins.
Yeah.
You don't have a method. Like you basically like, I don't care whether or not if you want to call it 66 or 76. That's 10 books where you're like, I don't care whether or not this is the Word of God or not.
Not that I don't care. I do care, but there are priorities, right? There are levels to what is important and what is not that important comparatively. I love it all, and I think it's all important, right? But like,
But you don't have a system in place
and that's
you don't
what
have a
you
system
get.
in place to determine what is important, what's not important.
No, I do, which is truth, right? Like, I want to know the true gospel message about Jesus that the apostles preached, that spread like wildfire, why they died, why we count time after this person, right? And why his name comes up as a curse word, and you believe in him or not. You get pissed when people ask you about him, like that guy, right? And so that's kind of my mentality, right? Like, it's not that it's not important, but if it's Old Testament, that was only for the Jews. The Gentiles never had an option for that covenant. The new covenant started at actually
But
Jesus.
then why is the Old Testament in the Bible?
The Old Testament was there to prove, right? The New Testament in the forthcome as a shadow, right? Jesus is.
So it's not only for the Jews.
No, it's for the whole mankind. The whole story is in general, but I'm talking about the specific Levitical laws, but with the covenant with Abraham, right? Where you had 613 laws. You had to go to Yom Kippur, you dress different. The Gentiles or the rest of the world, God basically is sovereign. So he picked these Jewish people to show that he was real to humanity. By doing so, he told them to eat different and dress different in 613 laws. But that also gave us like a standard for morality, which was impossible to keep, right? And when Jesus came, he fulfilled that from heaven, right? Manifested. Therefore, his blood was sufficient, giving everyone forever peace with God. Whoever believes in him, Gentile, Jew, doesn't matter. Everybody now, right? Total forgiveness, total peace with God. Like that. That was good news.
Yeah. So, like, in terms of how do you determine which Old Testament books are relevant or are the Word of God and which aren't?
Well, every Old Testament book is relevant depending on what you're talking about. But if you're talking about the Gospels, right?
Yeah, so that word depends.
Well, for example, okay, let me give you an example. King David in the Psalms, right? Blessed is the man whose spirit never leaves him, right? And blessed is the man in the future whose sins and iniquities aren't accounted towards him, right? He's talking about, because he knew that Jesus was going to come, the Messiah would come and bring peace to humanity with God, and it wasn't a conditional covenant anymore. And you see all this in Hebrews 8.
According to who? According to who?
So if you read Hebrews, right?
Yeah, but according to who?
According to who what?
Well, we're talking various languages. We have Hebrew, we have Greek, and then other translations. So it's according to you.
We have Koine Greek, we got ancient Hebrew, and we got Aramaic.
Okay, but you're now telling us, with all due respect, you're telling us what this scripture means.
Okay, so that's the thing. That's what they say, right? But then if we go and reread this verse, let's go. Okay, what are let's go through all the interpretations then.
No, let's not. Let's not. I just want to ask a question.
Are there more than one? That's a good question. Right?
Why should I? Well, yes, there are, and the question is, why should
not with all the verses? So there's a lot of ones that are very.
Why should I listen? Why should I? With all due respect, I'm being.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
Well, there you go then. Well, then, so
but,
on the one hand, hang on.
But why listen to you? Because
don't. I'm not quoting scripture. I'm not quoting scripture. You're quoting scripture and telling me what it means. Then you also said, "Don't listen to me."
I didn't say don't listen to you. I'm gonna listen to you.
You said don't listen to you.
Yeah, I said, well, if you don't want to listen to me, I said don't listen to me. Well, this guy just said this, so therefore it's all true. Go read for yourself. Go pray and ask God to show you yourself.
I once had a conversation with a Protestant. Teriak, it was Glenn Lawrence. We all know who that is. And he was arguing sola scriptura. This was my very, very first time ever going online. And I was talking to Glenn Lawrence about it. I had no idea what sola scriptura was, but I kind of got the gist. And I asked him.
No offense, I think you're wise, and I think you're older, and I respect you. But I want to hear what you have to say. But I can almost guarantee it's not what sola scriptura means. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anyway, what I asked him was, if you go to a Protestant church and you don't agree with the pastor's interpretation of Scripture, what do you do? He said, well, I go and find a different church where the pastor is saying what I agree with. Right? That's kind of weird if you think about it. Why even go to church? Just make your own church.
How did Catholics anathema somebody for giving bad interpretations?
How many what?
How did, in the past, Catholics who were leaders and whatever, why were they anathema for their bad interpretations? How would they know? What do they hold it to? Right?
Well, as far as I can tell, like I said, I'm not going to argue Scripture. Okay, I'm talking history here.
Sure.
So it's a matter of continuity.
Well, I'm just saying this is that we all agree, me and you, on both sides. Which I don't hold myself Protestant, by the way. But we all go back to these same 27 New Testament books. Okay, regardless on what side you're on. So we all agree that that is the Word of God, right? So it's not that we don't take all the information we can possibly get from every resource and hold it to
I believe
a standard or like take it into consideration. But as far as like what the foundation of like what truth is,
there's a difference.
We all agree on that being
there's a difference. There's a difference. I believe the Bible is the Word of God because the church fathers told me.
Yeah, so there's one thing where it's like the church fathers had this book. This is where they're getting their information. But you just believe them because they're old, because these people said, listen, we got apostolic succession going back 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Bob and Tom and Jan for 2,000 years.
Yep.
But this verse that you're talking about, that even founds this whole Catholic movement, where Jesus goes, Peter, who do you say that I am? And he goes, you truly are the Son of God. Blessed are you, Son of Peter. God revealed this to you. You didn't come up with it yourself. I'll build my church on this rock. And then, you know what I mean, that verse?
Yeah, but you're still
It's one interpretation, 2,000. This is the same thing Satan did in the Garden of Eden. No, he doesn't mean you're going to surely die. What he means is you're going to be like God, right? He just takes the truth and misinterprets it. Now we're in. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, thanks, man. I can't get into Scripture with you. I'm not authorized to assess Scripture. Or
right. That's weird because you're a smart dude, bro. And we can read.
Allow me, and this is why I say, Kieran, like that's why I'm perfectly positioned in this to have this discussion. So Noggins, like, what does the Book of Job mean to you?
Well, the Book of Job is interesting because it's one of the oldest books we have, right? Job basically still chose God, even though everything around him was collapsing, and he still had faith. It was beautiful, and it's interesting. But what does the Old Testament mean to me is not as important as what any book in the New
I'm just
Testament.
talking about the Book of Job.
Mhm.
Book of Job is the same in every single church, right? So like this whole thing, if it's different or whatever.
What do you mean?
Like
translation?
I'm asking you like your interpretation of what's the message of Book of Job?
Did you say that the message of Job is the same in every church, or the Book of Job itself, like translation wise?
The Book of Job is the same in every single church.
Like translation, like when you read it.
Like every single church, no matter what church denomination you have, has the Book of Job in the Bible.
Yeah, they all do. Well, they all have all.
So
of
what
them.
does the Book of Job? What does the Book of Job mean to you?
They all have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy.
Yes, and what does the Book of Job mean to you? What is the message of the Book of Job?
What does it mean to you?
Bro,
I'm
answer the
asking you.
fucking
I did
fucking
already.
question, bro. You
Yeah.
didn't. What does the Book of Job mean to you?
You said it's
What's the
beautiful and
message?
interesting.
What's the
No,
message? what did you?
I said
How
God
did you?
showed himself.
How did you?
to Satan?
Sorry, right,
because Satan was.
I'll
Okay.
just finish the question. How did reading the Book of Job influence your perspective on life?
You know, my favorite parts of the Book of Job was when God goes to Job and goes, "I'm sorry, Job. Do you know how the reproduction of camels or llamas or whatever it was happens?
Okay.
Do you
Okay,
know how?"
Okay,
Right?
you're being bad faith now.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you.
But anyways,
little verses.
shout out to Blue.
From-
You're my boy, Blue.
We bring you.
Shit, what's that? Wrong clip. Wrong clip. Blue
Oh, no.
says over in the Ko-Fi, my altruism wants the wheel spun, my motherfucking man. So we are going to move on to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen. Let's spin that motherfucking wheel.
Job was tested and he passed. Next question.
Gentlemen, should we ban utilitarians from government?
Yeah, go on then. Go on. You know who was utilitarian? Do you know who was utilitarian in about 1939?
We're talking Unitarians.
No, utilitarians. The philosophy utility. Okay, well maybe Teriak, maybe we need to explain what with all due respect, maybe we need to explain what utilitarian is.
Yeah, so utilitarian basically is your morality comes from the outcome. As opposed, the opposite of utilitarian is deontologist.
Yeah, so
someone
good.
who would say this is your duty.
So for a utilitarian, good means the best, the most people are happy, and the least people are sad. That's utilitarian. So it goes back to the trolley problem.
Are we talking about the most are happy within your own group or total and throughout the world?
No, it just means your moral decisions are based on this is going to be good for most people and not bad for most people. It comes
so
to
for example,
yeah, go on.
There's utilitarian and then there's deontology. Deontology would say this is your duty and this is a moral duty. Whereas a utilitarian would say, depending on the outcome, will determine whether you acted morally or not. So let's say there was a certain action that was taken and the resulting of that action like end up with the life loss of a child or an innocent child. Right? The way that these two groups would look at that would be the deontologist would say you still done your moral duty and the outcome shouldn't determine whether or not you acted morally, whereas the utilitarians would say you're immoral because an innocent child lost his life.
Maybe I could try like a simpler example, Terry.
It can go hand in hand though, right?
Like a really simple example. Okay, so say for example, well, this happened. It turns out Australia makes really good wine, but we aren't a very sexy country. So there's some guys who took Australian wine to a town in France and to try and sell it. And the French drank it and said, wow, that's fucking good wine. Like it's even better than our wine. And they said, how much do you want? How many bottles do you want? They said, none. They go, what do you mean? And they said, well, if we import your wine, we're going to destroy our local economy because we have a whole culture built around selling wine and making wine. From a utilitarian point of view, they might have said, well, you know, the wine's good. It's let's do it. But they thought about a broader concept, which
at
was
what cost? You know,
they had a duty to look after their own people and look after their own community.
Yeah, but what if their community was lavished and increased because of the?
Yeah, but it wasn't. It wasn't, bro. Like engage with the hypothetical. I'm talking about utilitarian. Yeah, but whenever you say "what if their society was," you're changing the hypothetical. You're putting in some other example.
No, I'm playing devil's advocate on the other side.
No, you're not. No, you're not. What you're doing is you go, well, but what if, like, it's like when I asked you, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? The answer was hungry. But you said, well, it depends, right?
I did say hungry like 4 times when she laughed. I was like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. After you fucked it up. Okay.
I wanted to hear you. I'll go along with your thing. It's just if I ask you a question, I'm doing a hypothetical myself. You know.
Not really. Not
No,
all
you're
questions
not.
are hypothetical.
This is
If you
different.
ask me, Kieran, why are you gay? That isn't a hypothetical. If you said, Kieran, let's imagine you were gay, blah blah blah, that would be a hypothetical.
Pause, dude.
Right.
Sorry. Pause. Pause is a word that Americans use whenever somebody says something gay.
So yes, Tariak, I think we should ban utilitarians from government. I think we should have idealists in government. We should have a what's the word? Oh God, the old Greek, the dictator.
Thor.
What's the a benevolent dictator.
We don't.
That's
yeah,
what we need.
We don't need to even go that far back. So, would you say that Hitler acted nobly?
No.
Are you not bringing in the outcome?
Nobly. Well,
No. It was utilitarian.
who determines what's noble?
No, because if we just compare Hitler on his duty that he wanted to emigrate the Jews out of Germany and all this kind of shit.
I'm not doing this again.
Would
Would
that not be? You want to go there, Kieran? So, in terms of like that aspect, would you not say that like that was a noble duty to protect his own people?
Who
Protect his
determines what's
nation?
noble and what's not noble, Tarak?
To emigrate to protect your people wouldn't be noble. We need someone to decide for
Says
us.
who? Who determines that? How do you know what's noble or not?
So we cannot understand what noble is.
Oh, I think we can, but how do you know? You know.
Well, let's do a hypothetical. Teriak, if you could travel back in time and stand over Hitler's his little manger when he's a baby, would you kill him?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, let's go with noggins. Would you kill baby Hitler?
Dude, I'm 6 years
you can't
sober.
answer it. You can't
6
answer it.
years sober of killing babies, dude. I don't kill babies anymore. I've never killed a baby, dude. You know what I'm saying? But if you're asking me if I knew everything he would have done, would you have done it then? No, because that's murder. I don't murder people. I don't murder babies, dude.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree completely. I wouldn't either, because killing babies is wrong. Right? So we're making it an idealistic. The utilitarian answer would be, of course you would kill Hitler. You'd save all the people that you would avoid World War II. But the idealistic point of view is we don't kill babies, right? Am I
the
wrong?
duty.
Am I wrong?
I'm with
Like
you.
fundamentally, right? There's a lot of like different shit that went on during World War II. Turn around and say like, okay, based on the outcome of what happened, that it's necessarily wrong or evil or whatever, I think is a bad take to go about it in terms of that. Do you know what I mean? But getting back to the point that I'm trying to make here is that like the duty of protecting your people is a noble duty.
Sure.
So in terms of like that essence, like every single politician right now is, one could say, immoral or evil.
What if your
because they're
people are
going against
terrorists?
That duty.
Well, I'm going to ask
terrorists is noble
Teriak.
then?
Teriak, do you think the Irish government and the British government should employ Hitler's tactics to solve the problem in Britain right now?
Mass deportations, yeah.
Mass deportations. Okay, just that bit.
Mhm.
Not the other bit.
Because that's what all the official Nazi documents, that's what they were saying. Deport them. Mass immigration.
Sure.
Now, if
Sure.
the result ended up with 6 million immigrants or 6 million fake UGs or whatever, like they get wiped out, Like, does that mean that it's immoral to say mass deportations?
You're conflating two things, brother.
I would say this: that being noble to defend your cult or your terrorist group that's terrorizing society isn't really noble, as in even if the person was genuine, right? As they think it is. Like, we're talking about God, the one determines what is good, what is wrong. So if you're in line with that, right, that's the only way to actually be noble, right? If you have a terrorist group,
No, wait.
right?
What does noble mean, Noggins?
I'm saying that noble is a term based off morality, and we gotta ask who determines morality.
Yes, a moral person. So when you say it's like,
Who
is it
determines
noble to be a
morality?
terrorist? When I say to protect your people,
Well, who determines what morality is, what's good and what's bad?
you understand the discrepancy.
I'm just saying, anybody can say that they're doing good and bad and not be doing good or bad. I mean, who's to say who's right, wrong?
Yeah, is protecting your people being a terrorist?
It depends. Is your people horrible?
It depends.
Pedophiles or murders and rapists?
It always depends.
My God.
It always depends.
I'm just saying. You might in your heart
What
think
is-
that's a noble thing to
one
do,
second.
but you guys
What
are
is-
horrible people, right? So for your own
What
perverted
is
reasons, you want to do
what
that.
is
I don't think that's noble.
Noggins, what is morality to you? Like, how do you prove
Morality to
exists?
me is something that God set in whenever He spoke the world into existence, right? That was one of the laws of physics, morality that He
That's not
placed.
Morality is a laws of physics.
I know, right?
No, it's
What
one
the
of it's one of the standards that God set.
Let
the
me
line
let
in
me
the
go about it this
sand,
way.
God's code.
Let me go about it this way, Noggins. Okay, what is demoralization? What happens if someone is demoralized?
Well, they're probably not going to do the right thing.
Demoralization. Demoralization is when you're in a Soviet gulag, and they sleep deprive you, and they torture you, and they make you sign a document to say that you confess to something you didn't do. That's demoralization.
Sure.
It's a complete loss of meaning.
Yep.
Complete loss of meaning. So, like, a nihilist is someone who is demoralized.
Mhm.
Because let me ask you this way, Noggins, what does the word mean?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Define is.
Come on, dude. I'm not trying to do a pop quiz on what the word means, dude. I know what a word means.
Yeah, it's fundamental to what I'm getting at. You don't know
Well,
what
depends,
word
Jared.
means.
Depends if
Yeah.
you mean word, like, do you mean
A word is
as
something
in,
that we use to describe something else.
do you mean word as in logos?
Word is a unit of meaning.
That's what. Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
No, not exactly. No, or like that's
Exactly
what I
what I
said,
said.
or whatever. Like, no, it's not exactly what you
I
said.
said it's
But
something
what
that
does
we
meaning-
use in
what-
order to describe something else. You know.
Yeah, that's not unit of meaning. What does meaning mean?
Meaning means to describe something. Specifics on what it is.
No.
You know.
You gave the same answer to both questions.
All right. I don't listen, dude. I'm not a scientist. Okay. Why don't y'all just get to the point? I know what a word is. You know what I mean?
No, but you literally
You
said
you don't.
describe. Describe was the answer. Like he asked.
I
you
said
two
we.
questions,
It's
you said
something that we
describe.
use and say and write down to describe something else, which is the same thing as a meaning. To describe something is to give it meaning. You can't have both.
And what is meaning?
Meaning is to explain what something is.
Well, then what's the meaning of life?
Do I look like Socrates, dude? All right.
No. Fuck
Okay.
Socrates. He's fucking annoying. Socrates.
No,
Socrates.
we're technically
I
Socrates.
can play, dude. It's all right, dude. I can play too, dude.
So, like,
it's okay.
meaning is value. So when you're talking about like nihilism or demoralization to cause nihilism, you're talking about this fundamental aspect of why you even choose to get up in the morning, because
Yeah,
you
but
seek
that's what I'm-
value.
For sure.
Yes, and in terms of meaning, like that's why God is the highest power, is the highest meaning.
Right.
So when you're talking, no,
I agree
right.
with you.
So in terms of the aspect of meaning, right? Morality is what gives meaning. If you can be demoralized, you can also be moralized.
Yeah. Are you talking about that? Your standard though
If you
is
can erode-
God, is a theist
if you-
standard, and
If you can
hypothetical?
erode someone down to a demoralized state or a nihilistic state, you can also give them meaning, give them value to live forward, right? So when we're talking about like how do we work out what is moral, we're talking about how do we increase value.
Yeah,
It's literally mathematical. Mathematical.
Tarek, if you
getting
want to
back,
go there, we can go with the Nietzsche question. What's the value of value? Okay, that's a bottomless pit, bro. That's an infinite regress. What's the value? How do you
The value of barbecue?
How do you value value? Like how
Value,
do you
value. Okay.
Yeah, how do you value value?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it just depends. That's a psychological
so
thing in your
again,
mind, right? Do you know your value in God? Who
This is
you
where we
are?
get to will to power.
How much He loves you and created you unique?
Will to Power was
in
never
terms
a
of
fucking book. It was never a book, bro.
Yeah. So in
No,
terms of
no, of course not.
in terms of, let me finish my point, boys. Stop interrupting.
Sorry,
So in terms of like what we're gonna work out, what is meaningful, what produces more human beings, what produces more, right? That's basically what we're talking about in terms of being moral. So getting back to Adolf's thing of reporting these motherfuckers that are negatively impacting our culture, that are negatively impacting our individuals, that are demoralizing them, would it not be seen as a moral duty to then deport these motherfuckers?
At this point, I got no idea what you're talking about. It sounds like you're speaking yourself into knots.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about here is like this whole aspect of deontology versus utilitarians, right?
Sure.
What the left currently does is saying you guys are saying the same shit as Hitler and the Nazis because you are going for mass emigration, which resulted in 6 million Jews being wiped out. What they're trying to do is map that onto the same thing that you're doing with the immigrants and saying all these immigrants need to be deported because it's going to result in this the same outcome of 6 million immigrants dying or something like that, or 6 million Muslims or whatever the fuck.
Oh, bro, all these.
But is it not?
Sorry, go on.
Is it not a moral imperative to deport them, despite the fact that that might be a possible outcome? Or are we saying this is a possible outcome, meaning it would be immoral to deport these motherfuckers?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think one side is saying this is the legal way to come into the country. If you don't do that, right, then you get deported. Like, is that bad to have to abide by the law of the country that you're going to? You know, at least to get in there.
Most of the kids who are fucking screaming fascist and Nazi have no idea what it even is. Like, that's the point, Teriak. They're using this this branding, this propaganda. You know, punch a Nazi, you're a fascist. They have no idea. I've seen them asked in public, "What's a fascist?" They have no idea. They have no idea. They have no idea about blood and soil. Blood and soil is probably the best definition of a fascist, right? They have no idea. And so I don't even engage with it. I think I see what you're doing. I think you're trying to turn the tables on them. But Europe is in such a mess that the simple solution, you know, I'm not advocating for it, but it almost looks like you could imagine the simple solution is like a Tiananmen Square solution, right? Bring in the bulldozers and just scoop all the people up and get them the fuck out of here. That's not a great idea. I don't know what the solution is because it is so embedded into your world now, into Europe. How the fuck do you deal with it? I have a feeling the response is going to be ugly. Like some people speak about the potential of a civil war in America.
No.
I think Europe, especially Britain, is literally, I'm not being hyperbolic, literally on the brink that it's going to pop off. The Patriots have had enough. The police are corrupt. The government's corrupt. Good Lord, God help us all. God help us all.
Amen. Yeah, and it's not really good to bring a gun to a drum fight nowadays, right? So it's hard because it's like, well, what do you do nowadays? I mean, muskets were cool back in the day, you know, when it was just you could just storm the Capitol and everybody got muskets.
We've got a guy in chat called Abe Ismain Digital Wallet. That's not our Abe. No, that's not our Abe.
No, I don't think so. Well, like getting back to what I'm pointing towards, though, with the distinction between utilitarian, that's what I've been trying to describe. The difference between utilitarian and deontology is that I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that we'd all agree that mass deportations or mass emigration out of the European nations would be a noble or a moral ought.
Correct.
We should do this.
I think putting
saw
like
the,
sending
hang on,
people
bro,
back
I
without
saw-
because they came in illegally is a good thing because we have rules and we have laws.
the,
You have to abide by those, right? Like you can't just be like, or
Carry on,
maybe make some other
so just
secondary process.
let Kieran finish. Let Kieran finish, Noggins.
I saw the clip of the EU Parliament. The majority were chanting, "Send them back, send them back, send them back." Like, I get it, but the problem is, how do you weed them out? Like, they're so integrated, they're so like it's a fucking mess, bro. I really pity England, Great Britain, Europe right now. And now we have it coming over here in Australia. We're probably about 8 years behind you, but it's coming. But what's the term? Invasion by stealth. You've been invaded by stealth. And I can't help thinking that every solution is going to be ugly. God help us all. Like,
I'll go one step further, Kieran, and say that, like, when all is said and done, you're going to have statues of Adolf in Germany. Like, that's how bad Europe is at this point. Because, like, as you're pointing out, like, the politicians are, like, beyond belief of how corrupt they are. They've like drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak.
So
then the question becomes, what do you do when the state is actively going against the people of the nation?
Well, they're already making new statues of Stalin in fucking Russia. Not even lying. They're making new statues of Stalin in Russia, right? Because they've forgotten. They've got the memory of a fucking goldfish. They've forgotten.
Right. Yeah, that's what happens is like things get debunked and settle, right? They get slaughtered, and then hundreds of years later they reemerge again, right? And now it's just this new thing. It's nobody wants to read nowadays. It's just in their algorithms, and they just keep duping people with the same old shit that they've done, been through over and over again. But it's always been world domination. This is just biblical shit. One world government, new world order, that kind of thing.
Do you think, Noggins? Just I want to ask you a question. Yeah. I've got to go and take a leak, but I'll be listening. Would you prefer to live under a Christian nationalist world order or a caliphate, like a Muslim world order?
Oh, Christian all day.
Oh, fucking based. Okay, I'm going for a leak. I'll see you soon.
Well, unless we can marry a girl named Aisha at 6 years old and we're 51 years old. I mean, that's in the Quran, dude. I didn't make that up. Okay. Muhammad couldn't read or write. It literally tells you to believe in the Bible and the prophets before us, and the Torah, and Abraham, Jesus, Moses, Jacob, Isaac, and like Surah or something.
So if we go based on Christian nationalism, right, and that outcome is that women are no longer able to vote,
what?
Rather than a president, we have a king. Or let's just go with the women aren't allowed to vote anymore. Like, would you still support Christian nationalism?
And what's the alternative?
Caliphate.
You said what?
Caliphate. Alhamdulillah, Habibi. They take over.
I mean, I would say Christian nationalism would probably have women voting within a year after that. So I'm gonna go with that one. But okay, I don't know why. I don't know why that would be a part of Christian nationalism.
Yeah. So, like, let me ask you this way: like, do you think that democracy is the best policy or form of governance?
I don't know about that. Because I mean, people are easily duped. I mean, nowadays in 2026, right? Like 2,000 years since Jesus, and God knows how many thousands or billions of years since humanity, right? Like people are so like you can tell anybody anything, they'll believe it nowadays, right? So it's like it's easy to like dupe a mass audience with, and you know what I mean. So you know, it's like I feel like we're in an age where it's just like everybody's confused and they've been branded from school and information, and people don't want to go and like seek, you know, alternative or like maybe the stuff they don't like. You know, grew up in religion and hate it, but they like as an adult refuse to go and read anything. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of the age we live in, right? You're just branded and angry.
Yeah.
and
So you would be against democracy then?
I mean, I wouldn't say
suffrage.
that. It would be better than a lot of different other options, but is it the best option? I mean, I don't know.
Okay,
You
let me
have
ask
to
this question:
explain-
What nation in the Bible had democracy or universal suffrage?
What, Israel?
Nope.
I don't know. I didn't think so.
So universal suffrage is something we should get rid of.
Universal suffrage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to suffer.
Not what suffrage means. Like democracy, we should get rid of democracy.
What's the alternative?
Kings.
Kings?
Mm-hmm.
You get a bad one.
What if you get a bad president?
Well, then at least you got the people.
Is that stopping the bad things happening in Europe?
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stop it.
Yeah. So why do we have this belief in our heads that like, no, we need to have democracy? Why not say, no, democracy's not working?
I mean, it's better than saying, hey, shut up, I'm the boss, and you guys are all going to do what I say no matter what. I mean, everybody's got a mind and a heart. You know,
Because
be able to
when you look
speak
at a
it.
king, if you have a bad king, the people all know who to take out. So a monarchy is actually a better system than democracy.
Says Putin.
Democracy's terrible because most people are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But it's better than
It's
like,
literally-
you know, like
it's
a
lit-
tyrant.
It's literally
Most
retard
people-
supremacy.
Most people who vote don't even know how their own parliament works.
But at least stupid people you can persuade to be on the other side. You know, like with the other side, it doesn't matter if it's all smart people. You're done. You're just screwed.
How are you screwed?
Because it's one guy, one dickhead at the top makes all the decisions. It doesn't matter what you say. Hopefully,
The people can rise up and overthrow the king. There's been many kings that were overthrown.
not nowadays, bro. You're bringing guns to a drone fight.
No, because now we have a constitutional monarchy, not an actual true monarchy. Since the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta changed everything. The rule of law became, right, the document, the rule of law became the supreme reference, not the king.
You get what I'm saying? That was all cool back in the day when it was just muskets.
Yeah, same
Nowadays,
as the American Constitution, right? It's the document, it's the rule of law that is above everything.
well, it's not above God's law, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. True.
And show me in
I-
God's law where it's democracy is our greatest strength.
It don't say that. It says abide by God's law, right? Pay Caesar what Caesar's, pay your
And
taxes.
Caesar was a king.
Abide by
Emperor.
it's saying pay your taxes and abide by the laws of the land. But if it's going to go against God's code, for example, and it's going to start telling you to do all these things that are
Just got to
complete violations, then you go with God's code over.
Just got to share with check with Shazzy Bear. The king is Catholic. He listens to the Pope. I thought the king was Church of England since Henry VIII. That's what I thought. Like, or Isn't the
No, what
church-
Shazzy means there is what the Pope's been doing, where it's like, oh, like actually Islam and Christianity worship the same God and all that kind
Ah,
of shit.
gotcha.
Yeah. That's okay. Whatever you
The
believe.
king's
It's fine.
Catholic. I had no idea.
It's fine.
I thought the king
Yeah.
was. I thought
It's all the
king
same
was-
thing. All the same path. That bullshit. They all say the same thing.
Because just for an update on the international audience or the non-European audience, the King of England came out and said that England is a multi-faith nation.
Awesome.
That means it's
How do
fluid.
how do we feel about that?
Awesome.
Like the rest of us.
Fuck me. Ah.
So I think
If
it's
I
about
was
time
creating-
that they overthrew the king, so to speak. To the bell tower, as they would say. Because fundamentally you have like the king, the parliament. And again, it's not just in terms of like England being a monarchy, it's the same thing in Ireland, it's the same thing in Germany, it's the same thing in France. Where it's like this whole democracy experiment, it just leads to worse and worse outcomes. Because rather than having a monarch or having a king, you essentially have like the blame's being put on the people saying, well, yous voted for this. So the whole justification to overthrow the king is not really there. Whereas at
see-
least if you're living under a monarch and all the people say, fuck this guy, he's clearly acting against us, then they're able to say, well,
We
responsibility
got
lies with you
stir a
because you're
coup
the
and
king.
murder him, you know. But see, once again, I think it's all just a dupe. Like I don't think the left, right, blue, red, you know what I mean? I think that's all just kind of like a, you know, a little dance that they do to try to get you against each other. When it's still really like that though. They're still really the people, you know what I'm saying, that are running all this shit that's not really like, you know, and you don't know them, right? They got people for that. They got people that are on the front lines and, you know, and so I think, you know, like Trump would have been left or right, bro. You know what I mean? It don't matter. He's gonna win whether it's left or right against certain people, right? The next guy, he's gonna do what he needs to do, left, right, you know.
So what is it?
So it's just world domination. These people just want power and they want to play along this game of new world order that's gonna be established.
Which would be globalism?
this. No, I'm saying the same people running the show for a while.
It's not
Long time.
globalism.
What?
You saying it's not globalism?
All right, fellas. While you're in between thoughts, I'm going to take off Teriak and Noggins.
Yeah, nice meeting you, bro.
Appreciate you, Kieran.
Yeah, nice to meet
Any
you.
shout outs you want to give before you go?
Any shout outs? Yeah. I don't know. Kieran Markin, you know, on YouTube, whatever. Kieran Markin. There it is. Remove the space out of the name and just put Kieran Markin. You'll find me. Wouldn't advise going over there. It's a bit retarded. But anyway, Teriak, thanks for having me up. Shazzy Bear, love you,
Kieran.
man. Like, yeah.
Can I say something real quick? Can you check out one guy? He really like he's my favorite on the planet on YouTube. His name is Dr. Andrew Farley. Just check him out on YouTube.
Andrew Farley.
Dr. Andrew Farley, yeah. He's
all right. I'll check it out. All right.
Thanks, brother.
Godspeed to you all. God bless. Thanks, Teriak. I'll see you guys
Godspeed,
later.
Kieran. Thanks for stopping up. Have a good one.
You too.
So, getting back onto this, Noggins. You're saying that it's all just New World Order, all this kind of shit. So, like, what are the two sides? Or
Well,
how
the
do we
two-
fight back against the New World Order?
Spiritually, you know.
No, I don't know.
I mean, we recognize who God is. We get a relationship with Him. We help people in humanity understand who they are, who created them, so they can walk with peace and rest and know God and go off and be their own juggernaut. You know, and that's the trickle down effect of, I think, truth from God, where He reveals things to people, opens their eyes. And that's the best way to go about it. Because I mean, really, what are you gonna do? You know, all the things you got to do in order to get to certain levels in politics and you name it. I mean, it's just, as a person with a compass and a person
All
with
right, so
principles, it's hard to get there.
so how am I supposed to build a relationship with God when, for example, you have like churches that like are like fly the pride flag out of it and all this kind of shit?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, sorry.
are they part of the relationship with God, or they talk about God?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, you got to understand who it is. How do you know what it is? Who it is? I mean, you got to go back to the sources, do a little digging, and being like, all right, like who am I going to listen to? A lot of people sound nice on YouTube and like preach good or tell you things that you just get. Maybe you were raised in a certain school or church that just branded a certain thing in your brain, right? This is the way, no other way, right? But it's like until you can just kind of be a truth seeker and just kind of get outside that and go, all right, let me read some stuff for myself, right? Let me look at some things, like instead of just being like whatever, it's too much, who cares, and I think that's where real peace and joy and purpose is found. And I think you do that just by like reading the New Testament. Like Jewish people don't read the New Testament, like everybody, like every culture, doesn't matter what you grew up in, kind of has their own way of branding you, and you have to kind of like step back and do a little deconstruction sometimes. And like, all right, well, if I'm wrong, like I want to know, like I don't want to believe lies. You know what I mean? Like no matter how much I believe this, I want to be able to understand the other interpretation of the other churches or brains, that I'm talking to, so to speak, right? Yeah. Are you with me? Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I don't know. I can't hear anybody. Yeah, everybody check out.
I was taking a piss.
Check out
but
Dr.
I
Andrew
don't
Farley, bro. Everybody.
100%. Any other shout outs?
Dr. Andrew Farley on YouTube. I'm telling you, that guy, best deal. He goes live Monday through Sunday. You can call in. He's on Sirius XM Radio, all these different stations, and they vet you to make sure you're not crazy. But like, he don't run from any questions, and he makes the whole Bible make sense. He talks about the grace of God, the good news of the gospel. And I've been in church my whole life and never heard about the new covenant until about a year and a half ago. And just check him out. I think it'll be a breath of fresh air for a lot of people.
Cool Brains, appreciate you stopping by, Noggins.
Adios.
So yeah, like I said, I that's kind of like a good example of what I mean by this whole thing of like knowing the enemy, knowing how to determine whether or not something is truth. Like it's good to say it's like, oh, just follow God, like the same aspect. Probably heard it like multiple times on this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, just follow God and all this stuff. It's like, but okay, you have, for example, like the Muslims who say that they're following God. You have the other avenue of like, well, clearly Christianity is right, just compare Jesus to Muhammad. It's like, okay, I got you there. But then you have, for example, like the LGBT churches and all that kind of nonsense that's going on. You'd have, let's say, the Catholic Church would be kind of one. I believe Jim was the one that was kind of saying like modern day Catholic churches, they've kind of veered off the course and all this kind of stuff. And then like you'd have like the Orthodox in terms of like they would say like apostolic succession, etc., etc. But it seems like there's a lot of people like Noggins, like being the example where it's like, okay, I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to determine truth for myself. But then how do you know that you're actually following truth and not just, being misled or misguided? Mentioning like it's all like they're all on the same side and it's all like a new world order. And then just kind of like having like your security blanket, so to speak, where it's like, oh, like I'm just gonna go to God and God's gonna tell me what to do and all this kind of shit. Essentially, that doesn't really get you anywhere as an individual, so to speak. You know, like I said, it's kind of like the security blanket kind of aspect where, you know, you're saying a lot of platitudes, you're saying a lot of slogans, or you're saying the quote unquote right thing, but there's no real course of action. There's no actual like plan in place. And even from that, like, how do we even determine who is the enemy? You know what I mean? How are we able to discover the two sides, so to speak? Because it's very easy to just throw your hands up in the air and say, well, everybody's wrong, and I'm just going to go out into the wilderness and do my own thing and all this kind of shit. Because I think a lot of people have certain key aspects to it where, like, they understand, like, they've heard about the New World Order, or they've heard about this whole, like, one world government, so to speak. So even from that aspect, right, it's clear, like, if you're a one world government enthusiast, let's say, you'd have a particular mind state or mentality that you'd want to, or plan that you'd want to execute. Which is why I mentioned the word like globalism. This whole thing of, you know, we're all one big globe and we should all take care of each other. And from that, there's certain ideas that emerge from that. So, for example, like the whole environmentalism, that's obviously an easy one to drive in, because holy shit, Greta Thunberg, you know, it's. I even think that like lefties themselves think that she's an annoying cunt as well. And a lot of times it's easy, like, for kind of like draw out individuals like Greta Thunberg and be like, she's an annoying cunt. Probably not preaching the message. You know what I mean? Probably not speaking truth, so to speak. You know what I mean? But another aspect, let's go, like, we done the environment, let's go into like economic policies. This whole thing of like free trade. A lot of people would say, yeah, free trade's a great idea, you know, global markets, all this kind of shit. But how would you protect your local markets? How would you protect your domestic or national markets? You can't do that with free trade. You're going to get undermined by China. You know what I mean? So even in terms of like being able to recognize, okay, people who want one world government, the Klaus Schwab, you know, you will eat the bugs and you will be happy. Like those type motherfuckers. And that's oftentimes where they shy away from the public. Like they're not there giving their UN speeches and all this kind of shit. Usually like at their closed conferences, not really widely reported on. You're not seeing a lot of clips of them or what they're actually saying. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the overall, so to speak, like there are ways to identify a cancerous mentality or a mind virus, so to speak. And we even drew upon this thing of like, oh, what is moral, or how should we know what is noble and what we should pursue and all this kind of shit. Key aspect of that would be what I was trying to dig down towards is this whole thing of like value, meaning of something that is significant. You know what I mean? Something you can't quite put put a name to or put like a description to, the, as the French would say, the je ne sais quoi, the I don't know, you know, which is the same thing of, go back to ancient Greeks when Heraclitus is talking about the logos. He's saying the word, the reason, the account for. That's why, like, there's something you cannot quite grasp, but you know it's the light in the dark tunnel, so to speak. You know what I mean? And that's why I keep drawing it back to reason. God, like the best explanation for me is that like God is reason. Sound reasoning, for example, is something that is divine. It transcends the individual, not just an opinion. You know what I mean? I'm not giving you just some random Bible quotes that make you feel good inside. You know what I mean? Like that aspect of truth. Truth is sound reasoning. They go hand in hand. You cannot have one without the other. You know? And from my aspect, at least, if we're to get down to it in terms of like the left-right dynamic, and again, when the likes of Noggins or those people of those ilk will say, oh, like left and right doesn't matter and all this kind of shit. They're not able to put their finger on it. But that's why I go out of my way to try and highlight it, kind of saying, listen, in terms of left and right wing, you're in that dynamic. You're going to say, well, communism is the left wing and then capitalism is the right wing. If you're stuck in that dynamic, an anarcho-capitalist and a communist, they both want the same thing. They both want to destroy the nation. They both want a stateless society, so to speak. You know? And from that aspect, that's when you get caught up, or you're caught in that Marxist box. Fundamentally, you could consider yourself right wing. And again, it's quite a thing to see it for what it is. When, like, if you check out my last debate over on Speakeasies, quite clear. Like, the dude's even saying, like, you need to seize the means of production. You know, it's a progressive mentality. We need to progress as a society, so we're going to get rid of the state. It's the state's fault that we all don't have tanks. You know, it's basically just a right wing utopia. It's the same fucking thing. That's why, like I said, the real binary is globalist versus nationalist. And that's when, like I said, you look over history, start to have a very unpleasant or uncomfortable realization that Churchill backed the wrong horse. Because when you look at, and again, we done this on Monday, so you can check out that if you want. This whole thing that, like, Stalin just didn't stop with Russia. He propped up China, propped up people in South America. The only way communism works is if the whole world becomes communist. Because if you get rid of your state, well, then you've just basically weakened your entire nation to another group of people coming in and just capturing land masses. You know? I still blame the parents. My nanny was my morals, to be honest. She was my safe place. Well, there is a key aspect to that, Shazzy. It's like your beliefs are shaped by your circle. And again, it's like family is like the very center part of that. Then you have your friends, then you have your community, then you have your nation. You know what I mean? And this is why when you look at the leftists, the meme of the heat map, whereas like a conservative or a right wing thinker will have like a lot of their heat map is like closely knitted into that center of the circle. Whereas if you look at the lefty, it's the inverse. Their heat map clusters around the external. And a key aspect of explaining that is it's very easy to give lip service or to say that, oh, I care for the people of Gaza and all this kind of shit. Because you're never going to meet them. You're never going to actually have to do anything for them. But you can vote and try to get your government to send them money and all this kind of shit. And again, this whole aspect of like there's been multiple trillions of dollars pumped into Africa. And Africa is still just as much as a shithole as it was today than it was thousands of years ago. So can we really say that like all this aid that we've given to Africa has actually benefited them? Think about this. Yeah? Like this whole thing of like you send your old clothes over to Africa. Seems like a nice thing to do. You know, help out the downtrodden, all this kind of shit. But by doing that, that means you have like a shit ton of clothes coming into the country. What about the people that would have ended up being textiles? How are you supposed to compete with a product that's free, that's been given freely around? How are you supposed to, as a businessman, how are you supposed to actually make money or develop like a textiles business or a designer business and all this kind of shit? But it's masqueraded as something nice or something quote unquote good that we should do. You know? And this is the whole kind of distinction or the key thing between giving someone a hand up or giving someone a hand out. You know? Key dis- and that's what like a huge problem of this in modern day, what we're seeing kind of manifest in modern day is like this whole kind of illusion of niceness or like I'd say niceness because I want to avoid using like good or moral or whatever, but it is that kind of mystique or that illusion that we tell ourselves like, oh, we're doing something nice. But to get back to the prompt as well, like the utilitarian, it's like at some point you do need to look at the actual outcome, and is it actually benefiting the people in the long term? And this is the problem with democracy as well, where it's like, what is there to fight against when you have politicians that are promising you false promises, but even just promising you stuff in the short term? Very easy for a politician to say, we're going to increase the social welfare. You get tons of votes. All the people that are on the dole are going to vote for you. But is that going to benefit the nation in the long run? Fuck no. Very difficult for a politician to stand up and say, listen, things are shit. They're going to get worse. But trust in me, I'm going to make the right investments. And in the long term, in 10 years, in 15 years' time, we'll reap the reward. That guy's not going to get votes. And that's why democracy ends up as a popularity contest. And then eventually you get one of two options. Either you see the tyrant rise up, and then it's just brutality. Everybody's acting on their own base impulse. There's no reason being applied whatsoever. Or you reset the process back to meritocracy, aristocracy. Reason above all, you know? And that's the importance of like sound reasoning, is because it transcends the individual. Think of like the ad hom fallacy. The reason why it's a fallacy is because you're attacking the person, not the argument. I could be the biggest piece of shit human being, but if I make a moral argument that is sound in reasoning, trying to highlight my moral shortcomings, does nothing to actually defeat the argument. The thing about fallacies is people fall for fallacies. That's why they work, you know? Blue says that one company that gave shoes to the poor countries put the shoemakers out of business. Exactly. 100%. You know? And this is the thing, like policies that sound nice or sound like you're doing the right thing, like the fruit from the poisonous tree, so to speak, you know? I was taught never kick with your left foot. Hey, you're speaking to a lefty here, Shazzy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tim Pool covered that. An aid agency sent shoes to Africa. End result was economic collapse for the country. And this is the thing of like evil genius. Like what I would say is like evil genius is this thing of like an idea or a plan that on its surface it sounds like it's the right thing. It sounds like it's the nice thing to do. But I guarantee you there were conglomerates or globalists or whatever that were sitting there going, if we do this, then we can undermine the local industry and collapse the economy. And once we collapse the economy, then we essentially have slaves. Why I keep bringing up the British imperial system? How the city of London is able to financially exploit all these nations. Why I keep hammering on the drum of saying, why are they importing in fighting age military men and propping up civil wars in all of North Africa and the Middle East, time and time again? They're draining the country. Not only brain drain, but like physical drain as well. these countries are essentially leaving themselves wide open just to be exploited again. This is why I keep trying to point out that, you know, out of all the things that are there, essentially, it's like the city of London are sitting there licking their lips, kind of going, yep, couple of years' time, we'll be able to send in British Petroleum or our big multinational corporations or our conglomerates, and they'll just scoop up all the natural resources and we're back in business again, baby. You know? Like, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. Like, how can someone who's supposed to represent the people, how can this be their mentality?
Okay, so you're fleeing war.
Excuse me?
Are you fleeing war?
Yeah, prosecution.
Prosecution?
Yeah,
Where?
Nigeria.
There's war in Nigeria?
No, it's a sexuality thing.
Sexuality?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Where I come from, if you are bisexual or homosexual, you get killed. So
You're gay?
Yeah, you have to take off. Yes.
Okay. And how are you finding Letterkenny? Are you settling in well?
Oh, lovely.
Okay. Are you working?
Not yet. Still looking for.
Okay. And where are you staying?
It's just beside the Gettigans over there.
And all paid for? All sorted by the government?
Government, yes.
Great government.
Oh, fantastic. This is the land of Tien and Og.
1,000 welcomes.
Yes, Kukulin said come and we're here.
And you're out on a Saturday night?
Oh, but of course, we're going to have fun out there.
You're happy in Ireland?
This is Erin.
And have you got family at home?
Oh, yes, I do.
So what have you got at home?
My wife and 2 kids, 2 sons.
He said he's gay. He's fleeing religion. He's fleeing persecution because he's gay. And right at the end, oh, you got family at home? Yeah. What you got? A wife and 2 children. What? Como? Fuck did you just say? This guy is a legal refugee. A legal refugee. So this whole thing of like where the right panders to the left and say, no, we're not talking about the legals. We're talking about the illegals. You're playing into their hand. Because these NGOs are just like, this dude has clearly been coached what to say. Say that you're gay. Say that you're seeking refugee here. And that's how that's all that the NGOs do. That's what they work on, is to try and exploit their own systems, the nation systems against themselves. Try to exploit international law. And this is where it gets to the point where it's like, I don't know, man, like from the perspective of like what's going to happen versus what should happen. You know, a prediction versus a prescription. We're at that point. Shazzy's saying, put him on the bus. Put him on the bus. And it gets to the point where it's like, and Kieran was bringing this up, it's like how do we go about that? Do we just pick a year saying, okay, the year 2000, everybody who came in since the year 2000, you're going back home? Even if we were to do that, right, there's going to be quote unquote innocent people that are going to be swept up with that. But even if we were to go through that quote unquote plan, what's to stop it from all of a sudden, you know, England declares war or some other country, conflict emerges from it. And now in the middle of trying to deport all these motherfuckers, you know what I mean? It descends into camps and shit like that, you know? And if we don't do that, like how much violence on the streets they're going to be if we don't do anything. I was just supposed to wait in our homes and wait for the dudes with the machetes to burst down the door. All for the sake of not being called racist. There's not a lot of options on the table. That's what I'm trying to say. There's not a lot of options on the table. And I like to be a solutions orientated kind of guy. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Speaking of which, I need to go get something to eat. In the current diet for any of the carnivores out there is 400 grams of beef, 4 large eggs, free range, of course. 100 grams of cheddar cheese, plenty of butter, like 50 grams of butter. You know, bellissimo, bellissimo. But that's basically where we're at the moment. And like I keep trying to tell the Americans, like, listen, you guys have Donald Trump. You guys have a chance. You know? Trump is correcting the ship. He's bringing the fight to the globalists. And that's why you hear him talking about communism 24/7 now. Communists that are in here, the traitors that want to undermine the nation, all this kind of stuff. And we need to deal with the traitors before we deal with the invaders, you know? So I think America's going to be fine. England, despite the fact that the king's basically gone mask off now, this whole multi-faith bullshit that he's trying to push now, I think it's about time he abdicates. You know? I think it's about time. You know? But even in terms of like the parliament, you have the likes of Restore. We'll see what way reform turns out. Be very interested in the next election. But in terms of Ireland, bro, we don't even have a Restore. We don't even have a reform, let alone a Restore party, you know? So that's where I'm like, bro, this is going to end up bad. You know? More innocent people on the other side of the coin. Yeah, I mean, like you've seen it in Belfast, like a dude like attempted beheadings on the streets, a rape gang culture that's going around, you know. Eating a stick of butter like a carrot sounds delicious. Mama, butter is the best. Butter is your best friend on carnivore. Butter is the best way to make sure you're getting enough fat, you know. Cook it in tons and tons of butter. Damn, that sounds yummy. What can I say? My stomach is grumbling, boys. Grumbling. Terrac in the US, we have African Americans, which are in reality far more violent than the migrants of Europe. I don't know, bro. There ain't rape gangs across the board, like from, you know, the schools to the care homes or to the orphanages and the services like that, to the police, to the politicians. Check out that stream that we went through, that stuff, man. It was like literally every facet of like quote unquote protection they've infiltrated, you know. And then we have migrants on top of that. 13% committing 27% of the rapes in the US. Troy, was it 87% or 90% in the UK? I don't want to turn into competition, but trust me, bro, England is worse. And that's not to hand waver to say that America's not bad. But America's at least on the track to recovery. But there is a part of me that keeps looking at this whole thing of like what went on during World War II. Who went where? What happened in terms of like institutions and structures that got set up after World War II? Couldn't one say that Israel was the final solution that the Germans was hoping for? You know? And that if certain individuals went into hiding, wouldn't that be a great thing for them to start to reemerge? Because in this fight of globalists or communists, who better else fight against that than nationalists? You know? Did you see the upheld birthright citizenship in the US? Yup. Seen Ryan C. Mullally said it was like a 5.5 versus a 3.5 split. Like that one of the judges was basically on the fence. But that's one fight in a massive worldview war. Like eventually, like there'll be an amendment put forward in terms of the Constitution, all this kind of stuff for that. But it's just so much things that you have to fight against. Try and expect that you're going to win every battle of the war is a fool's folly. When you look at like what Trump is doing to fight back against the globalists and the communists, he's making a shit ton of ground. You know? Which is why when you see the likes of Nick Fuentes or like any of these quote unquote Republicans or right wingers that are saying, we're going to vote Democrats in the primaries to punish Trump and MAGA. You're like, bro, are you for fucking real? We're stranded in the woods and there's a bear chasing us, so let's shoot ourselves in the foot. Like, what? You know? Basically what they're saying. Let's shoot ourselves in the foot, boys. Maybe the bear will take pity on us. Are you for fucking real? That would indicate we clearly aren't on the right track. No, what you're thinking, Michael, is that we need to fight. We need to win every single battle of the war. Don't need to win every single battle. The whole expression of like losing the battle but winning the war. You're not going to win every battle of a war, but you can win the war. Trump's justices failed the US, and of course, Roberts was a turncoat as usual. Barrett's family pick may as well be Brad Pitt, and Angelina Jolie's family pick. Birthright citizenship was a pretty major battle to lose. No. Not necessarily, comrades. There's multiple ways to skin the cat. Like I said, you put an amendment in. Plenty of other directions or courses you can take, you know? And this is not just a thing, and a lot of people think this, that's like, oh, there's only 2 years left. We need to make sure we get everything done within the next 2 years. Not necessarily, well, 2.5 years, I guess. Not necessarily. You need to think on the long term. You need to be able to think past 4 years, which again, not a lot of people can do. Fuck, bro. I struggle to think on the 4-year time frame. If you're able to think on the 10-year, the 20-year, 50-year time frame, that's when you're able to make serious changes, you know? This is why I keep telling you, is like, things are bad and they're going to get worse. Prepare yourself for that things are bad. We've all recognized that things are bad. What you need to do is prepare yourself that it's going to get worse. But, and there always is a but, it's going to be an epic story. In the end, we win. This is why I keep trying to tell Europeans, especially. Bro, wait till this thing with Russia kicks off. Wait till this thing with Russia kicks off. 'Cause a lot of people kind of look at me and they kind of say, what you mean, wait till it kicks off? Bro, like, it's been going on for like 4 years. Or fuck, even more, like 12 years. If you want to count 2014 as like the starting point. I keep telling them, nah, bro. You're not factoring in a large enough time frame. You're just looking at it in terms of a modern lens. Like, think of the amount of debt that the Europeans are in, the nations are in. And how would one go about alleviating that debt or solving that debt, so to speak? You know what I mean? Pretty fucking easy. Pretty easy. Involves deflating your currency and being able to pay off the debts that way. Now, what does that mean for the citizens? Oh, bad times. Really fucking bad times. You know? Like, think about this. You're importing in all these fighting age military men. You have massive social benefits, social welfare, right? And on top of that, you have a bunch of young people who have taken out massive amounts of debt for either just their college tuition, but also to try and get a house and all this kind of shit. Now you have a lot of foreign people who already like think that the government has their back and all this kind of shit, and are willing to hop in a bus and go take a long journey to some sort of protest and beat down on the national population. You have them in your bag. Then you have like a lot of young people that are in massive amounts of debt, who have no investments, right? And then you have the ultimate enemy, the big enemy of Russia. And the next thing you know, nationalism swipes the board across all the elections, across Europe, Britain, Canada, Australia. What do you think those nationalists are going to do? They're going to say to the immigrants, oh, don't worry, pal. We need you to do a job in Ukraine. You fly them over to Ukraine, you don't even need to worry about deporting them back to whatever fucking place they came from. Then to all the youth, especially all the lefties and all this kind of shit that went into college, tried to buy a house, they're in mass amounts of debt. Well, we could give you a nice pay package if you were to go over and fight this war for us. Send them over to Ukraine and they get blown up by drones. You know? All these people that like have been indoctrinated in the colleges, send them over with all the foreigners. Bullets don't do shit to drones unless you're extremely accurate and are able to see it coming from a very long way away. You know? The magic of thinking bigs. Birthright citizenship and the voting thing, both losses, both things that should pass in a sane society. Bro, in a sane society, Barack Obama would never been elected. This is the whole thing, like, you're trying to take it in an isolation. You need to take on the 10 to 20 year time frame, which I understand it's very difficult to fucking do. Very difficult to do. part of the reason why communism was able to make such an advance, the globalism was able to make such an advance, is the average person is not thinking on a 10 to 20 year time frame. They're not able to see the big picture, you know? Yet in the US, we're stuck with stupidity. Would you rather be in the UK? You know? I gave my kid a house for college graduation so that she can avoid debt. My man. My motherfucking man.
My fucking man!
You know? But to the kids that did take out $100,000 or more and went to college and is now indoctrinated in communism and all this kind of shit, what do you do with that individual? Because they've been trained to be a traitor of the state, you know? Speak the King's English. Comrade, welcome to the meeting. Welcome to the meeting, comrades. The Chinese seem to manage it. But I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, nobody, like, all these, like, lefties, these communists, they're saying, oh, we need multiculturalism in the West. Ask them, do they need multiculturalism in China? Just wash them fucking spurg out. You know? 50 years from now, Obama will be known as the first gay president, then he will be the first black president. Is Obama a gay crackhead? Makes sense. It makes sense. You know what I mean? But that's basically where I'm at with this. That the only thing that makes sense is that this was in the works for 80 plus years. Because there's so many things that align with it. Like, look at the whole trans thing. And I'll probably end on this because this will probably cheer you up a bit, right? Because the trans thing is probably the easiest thing I can point to that should kind of change your opinion on this, right? Like, look at the trans agenda and all this kind of shit, right? Now, a lot of people look at that and say that's an abomination, and they're just looking at the people themselves. You know, like we had like the Furby character and all this kind of shit. Now, you look at their mentality. That's the exact same mentality that we seen on yesterday's episode of the Deductionist Files. This whole, like, people who believe there's an evil personality and then there's a good personality, have like multiple personalities and all this kind of shit. That's the same thing with the whole trans thing. People with multiple personality disorder and all this kind of shit, right? They're mentally ill. It's a mental illness, right? And check out the Milo interview with Tucker Carlson. Because Milo outlines this in terms of a lot of gay people end up developing this multi-personality disorder. Where when they're out with their friends, that's the gay version of them, but then when they're back with their family, that's the straight version. The same kind of principle at play here, you know? Now, whole trans thing. Rather than looking at the trans people, look at the people who were pushing this, who were profiting off this, mind you, right? And now all of a sudden realize that every person who's now trans is essentially a gay person, or a person who would have ended up being gay. Right, that's where they put them with the LGBs. LGB has all got to do with your sexuality. Who are you attracted to? Trans, no one got to do with that. It's almost like it's a mind virus attached to the whole gay thing, trying to genocide the gays. Think about it. Every single trans person that has that surgery is just one less gay person you have to worry about because they're just cutting their dicks off. Now look back to the 1980s in Iran. Look to what the Khomeini's father was saying about the whole transsexual surgeries. That it was a solution to homosexuality. If you look at the trans thing as a final solution to homosexuals, and then apply that thinking across the board of what we're seeing now and how crazy the policies have been. And if you were that evil genius, so to speak, try and push this kind of like thing off, like you're in the shadows and you're trying to, you know, lead your enemy down to destruction, so to speak. It's a pretty interesting way to go about things, to say the least, you know. You can't have more than one culture in a society, more than one bar fight waiting to happen. 100%. Between gay marriage and the ACA, Obama's legacy is deeply connected with homosexuality. 100%. 100%. And coming out of anesthesia, they don't have a fake lisp. True that. No, they're disease spreaders. Trans folks are the highest rate per capita carriers of STDs. Literal human bioweapons. But I mean, like, that's the whole thing. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all, look at the big picture. Change your perspective. Rather than looking at trans as a new thing or as a separate thing, look at it as one less gay person. You know? And all of a sudden your perception changes and you're like, oh shit. Oh shit, boys. Like I said, I've done the whole thing where I outlined the whole big picture, and like probably everybody in chat's fucking I've seen it all before. I've played the video of the grand master plan of the nerds, right? And I'm not talking about the geeky fellas with the you know, with the glasses and they like to play video games and all this kind of shit. Nerd is an anagram. Okay? It stands for something. And there's it's up to you to go back and watch that. Well, like I said, because I gotta go get something to eat. Anyone live at the moment we can redirect into. They've done this spiel many times where I basically kind of say this is the plan. This is the plan. You know? Normalization is what caused HIV to get into the straight community. You're the one not seeing the big picture. Okay. Okay. I'll anagram you, motherfucking teriyaki. This motherfucking teriyaki sauce. What's he talking about? Because, like I said, I can do it multiple avenues. I can do it based on like the whole trans thing. I can do it based on just the sheer economics. Like, because the economics is a simple mathematical equation here. You know, you need at least 5 workers, and there's even videos being put out for this now because they're allowed to be published about this. But let's look at Germany with the pension scheme. What way does the German pension scheme work? Each worker pays 20% of their salary into their pension, meaning you need 5 workers for each pensioner. Now that made sense when it was first put in place by von Bismarck, because you had 70 workers for each pensioner. The pension scheme worked. But because of the, one might say, risky investment strategies that they've done, and the inadvertent policies that were put in place, because again, think back to 20 years ago, they were telling us, oh, we're overpopulated. Now they're telling us we're underpopulated, and that's why we have to bring in the migrants and all this kind of shit. Right? That whole, 180 that they've done on that shit, never really bring that up a lot, but right now in Germany, it's anywhere between 2 to 3 workers per pensioner. They can't pay the pensions. The pyramid scheme, essentially, at this stage. And it's waiting to pop. And eventually that bubble will pop. So how are they going to pay off the pensions? They're going to have to hyperinflate the currency. Which means if you don't have any investments, you know, in Bitcoin or gold or anything like that. And I'm guesstimating it's about 2030. Might be a bit later, might be a bit sooner. That's basically what you're looking at. 2030. And they have this whole, like, especially in Europe, they're pushing like the I'll show you. I'll not RU. Oh my god. EU. Comrades, not Russia. Not Russia, comrades. 2030 EU Army Plan, known as Readiness 2030 Roadmap, originally posed as the Rearm Europe Plan, is a massive €800 billion strategy to overhaul the European Union's military and defense industrial capabilities by the end of the decade. Instead of creating a single unified standing EU army, the strategy coordinates and accelerates national militaries through joint procurement, shared defense industrial infrastructure, and streamlined logistics. That's what this whole rearm is. They're going to put all these foreigners and put all these like fucking communists and lefties on the front lines. Ship them off to Ukraine. Kablooey, as they'd say. You know, the top-down push in the 80s was they're just like you, it's normal. Just now with the trans stuff, it's a proven recipe to spread disease among the population. I never suggest a person get involved in volatile speculative investing. Put your money in real estate. Same thing, you know. If you have money in real estate, gold, you know, crypto, you're safe. But if you have a mortgage on your house, if you don't have any investments in the assets I listed, you know, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. Because they're going to hyperinflate the currencies. Pay off all the pensions, to pay off all the debt. You know, this whole aspect of the welfare. What happens if a currency hyperinflates, but the welfare doesn't change? Well, seems like, you know, you're still technically getting the same amount, but in terms of proportion, not enough to live. Your total spending power actually decreases, you know? An EU-wide mobility, military mobility area, you know? To allow for swift and unhindered movement of troops across European borders. You know what I mean? It's there in black and white if you want to read it. But it comes down to your mentality. Like, do you see the big picture or not? You know? Crypto is volatile, speculative investing, avoided, or at least get in, get out quickly. Like, that's the complete opposite, Michael. Nobody who has kept money in Bitcoin for over 10 years has ever lost money. The Australian government has changed the way capital gains get taxed basically when you sell. You have to give the government 30-40%. Yeah. In Ireland, it's 30% on the profit that you take. Bullshit, man. We're getting taxed fucking a third. 1/3. You know? I'm saying that nobody has lost. If anybody who's kept money in Bitcoin over 10 years has never lost money. Right? 1 sec. Let me pull up this. 2 seconds. Right. Here's the price chart of Bitcoin. Okay. Let's say you bought at the worst possible time. Wait, would I wouldn't even be able to do this, right? Let's say you bought right at the top of this, okay? When it was, let's say $20,000, right? Right, I still can't even do it in terms of that because in terms of the time frame. But we'll just buy. Let's do this in terms of that. Right, 1 sec. Let me zoom in. Or if I do this, maybe it might be a little bit better. All right, you bought up here right at the high. So just to give you a perspective of what that would be, right? There was this high, there was this high, and then there's this high, right? You bought right when it was $20,000. What would have happened within a year, right, is it would have went down to $3,000. You would have lost a lot of money if you had a sold down here. But if you waited another 3 to 4 years, it would have went up to 64,000. You would have tripled your money when you bought at the worst possible time, at the highest point Bitcoin was previously. Now, if you bought at 3,000 and you sold 60,000, you 20x your money in the span of 3 years. You know what I mean? But even if you didn't sell when it was 60,000, right, and you waited again, it would have went back down to 15,000. It means technically you're sitting at what? 75% of your original investment if you bought at 20,000. Then if you waited, it would have went up to 127,000. So you would have 6 times your money. And then again, you go back down and you're still at the lowest. And this is basically the, what's this point called again? Like the bottom is in essentially. Like that's the lowest price you're going to get Bitcoin for now, which is about 57,000. Still would have more than doubled, almost tripled your money. And again, that was at a point where you're buying at the worst possible time, back with 20,000. You know what I mean? Are you willing to hold? That's the whole diamond hands memes. Not the question I asked. Are you saying crypto isn't valid? No, that's not what I said. Like technically everything is volatile and speculative, you know? They tax you before you get paid. They tax you when you buy something and then tax you when you sell. Fucking thieves. Hey, it is what it is. And if it bottoms out, what are you left with? I showed you multiple bottoms. Multiple bottoms. But even the bottom, when it bottomed out here, you still have relatively the same amount that you had when you bought at the worst possible time. You know what I mean? Hence the get out quick. No. What are you talking about, Michael? You know? What you're suggesting is basic gambling. No, a long-term investment is not a gamble. This is what I'm saying. Like a lot of people like talk about Bitcoin or crypto and like they've never actually looked into the market. You know? I probably should have put up like a fucking like Ethereum chart and tried to play that off as Bitcoin to see if you'd play along, but it is what it is. And you're suggesting it to people that more than likely don't have much to begin with. You don't need 20,000 to buy a Bitcoin. You could put in, when it was $20,000, you could have put in $10,000. It doesn't work the same like shares. Crypto and shares are not the same thing, Michael. You can put in $10,000, and if Bitcoin's price goes up to 120,000 when you bought it at 20,000, and you have that $10,000, you now have $60,000. Know what I mean? That's not the bottom. It's just a drop in the current value. Per favore. Per favore. Well, you're actually, what you are holding actual minerals for long-term investments? Because regardless, to make anything, you have to have minerals. It is, but are you going to make enough of a percent profit off it? You know what I mean? Like, for example, let's pull up oil. All right. Like, ideally, trying to buy oil when it was like, you know, $12 here, it's saying, at this bottom part here. You see where the crosshairs are? $12. That's a great thing, but that was back in 1999, my friend. You know what I mean? Best case scenario, you would have bought it when it's $27 here, maybe $20, $24 here. You're not going to make that percentage increase that you are going to make on the likes of Bitcoin, you know? Like, it used to be stocks. It used to be, yeah, like stock market is where the volatility was, or the speculation was, and you're able to make money on that. Like, that's the thing too. It's like, you want the volatile market, but you want to de-risk the volatility through long-term investment. Where's the, you know, another way you can de-risk the volatility is what's called DCA, dollar cost averaging, right? So, for example, this video, right? Now, what happens here is we begin, when do we begin? Yeah, we begin right at the start of 2018, right? And it shows the gold price, the Bitcoin price, the number of weeks. So at the end of each week, and this goes back to the Michael's comment where it's like, oh, I don't have enough money to be making investments. Okay, do you have $50 per week? All right? $50 a week. That's what this investment strategy is. All right? And you have Bitcoin versus gold. So the yellow line is going to be the gold. The orange line is Bitcoin. And the green line is going to be just leaving the money in your bank account, right? Because again, it goes in this like, oh, you should have invested in gold, bro. What a fool. What a fool. All right. So yellow line is gold. Orange line is Bitcoin. And green line is just leaving the money in your bank account. And again, remember, it's $50 a week. Okay. That's $2,500 a year. Okay. So let's see how it plays out. Now, I'm going to pause it here for a second. This is when Michael would say, oh, see, you would have been losing money, Teriak, because you would have had $2,500. If you had to put it into gold at this point in time, you would have $2,400. But Bitcoin's only $1,157. You've just lost half your money. Again. All right. Never tell anyone to take financial advice. Okay, well, let's see what way the video goes. So, by the end of this 6-year period, just constantly at the end of each week, you're just depositing $50. You're just buying $50 worth of Bitcoin at the end, every Sunday, right? After you come home from church, or maybe just before you go to church, whip out the phone, you buy $50 worth of Bitcoin. No matter what price it is, you know, whatever, right? Doesn't matter what price the Bitcoin is. You don't even have to pay attention to the market. Every single Sunday, you're just buying $50 worth of Bitcoin. You would have spent $18,200. Right? Now, if you had bought gold, $50 worth of gold each week, you would have turned that $18,200 into $27,993, right? You would have made profit, or you'd be in the green, so to speak, right? But if you had to put those $50 into Bitcoin after 6 years, you would have amassed $128,720. You would have turned $18,000 into $128,000. Michael's like, hey, I own property. Yeah, okay. But 18,000 into 128,000? Can you show me that level of investment? And bear in mind, I don't have to study markets. I don't have to get the timing right. I'm just depositing every week. I'm just depositing $50 into Bitcoin. You know? Sure, invest in Bitcoin, but don't throw everything into Bitcoin. You want to ultimately spread your investment portfolio. Exactly known as no one has to take crypto at the end of the day. They can honestly refuse the transfer, including governments, to their currencies. Congratulations, you're figuring out how a bubble market works. Where's the bubble? Where's the bubble? The only suggestion I would make is diversify your investments. Yeah, like you guys are doing the slogan thing. This is what all the the Warren Buffett say. Oh, make sure you diversify your portfolio and all this kind of shit. Or the Nancy Pelosi's, so to speak, you know. Charlie Smart, man, I already said that. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me ask you this. So are you putting your money where your mouth is? Are you making all this money like you imply it's so easy to do? This is over a 6-year period. We're talking about this whole cryptocurrency is a volatile market. You got to get in and out quickly. I'm giving you an example here, Michael, of the simplest trading strategy you can employ. How you can make money with Bitcoin over the long term. $50 a week. Not exactly complex. You don't need no algorithms, right? You've turned 18,000 into 128,000. Oh, look at him, look at him. You're not answering my questions, Teriak. Stop proving me wrong, Teriak. I invest in 9mm mostly. I invest in ammunition. My man. This counters everything you were saying, Michael. It's a volatile market. Get in and get out quick. The people who lose money on cryptocurrency are the people with that mentality of get in and get out quick. Crypto is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Crypto is a long-term hedge against inflation and fiat currencies. I'm not going to say what amounts I have. Do you want my social security number as well? Get the fuck out of here. But deal with what I have on screen, Michael. A market or economic bubble is a cycle where assets prices surge far beyond their intrinsic or fundamental value due to speculation hype. Yeah. I don't disagree. Probably one of the most famous was the dot-com bubble. You could say that we're about to burst the AI bubble. But this is, like I said, constant. Just $50 a week. $50 a week for 6 years. And you would have turned 18,000 into 128,000. Nope. I got monies in crypto. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. In 2030, gonna be a great year, boys. Gonna be a great year. But I don't do the DCA. But even doing the DCA, you know, what is that? What percent increase is that actually? So we do 128, 720 divided by 18,200. Yeah, so that's a 700% increase. Can you show me a 700% increase, Michael? A lot of people get salty about Bitcoin. Like, this is just Bitcoin. You know what I mean? I do, like, my investment's in XRP. And that's a way more risky investment, you know? Can I have your social security number? Pretty please, my good friend Teriak. Hey, you're not going to get hands off the pot of gold, Farron. Hands off me pot of gold, okay? Ain't none of you's getting my pot of gold, okay? This is man's. This is man's, boy. And the shamrock too. Only I'm allowed to touch the shamrock, okay? But a lot of people, they get salty with Bitcoin, and I think it's because, like, they're seeing the return rates and they just say, it has to be a bubble. It has to be a bubble. Like, nah, bro, Bitcoin is the future. It was worth a try. I'll get your pot of gold one of these days soon. Hey, good luck to you. Good luck. There was an economist on Diary of a CEO the other day. It was an interesting watch. Hope you're doing well too, Vern. Yeah, people get a 7% increase doing all futures on CFD trading over the last 6 months. Been a great time, bro. Vintage, talk to me. Talk to me, bro. What's going on? What's going on, Vintage? Going on with the oil? Guys are rooting for the war, you know? What about silver as well? You motherfucker. I'm actually glad you're here, Vintage. Right? You told me when silver was at like $90 that to go all in on silver. And now it's fucking $60. The fuck, Vintage? The fuck? Where's my money, Vintage? Where the fuck's my money? I'm down 33%. I've lost me bollocks. You know? Been a great time. Yeah, because you're telling me to fucking buy silver while you're selling silver, you bastard. No wonder you're making money. You know? Michael's still here, but he's not addressing this. Thought you're supposed to get in and out quick, Michael. How come I've made, 7 times my money over long-term investing with Bitcoin? Talk to me, Michael. I'm still here. Start buying silver at 12 to 16 per ounce. It's $6 per ounce. Without silver, Bitcoin doesn't exist. The microchips are made via silver. Like I said, I'm giving you the information. You can keep hand waving Bitcoin, all this kind of shit, but I don't know, bro. I don't know. Oh shit. One sec. Yeah, see, Vintage is like, oh shit. Oh fuck. This is a prime example of why you don't take financial advice from people with no money. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like I said, I'm just giving you the information. You can keep hand waving and poo-pooing and all this kind of shit. But we'll see. We'll see. The data's on screen. The data's on screen. You have gold, which is a tangible asset. It's a real world mineral. All this kind of shit. That got me not even double my money. That got me maybe 50%. Yeah, just over 50% of my original 18,000. Bitcoin. 700%. I'd take the 700% rather than the 50%. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The whole transfer system of Bitcoin is based via silver and energy. I'm pressing X out on that one, Seth. I'm pressing X out on that one. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. I was supposed to wrap up, but we'll close off.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Vintage, welcome to the show.
You ask, you shall receive.
Talk to me, Vintage. Talk to me.
What's happening?
Where the fuck's my money? Where the fuck's my money? Where's my silver? Where the fuck's my silver, Vintage?
Your money is in poor decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying that listening to you was a poor decision? Never mind.
No, so what I was saying is that back when I was, saying that you should buy into silver, yes, you should have. The problem is if you buy and hold it. So where I kind of got my upstart from, so basically went almost homeless, started doing CFD leverage trading, and I would literally trade commodities within like a 4-hour period. I would not hold a position more than probably 36 hours because you see the volatility going up and down. So you can say, oh yeah, well, I bought my silver and a month later or a week later or a day later, it's all gone to shit. Well, that's because you're not employing the strategy that I would have made.
What strategy would you made?
Well, the strategy I would have made at that particular time is because at the time when I said, yeah, buy the silver based on the research they had, that's definitely a great buy. Now it can go up, it can go down. Now this is the graph you've got here.
This is the silver price.
Yeah, no, I get you. So where was the date where I said buy silver?
It was somewhere around 90, so it was like maybe up here or maybe here. Think about here, maybe.
Sure. Do you know for sure? Because literally, like I'm saying, my trades would be done within like a 36-hour period, like max.
Okay, so let's say it was here right when the wick. Oh, 1 sec. Let me get it's a lot clearer. So we're talking about like this. Oh, 1 sec. Like I don't know if you can see on the screen where the
yeah. So go and you could use this as an argument and go, yeah, I said buy at that point, and then you see all the red and it goes fucking down like a bullet. But you're speculating that's actually the date that I said that. What's to say that the two little red ones to the left wasn't when I actually said to do it?
Because you buy at 77. Yeah, go ahead.
So let's say buy there, it goes up, and then when it gets to those two in the middle, go, okay, cool, you've made your profit, sell. And then obviously it's gone down and all to the shit. And it just kept going down and down and down. And then so at that point, okay, I'm not in the market right now. But when it tanks, okay, buy, and it goes back up. So I can't see specifically the numbers on the screen right now.
Yeah, so like right here on the left, it's about $60 an ounce right now.
Well, I wouldn't be in silver right now. I wouldn't have been in silver, Like I'm pretty sure. What was at least the month that I said to get into silver? Because
it was like start of year. Yeah, it was like January, February kind of thing. So it was like somewhere in terms of this period. So, but like even if I grant you right, we bought it at let's just like simplify. We bought it at $70 and it went up to $100, right?
Yeah,
somewhere around there. And you'd say that's a 50% profit. Cut your losses, take the profit 50%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You always take your profits off the table. So there's two strategies you can employ. You can either just sell fucking everything, or you could be like, I'm going to just sell the money that I put in, so that even if this all goes to zero with a bullet, 5 seconds later, I've at least broken even.
Yeah, I get that. But
yes,
then we compare that 50% profit versus 700%. And it's
over
you don't need to time anything. This is just
no.
You don't need to worry about
how long? No, but over how long?
6 years.
Okay. So you've just picked apart a time frame in, when it comes to silver of, I'm going to be generous and say 3 months. You're going to then use that comparison and go, well, over 6 years you make that much. The S&P 500, like
So
if
let's
you
go
just
back.
throw your money in the S&P 500 just randomly over a 10-year period, you're probably going to make 10% year on year, almost without fail. These whole things of, this stuff's going to go up like 700%, 1,000%, 2,000%, whatever. They are anomalies. How many Bitcoins are there?
21 million.
No. Sorry, I'll rephrase. How many, like when cryptocurrency or the concept of Bitcoin came out, how many were there? Was there just one Bitcoin as a cryptocurrency, or was the whole concept and genre of cryptocurrency flooded into the market and has so many different variations, so many different products? So XRP, Dogecoin, Bitcoin, fucking Hoktua coin, whatever the fuck. Like, it's spread far and wide into all these other dog shit investments.
Even if we were to go back even if we were to go back 6 years in terms of the silver thing, and you bought like right at this low here, which is saying 22, but let's just say 20, right? And you held it for that 6 years, and you got off at like the $100 cap, that would still only be 500%.
You're missing the point. You're looking at long term versus short term.
No, I'm
in the short
the long term.
no. So
even if we compare
in the short
term
though, so in the short term, you take that 2 to 3 month period of silver where I said buy in, and if you would, looking at the news, looking at the charts,
but I'm
and
using
doing stuff
on
a day-to-day basis. Yeah, I understand that, and that's your flaw. Is that if you look at it from a long-term perspective, throw it into Bitcoin. Who, when Bitcoin was first created, I saw Bitcoin when it was at 1 cent. I've seen it all the way from 1 cent all the way up to where it is right now. Now, if you told me back in the day, hey, you should buy this Bitcoin, throw 100 grand into it, it's worth 1 cent.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
And that's the whole I know you're not talking about with the graph, but I'm just talking about it in terms of, the mind of an investor. If you as an investor, a competent investor, would you say, hey, listen, there's this thing at 1%, it's gonna probably take over, our economic platforms, it's going to replace fiat currency, multiple countries around the world are going to accept it, and that's our vision. So I want you to invest $100,000 into it. People would think you were fucking insane. Now, granted, Bitcoin's at a ridiculous price now. What is it? What is it? 128? Is that? Oh no, that's the DCA value.
So this is what like DCA is like dollar cost averaging. So it's like at the end of the week you put $50 in, and you could just leave the $50 in your bank account.
I just wrote this. 95.
So you could leave the $50 in your bank account, put $50 into gold, or put $50 into Bitcoin. The comparison would be you'd have $18,200 at the end of the 6 years, right? You just left in your bank account, versus $27,993 if you had to put it into gold. So anybody who's saying Bitcoin's not tangible, it's not a material or a mineral or a metal or whatever, it's like you're going to lose money. You would only have $27,993 if you had to put it into gold, versus Bitcoin, you'd have $128,720.
Okay. Can I ask, do you have any idea or concept, like with hard grounded evidence, what our economic life will be like, or our economic future will be like in the next 6 years from today?
No.
Okay. So are you going to then assert that based on how Bitcoin's gone over that period of time, which we've now seen historically, that, just keep riding the wave, or maybe there's something else out there that could have the same growth because back in the day when Bitcoin was worth 1 cent, people were investing in it because reasons. They had no fucking clue where it was going. It was purely speculative. Even I would actually argue to a point it is still now.
And
so I find it interesting that someone can say, back it into Bitcoin, keep going into all the cryptos. And by the way, this is not me shitting on cryptos. I'm not saying they're a bad investment, but just from an overall, if I'm talking a generic investment strategy, I'm not going to go all in on something that has historically been so volatile. But even if I disregard all of that to begin with, I just believe that it's going to go up at this sort of rate that fast across such a short period of time. Because 6 years in an economic world is a fucking nothing burger.
yes, and this is why we compared it versus gold. If you're just, and again, in terms of not going all in, just at the end of the week, you're putting $50 in Bitcoin versus gold, you'd have 5 times the amount.
Yeah. Have you seen what's going on with the gold buyback that's been happening in the last couple of months through all the central banks, pretty much on all of planet Earth at the moment? No, it's not, and I'll tell you why. No, it's not, and I'll tell you why. Is because back in the day, not that long ago, and much like what CFD trading is you can buy gold. You can buy what they call a contract on gold, to keep it simple. But when you buy that contract on gold, do they mail you a bar of gold?
Nope.
No. Now, so what China's actually doing, which I actually think is quite a threat to the Western economic scene, is they're actually banning that. And if you look then at the historical buying over the last 3 financial years across the world, this isn't just China, this is pretty much all the major players, as in countries on all planet Earth, their buy of actual hard gold, like not contracts, actual real gold, has increased about 5 times. Why would they be doing that?
Tell me.
Because they've basically, China in this instance, I'll use China as the example. They've realized, or at least they're going to test the limits and go, listen, this whole buying a contract of gold versus having actual gold, it's basically a massive casino right now. And we're going to test the limits of that. And we're basically going to get some data. We're going to buy up the gold and we're going to see how that works out. And it basically going to inflate the gold price because people are going to go, actually, there's billions of dollars out there, or hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars out there in gold contracts, but there's not actually enough gold. So if everyone that had a gold contract said, I want to sell tomorrow, there's not actually enough gold in existence for you to mail out the physical gold to all the people that have a contract on it. And while that sounds horrendous, and granted it is to a degree, it shows and exposes the rarity of that actual commodity. So the supply demand changes significantly. There's almost no supply of gold because, we thought there was 5 million tons of gold. Now, because all these contracts have been called in and we've found out what the real amount that we have is, it's actually only 1 million tons of gold. Well, there's actually less gold out there. Therefore, the supply is a shitload lower, and everyone still wants it, and not just to hold it as an investment, but, gold is used even for our phones, technology, different things that we use. Now, if you all of a sudden go, there's actually about 20%, the gold reserves we thought we had, it's only about 20% of what we thought we had. The price of gold goes, poof. So that's probably, I'm interested. I'm not saying buy gold, by the way. I'm very interested to see where it goes, but
because I was about to ask you, are you saying if we had 100 grand right now, are you gonna put the 100 grand in gold?
No, because I find it again much like Bitcoin, it's too speculative. The other thing that concerns me about that particular story is that it's the Chinese that are doing it. Because when it comes to like cooking the books, they like Iron Chef the shit out of their books. Like I find it very difficult to believe almost anything out of their financial spreadsheet that I would find legitimate. Are there some things that are? Yeah, probably. But how much is the question? And because you don't know the answer to how much, it seems foolish, or it seems very speculative to go, yeah, no, I'm going to believe those figures.
Yeah, so again, like this is the current price of gold. It spiked at around almost 6,000. Well, no, it's about $5,600. It's now at 4,000, and it looks like that's going to crash back down to maybe 2,400, maybe 2,600, somewhere in that range, based on the way price charts go.
Let's say I grant you that. How temporarily will it go? Let's say it drops to whatever the price you said it's going to drop to. For how long is it going to be that?
Well, based on historic trends, like we go back to here, where it was end of 2011, let's say 2012, it didn't go back up to those price ranges for another 8 years almost. So
you're speculating because you don't know. Because you're speculating because you don't know.
Your whole thing on gold was a pure speculation.
That's correct. That's my point, and that's why it goes back to my
accusing me of
earlier
the same
point.
thing you're guilty
No,
of.
no,
What are you
no,
talking
no.
about,
It
Vintage?
goes back.
What
no,
the
it goes
fuck
back-
are you talking about?
No, it goes back to my main point I was doing about Bitcoin, where you can go.
You asked me
well,
to speculate and say your speculation. Yes. You asked me to speculate, so I speculated.
I'm testing you. So when you go back to all the way back to what we were talking about with like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and you go, well, look how much Bitcoin's fucking rocketed over 6 years. You could honestly say that there's a potential. Well, why can't gold do that again? Because you're using every single economic variable across multiple nations across the entire planet, and then go, but you don't know every single variable, every different change. It could be political, economical, supply, demand, a whole host of other variables. But at the end of the day, we got from Bitcoin to being like fucking worth almost zero up to what it is right now. And you go, oh yeah, well over 6 years though, it worked out. It's like, well, under that theory, I could just like chuck fucking $20 on black continuously for 6 years, and all of a sudden I'm a gazillionaire. But unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way.
No. That's not what this chart says. Like, this chart compares at the end of each week, take $50. You either leave it in your account, put it into gold, or you put it into Bitcoin. And Bitcoin absolutely smashes gold.
Okay, so let's go to the first wave up. So just using this chart, so all the way to the right, you've got where it goes up and down. So where it's at its like kind of bottom, kind of how it goes all the way up. It has a very brief sink from I'm going to guess like 41,000 down to maybe 36, 37K.
Oh, you're talking about here? I like right in the middle?
Yeah. I'm using this chart as an example that you've got on the screen.
Yep.
So you go from like, say, 41, 42K down to maybe like 36, 37K. All of a sudden it, boom, goes up to just a touch over 60K. In that uptick there between 36, 37 to 60, what happened? What was the event that made that happen?
Well, it went from like 80,000 down to 20,000, then back up to 100,000.
No, that's not my question. I'm talking about the first rise and fall right at the beginning of the chart. So, it went like fucking 0, like fuck all for ages. Then all of a sudden it spiked and it went up to 41, 42K.
80,000, yeah.
No.
Back down to 20.
No, well, it was 40. Unless we're looking at it, unless you've got a different graph than I do. I can't control the timeline here.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about like the very first thing on
the very first. The very first. Yeah,
okay.
I'm using the very first. This is just as an example. So it goes up to 41, 42, down to, let's say, 36, 37. and that's a bad thing. But then all of a sudden it goes from 36, 37, and it peaks and spikes up to over 60. So my question is, when it goes from 36, 37 up to 60, can you tell me the timeline or the event which resulted in that happening?
No.
Okay. Now, the short answer is there's a fuckload and a multitude of reasons that happened.
Why does the price go down? Why does the price go up?
Yeah, exactly.
Either people are buying or people are selling. If it goes down, people are selling. If it goes up, people are buying.
Yeah, and there's also it's also, I guess, the story to a degree of whatever you're buying, the commodity, the currency, whatever. I've seen Malaysian Airlines stock go down 9% in a single day because one of their planes disappeared. And then even though there was nothing wrong with the company and financially they were all good, they dropped down 9% overnight because they lost a plane. People went missing. It was a tragedy, but their stock price went down. And then the next day, people realized actually there's nothing wrong with the company financially. Yes, it's a bad story and it's a tragedy, but financially they're actually okay, and it recovered. So similar to that sort of up and down thing, had nothing to do with supply and demand or people buying and selling. It was just a story, and people lost confidence. You can lose confidence,
and they took their money out.
Price goes down. No, not even.
Yes.
There are some that do, but not all. It's not the main driver.
Yeah, not all of them, but 9% of the market cap were like, fuck this, we're gonna take our money out and
no, I
shelve it
disagree.
elsewhere.
I disagree.
And then they reinvested back in.
I disagree. It's not always 100%, or it's not even 90% people selling and then buying. It is legit the story and the narrative that's out there, and people go, "Oh, maybe
The
this
story
might not be
causes
as
people
good."
to sell.
No, but maybe to some, but the story is the story. It doesn't result in someone actually just going, "Okay, everyone just fire sales that shit." Now,
Not everyone.
back
No,
to the point I was.
everyone.
Yeah, I know you said, but you said 90%, which I disagree with. It may, I'd say maybe
9%.
64. Oh, 9. Sorry, I thought you said 90 as in 90. My bad. Okay. Anyway, the point being is that this spike here that I'm talking about, we don't actually, well, neither of us know exactly the timeline or exactly what happened, what was in the media at the time, what the sentiment was in the market. Now, if someone, and this is where it gets interesting, and it goes into kind of the oil stuff as well, is that these spikes, ups and downs, are where the real opportunity is. If you want to buy and hold something, you can do that. And yeah, maybe you'll get a chart like this and you'll make $1 gazillion. But it's very rarely in the grand scheme of things that happens. A buy and holder might make maybe 10. You're missing my point. Is that
no? You're going off into something else in terms of like buying and hold and all this kind of shit. But
correct.
But what you're trying to do is try to do like a short-term time frame. You're trying to do like what you shouldn't be doing as an investor, is trying to.
I'm giving you the comparison. I'm giving you the comparison. So the comparison of buy and hold. So buy and hold is you buy something and it might go up 10% year on year for 20 years. Or let's say 6 years, just for this example. And if it goes up 10% year on year for 6 years, they make X amount of money. Now you look at Bitcoin and go, well, I bought and hold for 6 years on something very speculative. And I think you're intelligent enough to know that Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in its infancy, at least, was very speculative. Like people weren't buying Bitcoin at $2 or $100 or $1,000 and thinking, yeah, I'm gonna like make $1 gazillion out of this, guaranteed. Just no one with half a brain in the investment world thought that.
And how does this relate to DCA?
How do you mean DC? I'm talking about.
Like what you're trying to do is you're trying to employ a method of like, oh, I've done my quote unquote research, and I'm going to make the correct speculative guess here. Say, okay, I'm going to buy. This is the lowest point. I'm going to buy this, and then within a month, I'm out. I'm going to get my money. You know what I mean? But that's not how you're going to make money. You know what I mean? Like if we go back to start, where is it? Around here, like Bitcoin's price was about $10,000.
Yeah. So what you're talking
so,
about
like,
is just gradually
all this,
you're
one sec,
gradually parlaying further.
let me finish, right?
Mhm.
So it's like it you see here the price of Bitcoin there, it's bouncing around. Now it's down to
Sure.
$3,000, what it was
Mhm.
originally 6,000. So you've lost like 66% or something along those lines, right? So
Yeah.
it's like
DCA is
the
an
critique.
DCA is an all-in strategy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's not. But well, I'll even go lower here. So it's like Bitcoin price is down to 3,300, and we started off at just roughly about 9,000, almost
Yeah.
10,000. So it's like
Yeah,
the
DCA
critique.
all-in
Let me
strategy.
finish, Vintage. Let me finish. So it's like the critique is that, oh, it's such a volatile market. But what I've been trying to like drill into your skull here is that, like, in terms of the long-term strategy, is despite the fact that it's volatile, volatility essentially goes away, because if you
Okay.
give it enough time, you're going to have these massive fucking pumps.
Give me another 3 stocks that you can think of that have a similar growth to this based on the same metric.
The Bitcoin is the best.
No,
Bitcoin
okay,
outcompetes all
okay.
stocks.
I'm gonna grant your assertion it's the best, but give me 3 other stocks that have a similar growth to this, or even the same, or even similar, that have this. Because DCA is basically where you invest, a certain amount of cash or or funds, regularly, and it just keeps going and going. You regardless of where the price is, you could wake up tomorrow and my stocks have gone up 600%, and then the next day you wake up and it's gone down 100. It's gone down like 90%. But irrespective of what that price is going to be, you're just going to keep putting in money. It's kind of like a 401k, or a superannuation fund. It's the term we use in Australia. Where you just keep putting money in every fucking week, every fortnight, every month, whatever, interval you do. And regardless of what's going on in the market, you're just going to keep doing it. And
Yes,
it's
but I
going to
could be
grow.
doing
It's going to grow
this-
comparatively.
Yeah,
It's going to grow.
I could be doing the
long
$50
term.
in Bitcoin every Sunday. On Monday, I could be doing gold. On Tuesday, I could be doing
Yeah.
silver. On Wednesday, it could be things. So it's like this whole like all-in strategy. Like DCA has nothing got to do with being like all in.
Well, it is, because if you are investing money regardless of the outcome of what you're actually investing in, I would say that's an all-in strategy. You are basically putting money in regardless of the outcome, which is can be a somewhat insane investment to a degree when you're going into something that is speculative, which is Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, I would argue.
Yeah, but you could have 7 different investments that you're doing DCA on.
Maybe, but you're saying that the best one is Bitcoin.
Yes.
So, but is that an anomaly? You just got lucky. You just struck a good at the slots, or is this a sound
No.
investment based on? Okay, tell me why.
Because this is over a course of 6 years, and your quote unquote strategy is just putting $50 in. And like I said, you could do it with you could do it with gold, silver, like name fucking 5 other assets or 4 other assets, and you would have diversified your portfolio. But out of this portfolio, Bitcoin would be the best performer.
It's an interesting thought. You give me something to think about, though. I mean, I don't disagree with the performance of Bitcoin. I just think that it's a speculative option, and yes, it's worked out, and I'm glad it's worked out for anyone that's actually invested. But I don't think it's something you need to bet the farm on in that respect and go, yep, that's absolutely the best. There's nothing better.
Yeah, but what I've said, Vintage, is nothing got to do. Like what we're doing here, it takes the speculation out. It takes the volatility out. Like those are the critiques that Michael, which again he's appeared to have disappeared from chat, but he was the one that was saying it's volatile, it's speculative, like all these like buzzwords that get thrown to Bitcoin.
It
But
is.
it's like this strategy like eliminates those things, and people are still disagreeing with the graph. But I was saying, even if that is your case, you could still do the same thing that's the DCA with gold, with silver, with oil, with like the Mag 7, the NASDAQ, and let's throw the Russell 2000 in there as well, right?
Yeah. Would you say Nvidia would be better than on the DCA front?
Then Bitcoin? No.
No.
I heavily encourage you, share your screen, throw up the AI, and compare the APR for the past 6 years.
I
versus
just
Bitcoin.
randomly thought Nvidia only because they're like going all in on AI and like that sort of technology, and in a short space they have rocketed as well, and for good reason. I get it, but it's Nvidia was just kind of a thought I had. I also need a new Nvidia card as well, so it's probably helped the thought. I'm just having a quick look. It's okay. Yeah, Bitcoin's probably beating it. It's close, but it's yeah.
And bear in mind, Bitcoin is setting its low, its bottom at the moment. So in the next 3 years, Bitcoin is going to start gradually making its way back up, making its way downtown or uptown. And anywhere between 200 300,000 would be the conservative estimate.
Yeah, I saw something earlier today. I'll link it to you in the back. I only got to kind of somewhat glean, half listen to it, but I thought it was interesting. You don't have to play it on stream either. It's just kind of something for later.
When you're talking about speculation, right? Like the whole aspect to I'm just going to use Bitcoin as my new savings account.
No. That's not what I mean by speculation. No. So speculation is where you basically go, this thing sounds okay. And I'm not saying this is you, by the way, but it's, I've heard a few things about this particular stock or commodity or whatever, or currency, and I'm just going to fucking go for it. Now, when I say go for it and go all in, it could be either, here's my life savings, boom, I'm all in. Or it could be, I'm basically going to divert all my discretionary income to it for a very long-term period. And, it could go either way. Yeah, you might make a really good buck out of it. The other side of it, though, is you could do your ass. And because you've kind of just taken small snippets or maybe even some confirmation bias sources, not necessarily going to work out for you. I hope it does for anyone that, I don't like seeing people lose money, of course, but it's not a guarantee. And maybe I'm mishearing you or misconstruing what you're saying, but it almost sounds like the way you're promoting Bitcoin is that, just put it in. It's guaranteed. It's going to go up to 300K. It's going to go up to 400K, whatever, just do it. And that's where I get concerned for that narrative, because I don't think, especially under a long-term period, doing something is going, it's definitely going to happen because reasons is a really poor investment strategy.
That's not anything that I've said. Like in terms of like the reason why I bring up the DCA chart is like there's numerous critiques that came up, and Michael, if you're still in chat, you've gone awful quiet now. In terms of its speculation, it's volatile, and it requires a lot of money. Right, those are the main three critiques. The reason why I bring up the DCA chart is because it destroys all three of them. $50 a week ain't a lot of fucking money. Let's be real. You know what I mean? I know there's people living paycheck to paycheck, but they're not budgeting correctly.
I get that.
In terms of the volatility, doing it over a longer period of time, it shatters the volatility because you're basically going to be getting it at the peaks and the lows as well. You're just basically diverting the funds into it. And then in terms of speculation, you're not speculating anything. like you kind of mentioned there in terms of what you mean by speculation and like either news reports or kind of like information that you've gathered where, oh shit, like it looks like we're running low on gold, like that would be a speculation. You're making an assumption based on some sort of information that you've heard. This is literally just like doing the mathematics and realizing fiat currency is fucked. I'm going to hedge off that with a different asset, so to speak. Like I said, people who would like, and another reason why I brought up this chart as well is because they'd say, well, Bitcoin ain't real, it's not tangible. Gold is. So when we look at the cross comparison here, it's like, well, Bitcoin's outperformed gold. But
yeah,
you can go through the video. Is this time stamped correctly? 10 minute 59 seconds.
Sorry.
You linked the video. I'm just making sure it's like you want to come in at the right time. It's 10 minutes 59 seconds at the moment.
Oh, was it? I didn't mean for that. I just that probably was at some point I was watching it. Oh no, I clicked it. No, you can just do it from the start if you want. I'm interested in your thoughts on this too. By the way, this is great.
Officially down more than 50% from its all-time high. Some of the best investors in the world are calling it worthless. And the situation has gotten so bad that even MicroStrategy admitted that they may eventually sell, leading people to wonder, is Bitcoin finally broken? Or is this the exact moment that's about to create millions? That's why we have to discuss exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, sorry. I'm just saying. So I just want to give preface. This is a guy, Graham Stephan. I've seen him on a number of podcasts and videos. He's been on Caleb Hammer. He is an investor. He puts his money where his mouth is. He's been wrong in certain times and called himself out for it. So I find him to be a pretty objective sort of dude in that sense, because he calls balls and strikes. If he's not that dude of, oh yeah, just do this, and then when he's wrong tries to cope, he actually will call himself out.
Yeah, so that was another thing that came from Michael, where it's like, unless you can show me that you have thousands in Bitcoin and all this kind of shit, you shouldn't have an opinion on Bitcoin. It's the same way of like, unless you can show me that you have a womb, then you should not have an opinion on a womb.
100%.
Exactly. So his whole thing here is like basically the fact that Bitcoin is setting its bottom right now. I'm assuming this video was relatively recent. Right? YouTube's gone a bit funny.
It's about 24 hours ago.
Yeah, so exactly. So it's like Bitcoin's basically setting its bottom at the moment. The key thing he mentioned there was, it's like, are people going to be millionaires now? Is this the perfect time to buy, or is Bitcoin going to go down to 40,000 or 30,000 or something like that?
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out, and there's other variables in it. But I've just suggested it because I actually haven't watched the whole thing, but I thought it'd be an interesting thing to discuss.
Throughout the entire cryptocurrency market, the impacts that MicroStrategy is about to have throughout Bitcoin when it actually makes sense to buy based on the data, and then most importantly, what history says is most likely going to happen next. Because here's the reality. This could be the single best buying opportunity in years, or the biggest mistake of your life, all based on what I'm about to show you. Although before we start, if you appreciate breaking news videos like this, it would mean the world to me if you hit the like button or subscribed. Yeah, for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. All right, so to start, let's get right into it. In terms of what we're seeing today, we got to talk about the Bitcoin sell-off. At this point, we really have 5 main catalysts that are responsible for the recent price collapse, with the first one being, number 1, everyone is going risk off. The fact is, when investors get scared, they rotate out of risk, like cryptocurrency, and into safer assets, like cash, bonds, and treasuries. On top of that, a lot of money is rotating into other higher upside opportunities like AI, meaning there's less liquidity and money available for Bitcoin. Leading us to number 2, Bitcoin ETFs are now working in reverse. See, when everybody was first buying the Bitcoin ETFs, those ETFs would actually have to go and purchase the underlying Bitcoin to hold as a reserve, pushing prices higher, causing more people to pile in. But now that's working in the opposite direction. As people sell Bitcoin ETFs, those funds are forced to liquidate the underlying Bitcoin, causing the price to fall. We also have number 3, whales are selling. In this case, large holders sold about 25,000 Bitcoin in a recent single week. And when the big players head for the exit, everyone else tends to panic right alongside with them. Bringing us to number 4, there's no more good news left. Like, think about it. A year ago, we had all of this excitement about a strategic Bitcoin reserve. New ETFs were being formed. There was a lot of institutional demand. And we saw these price targets of 250,000, 500,000, and even $1 million. But now a lot of that's played out. Some of the legislation has stalled. Gold, silver, and AI has taken a lot of the spotlight. And when there's not a lot of new money coming in, there's no one new to push the prices higher. Leading to number 5, there is a loss of conviction. For years, people bought Bitcoin as a digital gold, almost like a hedge against inflation, chaos, centralization, and money printing. But this year, when chaos actually did hit, gold went up, stocks went up, silver went up, even Nokia went up. But Bitcoin went down. Well, guess what? When people lose the story or lose faith, they sell, which causes the price to go down even more, causing even more people to sell. You get where I'm going with this. Anyway, before we talk about whether or not this is a generational buying opportunity hiding in plain sight or a falling knife going to zero, we need to talk about one of the most influential people that has the power to move the price up or down, and that would be Michael Saylor, or more specifically, MicroStrategy. Now, for those unaware of the significance here, just how big of a deal this is, Strategy is a software company who back in 2020 decided to turn into somewhat of a Bitcoin treasury, where instead of keeping their cash sitting in a bank account, they said that we're going to be using a portion of our corporate balance sheet to buy Bitcoin. But it didn't stop there. As Bitcoin increased in value, Strategy began raising money from investors, issuing debt, selling stock, and using those proceeds to buy even more Bitcoin. In fact, they became such a large buyer of Bitcoin that they now control a whopping 4% of the entire supply, but at an average price of about $75,000 for a total of around $64 billion invested. The problem, though, is that with Bitcoin trading at $60,000, MicroStrategy is now sitting at a $12.5 billion loss. Now, before people say, but Graham, MicroStrategy could be forced to sell all of your Bitcoin and drive the price down to zero. The truth is, MicroStrategy didn't buy Bitcoin with a margin loan to the point where there's a price that would force a sale. Instead, they raised money by issuing convertible debt and preferred stock. So shareholders are ultimately the ones who will take a hit, while MicroStrategy could hopefully ride out any fluctuations in price. Although there is one more topic that is a bit concerning, and that would be dividends. See, when MicroStrategy was recently raising money, they created a dividend fund to raise more capital to buy more Bitcoin, with a stock price that was supposed to trade around $100. Well, as we've begun to see, the dividend stock is down substantially from its $100 threshold. Well, the market is pricing in the likelihood that maybe they're not going to be able to pay the dividend that was promised. On top of that, their main stock, MicroStrategy, has absolutely cratered, leading MicroStrategy to adjust their framework to include a larger reserve, increase their dividends even further to entice more buyers, and authorize the fund to sell even more Bitcoin if needed. As you would expect, this sudden pivot invited a lot of criticism, as well as, you guessed it, lawsuits. As of last week, a law firm announced that they would be investigating MicroStrategy and preparing a class action lawsuit. Now, even though this sounds pretty severe, in reality, this is not the first lawsuit against Strategy. In fact, a year ago, they were hit with an almost identical lawsuit. But wouldn't you know it, that previous lawsuit got dropped, and now that the stock has fallen further, again, lawyers are back on the scene. So in terms of what this means for the entire market, when we are most likely going to see a bottom, based on every piece of historical data that I could find, and if this is going to become a generational buying opportunity, here's what you came for, because what I saw was pretty insane. Although before we go into that, this is exactly why it's so important to take a step back from the charts every once in a while, because whether Bitcoin is crashing, people are panicking, or everyone's talking about the next big move, it's so important to actually focus on what you can control every single day. Like for me, the easiest way to stay focused, save time, and avoid making bad decisions when I'm busy is to make sure I'm
this is an ad. He's about to go into an ad.
But when it comes to that, our sponsor, Cook Unity, is there to help. For those unaware, Cook Unity is a chef-to-you meal delivery from Boots. It was matches, just chef or and nutrition description. Link is when history says is the best time to buy, and if this could turn into the next generational buying opportunity, we need to talk about the Bitcoin cycle. To start, it's important to recognize that as painful as this feels, what we're seeing today is not unusual. It's not unprecedented. This isn't even crazy. In fact, what we're seeing is completely normal, and it's happened many times before. Like in just the last 17 years, Bitcoin fell 99% in 2011, 56% in 2012, 83% in 2013, 84% in 2018, 50% in 2021, and 74% in 2022. So this current drop of around 53% is pretty normal, and it's something that hasn't happened before in the past. In fact, for the last 15 years, Bitcoin has followed an almost robotic 4-year cycle that has so far never failed. It starts with people slowly accumulating, the price grinds higher, it then all of a sudden goes parabolic, everyone feels like they have to buy in immediately, otherwise they're going to miss out, and then it tends to crash anywhere from 50 to 80%. Actually, you know what's funny? In early 2017, I made a video on Bitcoin when it was trading at about $1,000. Back then, no one really took it seriously. So I made another one when it was $17,000 at the peak back then. And that was one of the most viewed videos on my channel at the time. But then the price crashed. And I made another video when Bitcoin was trading at $3,500. And that was one of the least viewed videos on my channel. People then were saying that Bitcoin was dead, that it was a dumb idea, that it was a bubble, no one cares. But as it turned out, that was the exact bottom. And for every $10,000 you had invested back then, it would have turned into $350,000 at the peak. On top of that, when it comes to discovering the best entry price, history says that the best indicator to look at is actually what's called the realized price. For those unaware, this is simply the average price that the typical Bitcoin holder has paid for their Bitcoin. Think of it almost like the break-even point for the entire market. And as of now, that price is roughly $53,000. Why does that matter? Well, so far, every single time Bitcoin has fallen below that metric, it's usually marked complete investor capitulation. And historically, in every single previous bear market, in 2015, 2018, 2022, Bitcoin briefly crashed below that price before forming a bottom and then parabolically skyrocketing higher. Now, obviously, history could be broken, and just because it's happened in the past, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen again. But I do think it's something worth considering that maybe there is some good news in the future. However, not everyone agrees with the bullish sentiment. So to discuss the other side of things, we need to talk about $0 Bitcoin. Again, some people genuinely believe that this time is different, and the consensus seems to be split right down the middle. Like on the bearish side, the billionaire Jeremy Grantham just said that he believes Bitcoin is a useless, speculative mechanism going to zero. And Warren Buffett also agrees. But others like Crypto Quaint tend to believe that the real bottom is actually more like 53,600 and warns that it's still too early to call the turn because demand is so weak. The firm 10x Research is calling for a low around 55,000 with the bottom forming somewhere between late August and October of this year. And the most bearish charts point all the way to 47,000 or below before we might see a reversal. We also have this rather infamous 4chan post, which perfectly called the top in October of 2025, back in 2023. And if you believe they're right, we wouldn't see another all-time high until September of 2029. In fact, if we extrapolate the previous all-time highs and all-time lows, with this chart here, it would point to an eventual price of $150,000 to 400,000, just like this person on Twitter analyzed. Even though, again, some people believe the intrinsic price to be more like zero. However, on the flip side, most major firms still see Bitcoin ending up this year higher. Like CoinShares is calling for $120,000 to $170,000. Standard Charter forecasts $150,000. And the longer-term targets are generally pretty absurd. Like even ARK believes that $1 million Bitcoin is still possible by 2030. Anyway, in terms of whether or not Bitcoin is dead, I do have to say, so far, Bitcoin has survived the single largest liquidation event in its entire history, tariffs with China, a military conflict with the Middle East, the most hawkish Fed in years, and Michael Saylor breaking his never sell promise. Really, through all of that, it is still here, trading at $60,000, which just 6 years ago would have been crazy to even talk about. But there is a word of caution here, because historically cheap is not the same thing as a guaranteed bottom. Only about 46% of all Bitcoin is still in profit right now, which matches the lows of the 2022 crash. And the data suggests that a real capitulation moment might still be ahead of us. That's why anyone telling you one way or another that they can predict what's going to happen is just an estimated guess, at best. So in terms of my own thoughts here, what this means for you, and then what I'm doing with my own money, here's what you came for. For those unaware, I have about 8 to 10% of my portfolio in a Bitcoin ETF with money I don't need that I've been dollar cost averaging into for years. If the price goes up, great, I hold, and if the price falls, I usually buy a little bit more. I'm totally fine and prepared that if this falls 80%, I'm not going to be doing anything differently, except the only thing I have been doing now that the price has fallen is what's called tax loss harvesting. In this case, when the price falls, I'm able to sell my Bitcoin ETF, realize the loss, use that loss to offset other capital gains, and then eventually I could buy back in. Even better, but if you actually hold the physical Bitcoin, there are no wash sale rules, so that you could sell, lock in the loss, and immediately buy back in to potentially save yourself a lot of money in taxes. Beyond that, though, for anyone watching the market and just wondering if now is a good time to buy or...
Yep.
Yeah. Most people that are in Bitcoin right now do not have the ability to do tax harvesting like that, because most people that are buying in and investing, they're like what I would designate as mum and dad investors, as in they're just, normal civilian investors. They're not hedge funds. They're not big, like high cap companies. So those people do not have the ability to do what he's actually saying. So if a mum and dad investor loses their dough, they're just cooked. So, but go ahead.
If you should wait, here's what I think. One, your biggest enemy is your own emotion, because hope makes you buy in at the top, expecting even more. Fear causes you to sell the bottom. And the only people I have ever seen consistently make money in cryptocurrency have just felt none of it. So buy only what you can afford to lose, and that's it. Number two is that you should only buy enough where the price swings don't phase you. Like if something were to drop 50% and you're going to lose sleep and panic and think the world's ending, then obviously you own too much of it. So you should only buy an amount where if the price drops basically down to zero, you would be unfazed. Number three, I tend to think you should do the opposite of whatever your gut tells you. Like when I start to get euphoric about a price and like, oh wow, it's going to go to $1 million, it's probably not the best time to be buying. Versus when I get that feeling that, oh man, maybe I should sell now and buy an even lower, it's usually a good time to buy. That's why I think if you follow these rules and you have extra money that you don't mind risking, I actually don't think now is the worst time to buy, especially with sentiment being so negative right now. But you also shouldn't treat this as a shortcut to getting rich or something that's guaranteed, because as we've all seen, every crash is different and nothing is guaranteed to happen in the future. So whether you agree or disagree, let me know down below in the comments. I will do my best to read and reply to as many of you as I can. And if you want bonus videos from me every single week, including members only financial audits where you send me your finances and I react to them, feel free to join as a channel member. You get bonus videos, early access to videos like this, and priority responses to comments. We really hope you enjoy it. Oh, and also, don't forget to check out Cook Unity down below in the description. Again, I highly recommend their food. It is so good. I promise you'll enjoy it. The link is down below. With code Graham50.
There we go. So thoughts?
So it's, I guess it's kind of just it's a cautionary tale, or a more of a conservative one. So don't just think something's going to go up and up and up and up and up, like almost without fail, even if you're only putting in small amounts. To use your example earlier, if someone, let's say, puts $50 a week or $50 a month into crypto over a 20-year period, there's a chance that it's going to go to zero with a bullet. But because it is more speculative, in my opinion. Whereas if you were to do that in a more safer stock or safer investment machine, then
it could go
but the chances of that, in something more safer and conservative are so much more significantly lower. If it's a safer investment, yes, you're not going to make as much. You might even make only a fraction as much, but you still make something, and the risk of you going to zero with a bullet is considerably less.
Yeah, so
that's my only caution. That's my only word of caution in this.
Yeah, like I said, like that's why I done the DCA, and I showed the video of the DCA. It
Yeah, he
genuinely
just went
feels as
into
though
the
a lot
he,
of
he
a
just
lot of the people who are doing like negative kind of like things towards Bitcoin and all this kind of shit, they're just basically kind of like listing off the typical kind of stuff that gets thrown at Bitcoin when they haven't actually done any research or even just like looked up the price chart off it as well. But a lot of that I think is purely down to like people realizing. Well, maybe not even realizing. Maybe they've convinced themselves that it's like, no, Bitcoin is quote unquote too risky or whatever. But they're just buying into like the narratives and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like
I'm not saying
every
I
single
know.
investment is a risk.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
100%,
But there are
110% that's the
risk-free
case.
ways to get into Bitcoin without requiring a shit ton of like upfront capital as well.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. It's I guess I look at it from a point of again, I go back to retirement, 401k, superannuation in Australia. It's where you put money into a retirement fund, and then the realized gain and the realized amount of funds you're going to have when you retire at 60, 65, 70, 75, whatever, is going to be X amount of dollars. And that X amount of dollars is traditionally based on a more conservative investment where you're not like, maybe, yeah, you might throw a bit of money in here and there to speculative things, but you're not going to, it's not really a fund for aggressive investment or speculative investment, which is what I see Bitcoin as, or cryptocurrency as a whole. Again, I'm not saying do not invest in it, do it if and I'm not saying there aren't any merits to investing in it, but don't think it's gonna be the golden goose at the end of the tunnel, which is the narrative I'm seeing a lot lately, like probably in the last 6 to 12 months, and it seems like that rhetoric is getting even more over time. And in 10, 20 years, if I'm wrong and you guys are all in your your golden mansions and you got your McLarens and shit, yeah, I'll look like a fool. But
So what is the golden goose at the moment?
what? How do you mean? As in, what's the way to the financial promised land?
No, you said like people are saying that Bitcoin is the golden goose to invest in. What would be the golden goose to invest in?
I think none, because I think the concept of thinking there's a golden goose out there is actually a flaw in your thinking to begin with. It's almost like putting a big portion of your retirement or your money on black on a roulette table. Yeah, maybe you win, maybe you lose, but it's a hell of a big risk when you don't need to make it. And if you want to invest in those sort of things, then put more time.
What should the people at home, the beautiful comrades at home, what should they be investing in?
Well, I know you obviously have an international platform, but I'll just use my own country because I can speak on it at the moment. Is that at this current time, I would put money into property and real estate. If I had my choice, which granted I do, I know a lot of my fellow countrymen don't. My retirement / superannuation, I have zero of it in the Australian market, zero, because it is just. It's time bomb waiting to happen, except for real estate. But retirement funds here on especially at my age, or even when people get to the age of retirement, are not worth $1 million, which is kind of really what you need to buy an investment property outright. So yeah, it's hard at the moment. I've got money between the FTSE 500, the S&P. I do have oil reserves, natural gas. I have a bit of money in gold and silver, not a lot. But you diversify out there. And then there's maybe another 10 or 15 stock companies. I have various
when you
amounts
say
of
put your money in retail,
real estate, as in
real
housing.
estate, yeah, real estate and housing, like, are you saying for them to get a mortgage and buy a property, or?
Yeah. I can tell you why if you really want to hear. Okay. I'll tell you why. Bro. And yeah. So again, this is unique to Australia. I'll be fully out there. It's unique to Australia. when you buy an investment property, you let's say you get a home, let's say it's worth $1 million, you loan 800K. Now you rent it out for a certain amount, you got to pay interest on the bank loan, of course, but then and on paper you generate a loss. Now that loss is tax deductible against whatever income you have from your job. So, and then at the same time, the real estate property itself, it has been probably going up conservatively 10% year on year. So if I have an investment property worth $1 million, the gross value of that property is going up 100 grand a year. You know, it's actually more than that in most areas. But you're basically 100K up plus the tax deductions and the refund you get from the Australian Tax Office at the end of the financial year. I find it hard to find another investment in Australia that reaps the same sort of return for it when the net cost of that, and when I say net cost, the excuse me, paying the mortgage, paying the expenses on the investment property, but then getting back the rent that I get from a tenant, maintenance rates, you know, insurance, etc. The net cost of that is about probably $300 a week, so $15,600 a year. So my net outlay is $15,600 a year for an asset that's going up $100,000 conservatively. Tell me in Australia where I can get a better return.
Because
I'll tell you. You can press the X on that, and I'll tell you another reason why you're wrong.
Versus you, right? You're basically telling people to take out a massive mortgage, which again, that's debt that you're telling them to take out to try and run this scheme. And what happens if you don't find a
scheme? Yeah, that's a
what
really
happens if you lose your job?
dishonest word
Do it
to
as
smuggle
well.
into that to call it a scheme. That's a bit, you know. Go on, mate. That's
Plan.
not really
Okay,
fair.
let's go with plan for your plan, right? Investment plan. You're basically telling them to take out massive loads of debt, and then there are stuff with if you do find a renter, even if you are able to get the mortgage, because in terms of like the down payment and the capital required for that as well.
Oh yeah, not everyone can get a mortage. Not everyone can get a mortgage. Like this investment opportunity granted is locked out to a lot of Australians.
Versus $50 a week. No debt.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So for $50 a week, for $50 a week, how can you make 85 grand a year?
You're gonna make 85 grand a year off this.
Yeah, I just told you before. If the value is going up 100K and my net outlay is 15, that's 85,000. So get a calculator, do 100 minus 15, and tell me what you get at the bottom of that.
Yeah, you're saying if the value goes up,
which it has consistently, like for what, 20 years at least. And you might go, oh, well, how can that keep going? It's a great question. We have a very bad, like horrendous supply and demand issue, which is only being exacerbated by the Australian government budget that was announced about a month, well, not even a month ago now. So we have, I think about 26 million Australians, about 30% of Australians rent. And you've also then got, on top of just, standard, births in the country from Australian citizens, we bring in, and this is statistically proven, about one immigrant every 59 seconds. Now, where do you house all these people? Now, the answer is you can't, and I'll tell you why. Because when you bring in 400,000 or 500,000 immigrants on top of just natural births and people that mature to the age of 18 or plus that need to find a home to live in, our construction industry has peaked at about 250,000 new builds and new homes per year. So you've got 450 to 500,000 just immigrants, but only 250,000 homes to put them into. And I'm not even including Australian citizen births and people that reach the age of majority that need a home themselves. So that supply demand is so far off the scale that property has no choice but to go up in value.
Yeah, so the CAGR, right? So the compound average growth rate is roughly 4% per year, not 10%.
Sorry, say that again.
Compound average growth rate, the CAGR, right, or the what would have been called like the APR, annual appreciation rate, would have been it's 4% per year.
Are you talking about Australia?
Yep.
Okay. So that's across the entire country, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know how sparsely populated our country is?
Again, this is speculation, bro.
No, I'm giving you facts on numbers in terms of like let's say you've got 500,000 people come in that need to buy a home every year. 500,000 new people that need to buy a new home every year, and we only make 200,000 of them. Does that create a supply and demand issue?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Now that extrapolates and has continued to go on for at least 4 years. I'd say it's much longer than that, but I'm just going to use 4 years for my example. So you parlay and you compound that issue over 4 years. How can house prices not go up under that metric?
Yeah, they might go up, but it's still 4%.
No, it's not that they might go up. It's they are definitely going up.
Versus 50 to 60% CAGR from Bitcoin.
Yeah, so the Australian housing market data is skewed, and here's why. It's because when you look at, like, let's say Western Australia, for example, it's obviously our western state. It's a massive state territory we have, and almost no one lives there by comparison to our overall population. It's a big mining sector. They build these townhomes. When they open up a mine, they create a whole bunch of houses out there. The mine runs out, the contract ends. All those housing prices go to shit because no one lives there. There's no infrastructure. Now you compare that to, say, Sydney or Melbourne, two of our biggest cities we have in this country, and everyone is going there. Everyone is flocking there. Everyone has flocked there for years. Now they're now more so going up to our northern state, Queensland, but we have the infrastructure there and everyone wants to go there. And there's no houses. There's like none. So that value goes up and up and up and up. And then people go, well, I can't buy a home. And, our idiot government is raising the interest rates because they just spend out of control and they think, raising interest rates is the magic bullet to solve it. So it locks people out of home ownership. So, well, they can't buy, so they have to rent, which favors the investor. The investor can then basically name their price. Now, the other part, which is insane to me right now, is that the Australian government budget. No,
you're saying the average person can't even afford a home for themselves, but you're saying that your investment advice is for the average person to get out a mortgage to buy a home.
No, I didn't say the average person. I just said the best investment strategy. I didn't say it was like the average person, should do it.
Yeah, so for the average folks at home, what would be your best investment advice?
Leave Australia. If I'm being completely honest.
Versus what I'm saying, which is take $50 each week at the end of the week and just throw it into Bitcoin.
And hope for the best.
Yeah, still, even if you're hoping for the best, and it's not even hoping for the best, it's just hoping for history to repeat itself. It's still less of a risky investment than what you've outlined, which you basically just kind of said there, where it's, not the average person can do this.
Well, no, they can't. Right? No, they can't at the moment. And if you have the ability to, see you later. And I'd encourage that actually to a degree. I think it would make the country a shitload worse. But if you're looking out for yourself, you do it. Now, here's the other problem: is that as much as I can say, well, yeah, if it's not good, just leave, and because you'll find, go off to greener pastures in another country, you'll end up being better economically, better for your family, and you could probably retire someday. People that are in that point where they go, you know what, I just need to fucking do something and I got to get out. They don't have the means to do that. They can barely afford to eat. How are they going to afford a plane ticket? So those people are stuck. and that sucks. I hate the fact that that's actually happened.
Yeah,
and it's still
and
happening.
Along comes a leprechaun who's like, you don't have to be stuck. There is a way where you can unstuck yourself. And we get motherfuckers like you and Michael in chat that say, hey, don't trust a leprechaun. Don't trust a leprechaun, okay?
I didn't say don't trust you.
Take out
I
a
didn't say
loan
you're-
and buy a house that you can't get a loan for
I didn't
anyways,
say you're
and then try
wrong.
to rent the
I
property
didn't
and make
say
money
you're
that way.
wrong. I said my message here is be cautious.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm not saying, you're completely off the reservation or that you're a complete moron. I know you better than that. You're an intelligent human being, but I get skittish and I get a little concerned, and this just comes from my expertise and my profession, where I hear that so often. I'm going to go for this. I'm going to give this a crack, and I'm basically going to put all my energy, all my time, I've got $50 a week spare at the end of the week. I'm going to put it into this and hope for the best. No, I cannot back
So
that.
you don't own any Bitcoin, correct?
No, I don't. I
No
actually
cryptocurrency whatsoever.
So to give you actually my stance on it, I actually came across Bitcoin when it was worth 9 cents. I did have Bitcoin for a time. It ended up being hacked and stolen off an exchange, and I never got it back. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to put my money into something that can get easily stolen and hacked, that has no tangible, that I just have no control over. It could just get wiped out in a single day. It can just disappear, like poof, like Harry Houdini did a magic trick, and my money's gone. So if I take your stance of,
And that's a slight
$50
on
a week
Bitcoin, or is that a slight on the exchange?
both, because it's an easy target.
Both.
Now, granted, it's a lot harder now. I'm not saying it's completely, that it's completely vulnerable. I think I'd be foolish to say that. So I'm not asserting that.
So if I go to a gold company, or like any kind of like I think pawn shops do it, or jewelers do it, and I buy gold off it, and I bring it home, and it turns out that gold is fake, is that a slight on gold, or is that a slight on that particular business that sold me the gold?
Well, I'm not sure that's a one-to-one comparison, because if you're buying are you asserting that if you're buying Bitcoin, there's a 50-50 chance it's fake?
No, what I'm saying is,
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
haters gonna hate. You're just gonna keep on hating on Bitcoin and crypto and all this kind of shit. But like I said, folks,
I didn't
I'm
say
here to
that.
give
You
the
can
advice.
still buy it.
You
Still buy it.
you
Just don't throw
you-
everything at it.
You don't have to trust my advice, but like I said, I don't want to hear no complaints when I start
That's
talking
okay.
about my gains and all this kind of shit and how much tax I'm going to have to fucking
Exactly.
30%. Sir, 30% capital gains tax in Ireland.
I want to see in
It's
5
ridiculous,
to 10
man.
years. I want to see 5, 10, 20 years, whatever time frame you want to put on it. When you're like the Bitcoin king or the crypto king, I want to see a golden leprechaun throne, and I will
Mhm.
come and bend the knee, and tell you, and ask for your forgiveness.
Might not be 2029. It might actually be 2030. But
Whenever it happens.
No,
I
no,
just want
but
to see
when I buy my first like full Bitcoin, right, I will actually show it like on the screen, like on the camera. I'll cam up and everything, and I'll show you the thing of like my one full Bitcoin, all this kind of shit. But Vintage, we have reached the end of the show. Is there any final thoughts, nuggets of wisdom you want to leave the crowd with before we head away? Also, are you streaming after this, by the way?
No, I'm not. No, I was just doing I just did a video recording actually prior to coming on. I'm starting to get a little more into the Carmelo Anthony situation. It's I'm having a bit of fun with that. So there'll be some videos coming up in the near future. So yeah, watch this space. But I will leave with a message. I cannot wait to see Lord Teriak on his golden throne. I will bend the knee. We will live stream it when it happens. And sincerely, mate, though, in these sort of situations, I hope I'm wrong and you make all the money in the world, but I always go into investments and stuff like this with a bit of a conservative, cautious view, because in I work in this industry. I work in the finance industry, investment thing. I've seen the dark side of this way too much. So I always have a tale of caution. And that was really my whole message to this whole discussion.
100%. And as the Sith says, join the dark side. But anyways, folks, I'm going to leave you there. We end the show the exact same way every single time. To the Americans, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm simply asking you to trust Bitcoin. No, I'm asking you to trust your president. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing quick. Everyone, if you haven't already, you got to like this fucking live. If you haven't subbed to him, what the hell is wrong with you? Deserves all the support in the world. Hit 2K subs not long ago. We need to get him to 5, then to 10, then to 20, you know, and then up to whatever the price of Bitcoin is. Whatever that number is, we'll get to that.
100%, baby. Appreciate you, Connie Vintage. Like I said, folks, make sure you check us out tomorrow. We're going to be doing a bit of Theology Thursdays, reading the Bible, as they say. But like I said, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm simply asking you to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump, and I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.